Chapter 1. Are you really my master? Awakening Dia momentous occasion that, for many newly matured youths, could very well determine the trajectory of their lives. On this day, the majority of children embarking on their journey into adulthood shall perform a sacred ritual in the Grand Hall, summoning the companions that will accompany them throughout their existence. The Aster Empire stands as one of the foremost empires on the continent, where the role of beast summoner prevails as the most esteemed vocation. Beast summoners are divided into numerous schools, whether they focus on melee, magic, or healing, yet, regardless of the branch, summoning beasts is an indispensable aspect. Thus, even as they transition into adulthood, children must first decide upon their summoning beasts before they can determine their appropriate specialization. In Hagar City, today witnesses the congregation of children from nearby towns and the city itself, gathered at what is undeniably the most magnificent structure in the city, a sprawling cathedral capable of accommodating tens of thousands. An open-air venue resembling an arena, with a revered statue at its center. The students, standing in neat formation, are those partaking in the summoning ceremony today. I've never seen so many people. Are we really going to take turns one by one? How long will this take? Murmured a student among the throng. Most here are from various academies, as this day not only marks their comingafage ceremony, but also the day they will sign their contracts with their summoned beasts. It's impossible for all these people to go one by one. My older brother told me that 5 summon together, but even then, it will take 3 days to finish the ceremony, replied a slightly plump boy, rising on his toes to survey the densely packed crowd. The sheer volume of attendees means that, even in groups of 5, the wait will be long. This might be among the considerations of the high priest leading the ceremony to attempt to conclude everything in a single day. With so many students plus their relatives would require more than just one grand hall. As the sun slowly ascends, its first ray filters down through the light paths along the cathedral's edges, perfectly illuminating the towering statue at its center, highlighting its exquisite form. The time is near. Great priestess, a man donned in a flowing, pure white robe, said to a woman beside him. The woman smiled, a charming curve gracing her lips, and nodded in acknowledgement before gracefully ascending to the platform before the statue. She's truly beautiful. No matter where she goes, the great priestess instantly captures everyone's attention, her appearance resembling that of the students below, with fair skin and captivating eye makeup giving her a youthful appearance. It is only the maturity of her form, incongruous with her apparent age, that imbues her with a sense of sophistication. He looks just like us. How could he become the great priest? An incredulous voice exclaimed, drawing disapproving glances. Please, she is Priestess Fiona, our pride at Hagar Academy. 10 years ago, she graduated with the highest honors in history. A student clad in a pristine light blue uniform interjected. Hagar Academy is the premier institution in Hagar City, renowned throughout the empire. Indeed, the students here are generally far superior to those in the surrounding villages. Graduating a decade ago means she must have been about the same age as the majority of the students. Thus, she is likely nearing 30 now. A 30-year-old woman who appears so youthful? The gazes around returned to the priestess on the platform. At this moment, she stood at the center of the stage. My dear children, I believe today will be an unforgettable day for all of you. For today, you shall not only commemorate a significant milestone in your lives, but also welcome a cherished companion. As Fiona spoke, a pure blue bird soared gracefully over the massive statue of the goddess above. That bird, the frost bird, happens to be Fiona's summoned beast. The entire assembly gazed in awe at the frost bird, its arrival sweeping a cold chill through the gathered crowd. Under the watchful gaze of the goddess Hollow, let us complete this sacred ceremony, Fiona proclaimed, her arms outstretched as if to embrace the light, just as a beam of sunlight illuminated her form. She's stunning. Even the women among the attendees found themselves captivated by her presence. Then came the formal proceedings of the day. Students from various academies were organized into groups of 5 by the high priests of the Grand Hall and directed to the stage. In the interest of fairness, the more distant academies would begin the summoning first. As each student approached the platform, they took their places on the designated spots. O all-powerful goddess Hollow, allow me to hear its call and guide it to my side. I pledge my life to accompany it, unwavering and true. They silently intoned the brief incantation, and at that moment, every student engaged in the ritual could hear a faint echo a voice belonging to their summoned beasts. Fire lizard, nether wolf, hippogriff. Each illumination brought exclamations of surprise from the audience below, as the beasts summoned varied according to the abilities of the summoners, growing alongside them as a testament to their shared journey. In the academy, those who excelled in their studies typically bore greater hopes of summoning more formidable beasts. Upon witnessing the beasts manifest, the relatives of the students in the viewing area felt a sense of relief. Their children's ability to summon such creatures was quite promising. Look, it's finally our turn for Hagar Academy students. As the strongest local academy, the top-ranking students here were often the favorites for the summoning ceremony, and informal bets were even placed in the alleyways. The next group, Cheesia Jim 1, Elwasha Crixel, and Licious Luciferus. The mention of these names instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Isn't Cheesia Jim 1 from that illustrious family of grand magicians? And Crixel, I remember, is the name of the grand paladin lord. One voice whispered as if to speak low, yet everyone around heard clearly. Don't be foolish. These three are indeed the strongest candidates from this year's Hagar Academy, representing a grand magician family, a paladin family, and Licious Luciferus are not those among the most famous swordsmen in the Aster Empire? Upon hearing this, those from outer Hagar City grasped the significance. The three were indeed heirs of the city's most esteemed families, implying their summons would reflect the high hopes of their houses. On the stage, the trio approached the two enchanting young women and the lone young man. As they ascended, the allure of the two ladies overshadowed the boy next to them. With a defiant glance towards the other girl, the red-haired girl clad in a robe took the lead, stepping forward to commence her incantation. Don't worry, dear Sister Licious. Today, we are representatives of Hagar Academy, and we must summon the mightiest beast. The young man, sandwiched between them, grinned, illustrating the tension between the two ladies. Unfazed, Licious strode coolly to her designated spot. As the red-haired girl finished her chant, a chilling voice echoed through the air, and a brilliant golden armor materialized on stage. And Shadow Knight, a humanoid summon. Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience as they marveled at the sudden appearance of the golden-armored knight. Cheesia Jim 1, a magician who could summon such a formidable melee combatant, seemed almost invincible. The red-haired girl turned to acknowledge the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Clearly, the Jim 1 family's expectations had been met. In stark contrast, Licious Luciferus wore an expression marred by uncertainty. What does that sound? I've never encountered it before. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, attempting to envision the silhouette of her summoned beast within the void. What in the world is this thing? Wang Chu, in the throes of a headache, complained inwardly. Why am I still feeling hot even in my sleep? The noise surrounding him escalated, amplifying the confusion. What is happening? Am I dreaming? But this sensation feels all too real. Chapter 2. My druid form seems rather amiss. Wang Chu gradually opened his eyes. Where is this? So many people. The cacophony of the crowd echoed in his ears, punctuated occasionally by mocking laughter. Before Wang Chu stood a pair of enormous legs. Clad in boots of a design he had never encountered before, that a chill ran down his spine, and he felt the bristles on his body stand on end. Had he not yet awakened? What was the meaning of these colossal feet? In the land of giants, Wang Chu felt as if he were facing a formidable boss, for every time he ventured into battle, he only ever beheld the legs of his opponents. But this dream felt far too vivid. The sounds around him grew increasingly distinct, and they seemed to be directed toward him. Rubbing his eyes, he realized something was amiss with his hands. They felt oddly fuzzy. Upon inspecting his palms, he was astonished to find them transformed, with long, slender, milky white fingers and nails that were decidedly not human. At least, not his own. He had always prided himself on cleanliness, frequently trimming his nails and washing his hands. How could they appear in such a state? Staring in disbelief, he noticed his elongated nose, his very own nose. His hands brushed against the fur covering his body, a sensation reminiscent of a rodent. Wang Chu took a step back, only to feel an unfamiliar sensation from his rear, a muscle that could move and sway freely. Upon touching it, he discovered it was a tail. What is this creature? It appears to be a squirrel, summoned by Licious Luciferus. Before Wang Chu could ponder further, a person standing before him scooped him up. Yes, he was truly being lifted. The sheer terror of that moment lingered in his memory for years to come as a massive head loomed before him. "Lias, your summoned beast is indeed a squirrel," remarked El. Equally incredulous, "That a squirrel?" It dawned on Wang Chu that his appearance indeed resembled that of a squirrel. Had he not been asleep in his own home? How had he suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar place? He felt enveloped in warmth, cradled in another's hand. Only then did he truly scrutinize the individual before him. Despite the broadness of her face, her complexion was fair and unblemished, accentuated by beautifully applied eyeliner. Her expression was inscrutable, and he felt himself being carried away, the sounds of laughter ringing in his ears. Though the woman who held him seemed entirely unfazed, he was being taken out of this place. In the ensuing days, Wang Chu came to realize that this was no mere dream. He had indeed been transported to an entirely alien world devoid of modern conveniences. All around him were weapons of an archaic nature, adorned with pelts and beast heads. The individuals entering and exiting bore armor or resplendent robes, a stark contrast to the familiar surroundings he once knew for the rest of this realm. He could no longer comprehend, for since that day, he had been confined within a small cage, treated as a squirrel. "Let me out," he cried, but his pleas emerged as chittering sounds. Initially, a few curious passers-by would stop to observe him, but as time wore on, visits became infrequent. Exhausted from shouting, Wang Chu settled down. The cage was lined with loose wood shavings, serving as a makeshift resting place. His daily necessities were conducted within this tiny confinement. Fortunately, someone would come daily to clean and replace the bedding. With a creak, the door swung open, and a unique fragrance wafted in, neither floral nor perfumed, but rather a blend of perspiration with a hint of allure. Wang Chu recognized this scent well. It belonged to his summoner, the one who had drawn him into this world. Each time she returned, she donned a light red short jacket, paired with a white fitted garment underneath. Sometimes complemented by a skirt, other times by trousers, resembling attire from an academic institution. Wang Chu noted her youthful appearance, perhaps no older than 17 or 18, yet her figure was commendable. Even in trousers she exuded an enticing silhouette. Upon entering, her first glance was toward him, and given his diminutive form, everything appeared gargantuan. Even when their gazes met, he felt his own presence was unnoticeable. Sighing, he felt an echo of a voice. Whenever she appeared, he experienced this sensation. Her delicate timbre was unmistakably feminine. Why could he always hear her thoughts? Wang Chu observed her, though she remained silent. "I'm back, Carm," she declared, the name she had assigned to him, despite his never having acknowledged it. "Did you have a good day?" She approached, slowly shedding her outer garments until only a white, flower-embellished long shirt remained. Her fingers gently tapped on Wang Chu's furry head. And though he was unaccustomed to such affection, he instinctively reached out with his tiny paws to grasp her finger. Yet she evaded him, retrieving crushed morsels from a box on the table and placing them in his food container, followed by pouring a small amount of water into an adjacent basin. Once more, these repugnant offerings. Observing the food fill his dish nearly made him collapse, not from fatigue, but from the mere thought of consuming it. For days, Wang Chu had endured this diet, a bland, crisp fruit devoid of flavor, prepared in oil that if this continued, he would have no choice but to resort to starvation in hopes of another transmigration. Surely a squirrel could enjoy more delectable fare. Meat or any other sustenance would be preferable that a sigh escaped him once more. His cage hung suspended, and typically at this time, the girl would be seated below, lost in her reading. Initially, Wang Chu assumed it was akin to his previous life where students had assignments, but each time he peered closer, he found her engrossed in a tome filled with dense, intricate characters. Observing his eagerness to escape, she would invariably unlock the cage, granting him fleeting moments of freedom. The room was lined with shelves, cluttered with books and weapons, while the walls bore more swords than paintings. In the center hung a portrait of a man in his 40s, wielding a large sword aloft in a victorious pose. Each morning, the girl would pay homage to this image before departing. Navigating the various shelves, Wang Chu soon transformed back into a squirrel, his agility significantly enhanced. The girl remained absorbed in her reading. He recalled her name, Lias Lasiphagus. She scrutinized a book on the table. Thicker than his current height, as he drew nearer. The characters were entirely incomprehensible. though some illustrations were somewhat decipherable. How peculiar! Why can't I find your origin? Lias lamented, resting her chin on her palm. Her fair visage clouded with worry. She gazed at him, and Wang Chu returned her stare. Her large, enchanting eyes captivated him. Yet when she beheld him, he sensed an oddity in her gaze. What could be the reason? Why is there no trace of a creature like you? She leaned over the book, her hands idly scratching Wang Chu's small head. Chapter 3. Even as a rodent, I am the wisest of them all. To his astonishment, Wang Chu realized she was studying him. Evading her probing fingers, he climbed atop the book. Though the characters were inscrutable, he could comprehend the illustrations. The pages depicted various bizarre symbols, each character nearly the size of an eye. Given his current stature, he could hardly see the entirety of the book, yet some images were understandable. They illustrated animals, and while some were recognizable, others grew increasingly alien and strange. How curious! Why can't I find any record of your existence? Lias's voice floated down to him, her breath carrying a fragrant scent that tousled his fur. She was investigating his origins, and he too yearned to uncover his past. Wang Chu felt as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke, thrusting him into a foreign world and to add insult to injury, in the guise of an animal. Was it retribution for his past transgressions, forcing him into the form of a creature? A wave of frustration washed over him as he was lifted closer to her gaze. Lias Lasiphagus possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, flawless skin, and a voluptuous figure that would surely tempt a human version of himself to linger a moment longer. Yet, from a squirrel's perspective, her head appeared disproportionately large, rendering her features somewhat terrifying. Can you understand my words? Lias seemed to notice his furrowed brow, or rather, the subtle shift in his expression that suggested comprehension. These past days, Lias had been engulfed in sorrow over her failed summoning. And even during her time at the academy, where most students brought their summoned beasts, she had none to accompany her. As a member of the Lasiphagus family, summoning a mere squirrel was a source of immense disgrace. Her peers mocked her, and even her family regarded her with pity. Thus, during this period, Lias had scarcely attended to her summoned creature. Yet in that fleeting moment, she felt an unexpected sense of intrigue. Wang Chu recognized the opportunity to alter his fate. Should he fail to exhibit intelligence, he might be relegated to the status of a mere pet, but if he demonstrated his wits, perhaps his circumstances could change. He tentatively nodded. Lias momentarily found herself at a loss. Inadvertently tossing Wang Chu out, he landed with a resounding thud on the desk, rubbing his backside, relieved that his fluffy form spared him from injury. The large-headed creature reappeared before her. Can you really understand what I'm saying? Chirp, was the response, though it morphed into a peculiar sound upon utterance. Hastily, he nodded in affirmation, gripped tightly by the other party. Wang Chu could feel the warmth radiating from his fur and a faint, delicate fragrance, an aroma that was beyond the realm of animals, so potent that it nearly made him dizzy. Thankfully, his previous identity as a human allowed him to perceive it. The creature's large eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement, but that brightness quickly faded back into despondency, that a squirrel of higher intellect, yet still merely a squirrel in comparison to the formidable summoned beasts of others. It seemed futile to dwell on such distinctions now, for the fact that he had summoned a squirrel was now set in stone. Perhaps he could consider it as having acquired a highly intelligent pet. Lias needed to come to terms with the reality that had unfolded. Kemu, from now on, you shall accompany me, she declared, lifting Wang Chu onto her shoulder and affectionately stroking his furry little head. What she meant was clear. Stick with me, and you shall have sustenance. Perched on her shoulder, Wang Chu's gold-tinted hair was slightly disheveled. Due to the sharpness of the squirrel's claws, he refrained from clutching tightly onto the girl's attire, avoiding even her hair, as a swordswoman. Lias was accustomed to wearing a sword sheath strapped to her back, made of leather and only removed when she slept. Wang Chu cleverly wrapped his tail around her to maintain balance. With a sense of curiosity, Lias playfully teased the squirrel on her shoulder, leading him through the door. Finally, they had stepped outside. Tears welled in Wang Chu's eyes, after enduring days confined in that wretched cage. He could now escape the monotony of that room, where the same scenery greeted him daily, and the silence could drive one to madness. Outside lay a magnificent corridor, a sight he had never had the freedom to behold from his room. This place was unlike anything he had seen. He surmised that many customs in this world diverged significantly from those of his previous existence. For instance, the corridor before him resembled that of a church, adorned with exquisite decorations. His new master was evidently from a wealthy family, a realization Wang Chu had long since grasped. How decadent indeed. Gazing upon the opulent corridor, he mused aloud. What is it? The girl turned to him. The sound that escaped his lips morphed into a series of chirps akin to a squirrel's call. Wang Chu shook his head to convey his response. Since you can comprehend human language, you must be considered a higher life form. How can you remain merely a squirrel? Liaz pondered, intrigued. According to logic, only beings of higher intelligence should possess greater abilities. Her summoned beast was but a diminutive squirrel, yet it exhibited such remarkable intellect. Perhaps she ought to consult the sage tomorrow. You ask me, but who shall I inquire? Wang Chu shot her a glance, still perplexed about how he had ended up in this strange realm, devoid of any warning or opportunity to react. Was it that black hole? He recalled a moment in a game when he clicked something and then the power went out. Could that be related? Nonsense. He had merely clicked a game bug. Surely it couldn't become a portal to another world. Sister, what brings you out? You seem to be in good spirits today. Just as Wang Chu was lost in thought, a young girl approached. She bore a resemblance to Liaz, with her golden hair tied in a ponytail, while Liaz flowed freely, and she was clad in a pink lace gown. This was Liaz's younger sister. Wang Chu had glimpsed her a few times while still at the window, seemingly visiting just for him. Before she had walked away, that you've brought Camus out as well, that I asked the girl reached to grab him. Wang Chu swiftly circled from Liaz's right shoulder to her left, evading capture. Camus is quite clever. You see, Liaz chuckled, extending her left hand. Wang Chu understood immediately. It was her moment to flaunt her status as a master. He had to comply. Otherwise, he might find himself back in the cage. Thus, he promptly leaped into her palm, securing his position. Steady, dear sister. Wow, he is so obedient. The little girl leaned in closer. Wang Chu remained still. She glanced at him, then at Liaz, and suddenly burst into laughter. That's wonderful. Sister, you've finally perked up, she exclaimed, taking Liaz's hand, prompting Wang Chu to scurry back to her shoulder. Wasn't the conversation supposed to revolve around him? Why was he putting in so much effort to showcase himself? Even if a summoned beast is weak, it doesn't matter. After all, didn't the sword saint himself have a humble summoned beast and ascend to his position through sheer strength? The girl consoled. Thank you, Emile. What about grandfather and the others? Liaz nodded in inquiry. Emile hesitated, furrowing her brow. Many in the family had been troubled over Liaz's summoned beast during this time. That was a surprise to everyone that Liaz Lucifergus, considered the most promising, had summoned an ordinary squirrel, especially to the members of the Lucifergus family. Consequently, the family had been tirelessly seeking methods to summon a new. It's all right. I've come to terms with it. Regardless of whether I have a summoned beast, Liaz, remain the same Liaz, she stated resolutely. Chapter 4. I was once a great druid. It seemed that this matter had little to do with Wang Chu. Listening to their conversation, he grasped the situation. His perceived weakness had not met their expectations. Had it been his former self, he would have felt compelled to showcase himself impressively in response to their disdain. Yet now, he found the current state preferable. Wasn't the goal to summon again? Why not just send him back? His greatest desire now was to return. That if he could, he would try any means necessary. To spend a lifetime as a squirrel was hardly preferable to losing his life outright. Resigned, he returned to Liaz's shoulder. It was still midday. The weather in this world felt familiar and did not induce discomfort. Realizing he possessed a modicum of intelligence seemed to have eased Liaz's worries. During her sword practice, she would place him on a nearby tree, and he would quietly observe as she trained. This was the wondrous magic of this world. He witnessed that every time Liaz swung her sword, faint white smoke trailed from the blade, and the air where the smoke pointed would crack like stone. When he was summoned to this world, he had witnessed what was deemed magic. It seemed these actions belonged to that category. Liaz repetitively practiced a few simple movements. In truth, sword training often entailed monotonous repetition of certain motions. The flashy techniques were the stuff of novels. Skill, strength, and speed were the essence of practice. From noon until dusk, Liaz appeared tireless, continuing her training as sweat ran down her face, soaking her clothing. Wang Chu had climbed from the tree trunk to the rooftop, gazing down at Leah's graceful form as she moved about the courtyard. Leah's, as the sun began to set. A group entered the courtyard. An elderly man led the way, followed by others, grandfather. Upon seeing the elder, Leah sheathed her sword and approached him. Emil appeared from an unknown direction. The elder appeared to be in his 60s, his hair and beard completely white, yet he donned heavy armor, his robust physique suggesting that even at 70, one would think twice before provoking him. "Look, I've brought someone for you," the elder gestured to those behind him. "Master Daniel," Leah's exclaimed with delight. This was a renowned archmage from Hargil City, specializing in arcane magic, known for his study of various extraordinary spells and held in high regard within the magical community. After exchanging pleasantries, the elder turned serious. "That I've summoned Daniel to address your summoned beast situation and see if there's a solution." The elder's notion of a solution likely involved replacing her summoned beast or summoning another. "I've come to terms with it, grandfather. Regardless of what my summoned beast is, I care not, as long as I am the strongest." That a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes, that the current head of the Lysifergus family. Urian felt a sense of relief upon hearing Leah's words. The Lysifergus family was not particularly powerful among the numerous noble families in the empire, only rising in prominence since the ascension of a sword saint. They understood well the advantages that strength brought, and to ensure their family's standing in the empire, this matter could not solely rest on Leah's shoulders. "That I recognize your resolve, Leah's, and believe you possess ample talent. However, this situation affects the fate of the entire Lysifergus family." The elder paused, the weight of the word family rendering Leah's unable to refute. "Perhaps it's not as dire as it seems. Call forth your summoned beast. I wish to see it." And Daniel stepped forward, casting a beautiful sidelong glance at the rooftop. That moment, Wang Chu felt the gaze of 3 individuals upon him. "Kimu, come down," Leah's beckoned. It was as if an invisible force compelled him, and without understanding why, he leapt down, landing safely in Leah's outstretched arms. "This is my summoned beast." She presented him before the two. Julian and Daniel curiously leaned in, for this was clearly nothing more than an ordinary squirrel, devoid of any remarkable traits, although it had been anticipated for some time, and Daniel found it hard to believe upon witnessing it in person. Lias had claimed that this creature was a standout among the younger generation, and many had speculated about its summoned beast, expecting it to be a rare breed. How could it possibly be just an unremarkable squirrel? One that lacked any magic? "How peculiar," Julian remarked, displaying a look of confusion upon seeing Wang Chu's appearance, that he stood so close that it made Wang Chu feel an inexplicable surge of tension. It was as if every hair on his body stood on end, and a strange current of energy swirled around him, rendering the air stiflingly hot. In the next moment, Wang Chu found it increasingly difficult to breathe, as though something was obstructing his airway. "Wait a moment, Master Daniel. It won't be able to endure this," Lias interjected, urging caution. Suddenly, that oppressive sensation began to dissipate. It was him. Wang Chu gazed at the man before him, whose hand had unconsciously moved closer, yet had not yet made contact. "I examined its body, and it truly is an utterly ordinary squirrel," Daniel declared, shaking his head with an expression of resignation. Meanwhile, Julian and Lysipphagus felt a wave of inexplicable frustration wash over them. "Do not lose heart, Lord Julian, Miss Lias. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." And Daniel's unexpected words caught the attention of the 3. "I just examined its body, confirming that it possesses no magic. This makes things easier, as I know of a unique spell that can replicate magical contracts. Since it has no magic, it has no resistance, allowing us to extract the contract from its body and transfer it to another summoned beast, thus enabling us to change the summoned beast without violating the contract." And Daniel spoke confidently, as if deeply assured of his research. "But if we extract the mark from its body, it will die," Lias countered, causing Wang Chu's heart to shudder. The thought of killing himself was shocking, that he leapt up to meet the gaze of the others, prompting surprise from the 2. Could it be that this creature understood human speech? Wang Chu clenched his claws, instinctively swiping the air a few times despite Lias's attempts to soothe him. Suddenly, another vision flickered into his mind. Claw strike. What was this? He had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon before. It felt as if he had acquired new skills within his body. The motions he had just made seemingly triggered a cooldown for a skill. Wang Chu calmed himself to scrutinize this revelation. A page appeared before him, akin to that of a book. Skills, all of which were indeed skills. Spirit of the cheetah, spirit of the great bear, spirit of the eagle, spirit of the owl, spirit of the ancient tree, spirit of the seal. These names sparked a familiar memory in his mind. Druid, that wasn't this the transformation skill of a druid, identical to the class he had in his game. A druid, after all, was a class able to harness the powers of nature to transform into various animals for combat. Glancing further down, he realized the transformations were far from over. Lynx, dragonhawk, wind serpent, frost wolf, and so many more forms. At the very bottom, Wang Chu nearly gasped. Spirit of the white stag, spirit of the wild boar, spirit of the crow, spirit of the giant tortoise. He dared not even gaze at the final entries. These were all demigod entities from the game, representing an immense strength that was astonishingly complete. This was no ordinary druid. This was undoubtedly a great druid. Chapter 5. The Power of Nature Druid. In the game, one achieves transformations into different forms to fulfill various roles such as tanking, healing, and damage output, all under the domain of nature's forces. Each transformation grants corresponding abilities. Great Druid. Only upon seeing the skill interface could he hardly believe that he had genuinely transformed into a druid. No wonder he had always assumed the form of an animal since arriving in this world. Attempting to focus on the first transformation skill yielded no results. How could he transform? There was no keyboard in reality to roll skills. Wang Chu pondered for a long time without discovering a method to utilize the skills. Stop, Master Daniel. According to your method, it will undoubtedly perish, Lias insisted, cradling Wang Chu the squirrel in her arms. Feeling the tightness of being held, yet also the warmth, he looked up at the girl, whose delicate chin quivered slightly, revealing her emotional agitation as she shielded him. But Lias, no need to say more. Grandfather, I have made my decision. Lias, clutching the squirrel, dashed into the room. Behind her, the two remained, and Wang Chu wished to glance back, but his small stature prevented him from seeing in that direction. Blocked by Lias. Lias. Regardless of how Julian called after her, the girl did not turn back. It's all right, old general. Perhaps Miss Lias is simply feeling a bit defiant, given her talent, even relying on her own abilities. Her future accomplishments are boundless, and Daniel reassured, noting that it was normal for the youth at this age to exhibit a degree of rebellion. Who hasn't he been young? In his own youth, many had advised him against pursuing obscure arcane magic in favor of elemental magic. Yet here he stood as an arcane master. Sighing, Julian reflected that he alone understood the matters of his family. In any case, this issue could be set aside for now, but the matter of the summoned beasts still required attention. Otherwise, how would Lysiphagus establish himself in Hagial City? This concerned the future of their entire lineage, and one person could not make such a decision unilaterally. Lias returned to her room with Wang Chu, placing him on the desk, just as a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Sister, it's me, Emile. Recognizing the voice as belonging to the girl from the morning, Lias's sister. I heard everything just now. No matter what choice you make, I will support you unwaveringly. The voice outside paused before continuing. A reply came. Wang Chu observed the girl seated at the desk, her fists tightly clenched, her face devoid of expression, yet flushed at it was evident that she was suppressing her emotions. While Wang Chu struggled to comprehend the concept of family honor in this world. Such notions existed in every realm, yet in his past life, he had been solitary, merely concerned with satisfying his own needs. Thus he felt little of this sentiment. He remained motionless, his tail unintentionally brushing against Lias's delicate arm, prompting her to turn her gaze toward him. Do not worry. I will not abandon you. We have forged a contract before the omnipotent goddess Hollow, and in this life, wherever we go, we shall face it together. Gently stroking the fur on the squirrel's back, she understood it could comprehend her words. From the moment she heard that it might be killed, her anger had only intensified, further solidifying her belief. The swaying tail came to a halt. Wang Chu felt a warm, tingling sensation emanating from within him. Although he understood the meaning behind her words, his body involuntarily expressed a sense of gratitude. Perhaps this was the power of the contract. Wang Chu mused as Emil's voice gradually faded from outside, likely realizing it was not an opportune moment to persuade her. Thus departing. Within the room, only Lias and Wang Chu remained. Accurately speaking, one person and one squirrel. As evening settled, darkness fell swiftly. During this time, Emil visited once more, this time to deliver food to Lias. Julian had also come by, intending to discuss matters, but Lias had not opened the door. Even the household maid had visited to collect the dishes. Throughout this period, Lias had neglected interactions with the outside world, immersing herself in her studies. Though Wang Chu could not decipher the content of the books, he surmised they were likely focused on martial skills, as Lias often unconsciously mimicked the angles of swordplay with one hand while reading. Her desire to bury herself in practice after feeling wronged was entirely in line with her youthful temperament. Wang Chu gazed out the window, where the night had enveloped everything in darkness. He scurried to the windowsill, glancing back at Lias, who seemed oblivious to his presence. Ever since discovering that he could understand human speech, Lias had allowed him greater freedom of movement. He could venture wherever he pleased within the room, even occasionally leaping onto branches outside without her concern. Observing the girl so absorbed in her studies, Wang Chu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The most tormenting struggles in life often arise not from external pressures, but from one's own complacent mindset. How long could one cling to momentary dissatisfaction? A peaceful stretch of time passed, and since arriving in this world, Wang Chu had lost all sense of time. Relying solely on the daylight to gauge the hour, the sounds of chirping insects grew louder, signaling it must soon be deep into the night, yet he felt no inclination to sleep. Turning back, he saw Lias had grown weary, resting her head on her arms atop the desk. Wang Chu approached slowly, gazing at the book beneath her arms. Suddenly, he noticed a few glimmers of light flitting before his eyes. Turning his head, he wondered what these were, like fireflies, floating outside the window, and there were more than one. To his astonishment, the entire window was filled with these tiny luminous orbs, some large, some small, ascending into the dark sky like balloons. He could also hear faint laughter emanating from these glowing spheres, as if they were the very essence of the legendary fairies. What was happening? Wang Chu had never ventured beyond his cage before and had never noticed these phenomena. Could it be a unique aspect of this world? He followed the branches extending to the window, climbing onto the trunk. The floating orbs seemed to sense his presence instantly, swirling around him, encircling his squirrel form. Though they could not speak, Wang Chu felt an overwhelming sense of joy emanating from them. Though he could not articulate I inadvertently rested my hand upon a patch of decayed bark. A remarkable phenomenon occurred. The luminous orbs surged towards the lifeless bark as if summoned by an unseen command. In the blink of an eye, the previously withered bark began to heal and rejuvenate at an astonishing pace. A thought flashed through Wang Chu's mind. This is the power of nature, the druid's ability to restore the natural world. Given that I am a druid, it stands to reason that I should possess such a gift of nature. Chapter 6. The rising star of the farming realm, the decayed bark swiftly mended, and in an instant, the entire trunk was revitalized. From the once dying area, new branches sprouted forth. This, Wang Chu mused, is indeed the essence of nature's power. A druid, a master of nature's forces. This must be my inherent ability. Present. Wang Chu felt a sense of uncertainty regarding his newfound powers. Although he possessed skills, their application eluded him, feeling as casual as merely swiping his claws in the air. Akin to using a claw attack, he scampered up to the other side of the trunk, which appeared to be a fruit tree, though its exact species was beyond his understanding, for such fruits were non-existent in his previous world. He endeavored to channel the luminous orbs into this fruit, aiming for growth rather than mere revival. The fruit in his hand swelled rapidly, akin to an inflated balloon, its hue transitioning from green to yellow, then to pink, and ultimately culminating in a vibrant red, releasing a fragrant aroma that encapsulated the entire maturation process within mere seconds. How delightful it is to discover this ability. I shall never have to fear starvation again. A single seed could yield an entire pasture. Having just tasted the sweetness of magic, Wang Chu exuberantly leaped about the fruit tree, neglecting to rest for the entire night. The following day, Lias awakened at her desk, her face bearing the marks of fatigue as she surveyed her surroundings. This is my room. How did I fall asleep at my desk? Ah! As she attempted to rise, a wave of soreness coursed through her hand. Having been pressed down for too long, glancing at her books, Lias felt her cheeks flush crimson, hastily wiping away the moisture from the pages that no, I must turn to another page. Thankfully, no one witnessed this. She thought to herself. Suddenly recalling something, she lifted her gaze to the empty cage. Cam was no longer residing within the cage. Looking around, Lias searched for any sign of Cam, just as a waft of an unusual fragrance entered through the open window. One that did not belong to the current season. How peculiar! This scent was all too familiar to Lias. Every year, just before the rainy season, the fruit tree by her window would exude such aroma. How could the fruit be ripening at this time? Curiously, Lias leaned out the window. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing it, she would scarcely believe that the previously barren tree, stripped of leaves, now flourished with lush foliage and was laden with bright red fruits. Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed the reality before her. Upon closer inspection, the small creature nestled among the vibrant fruits could only be Cam. Cam, she exclaimed, and the furry tail shot upright at her call. That it then sat up in a manner reminiscent of a human awakening, seemingly rubbing its eyes. The two stared at each other in silence for an extended moment, obscured by the enormous red fruits that yesterday's exuberant play had transformed the entire tree. Now, amidst the drought, the surrounding withered blooms starkly contrasted with the singularly thriving fruit tree. That a series of knocks interrupted the awkward silence. "Sister, are you awake? It's nearly time to go." The voice belonged to Emile, prompting Wang Chu to recall that Lias was customarily roused each day for her studies, a normal routine for one of her age. Lias hesitated to respond, yet the knocks grew increasingly impatient. All right, then I'm coming," she replied, somewhat irked, gesturing to herself as though compelling herself to follow. "Come on, Cam. Let us head to the academy together." Upon hearing her words, Wang Chu leapt with excitement. At last, he could venture beyond the confines of the house. After days of confinement, he was eager to explore a world he had yet to see. That he hopped on Elias's shoulder. Entangling himself with the sword sheath strapped to her back as the door swung open, servants arrived with washing supplies, and Emile followed closely behind, wearing a cheerful expression as if yesterday's events had never occurred. Seemingly unperturbed by Wang Chu's presence, even playfully teasing him. "Have you completed your assignments for Professor Rappel?" "Oh, those are such a bother, especially the magical studies. I'm not adept at them at all." "No worries. We can borrow from others when the time comes." The two young girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with a shared understanding, and the atmosphere lightened considerably as they chatted about trivial matters at the academy. Wang Chu reclined nearby, feeling a nostalgic return to a simpler time. After washing up, Lias donned a white tunic adorned with floral ribbons and departed. Upon reaching the courtyard, she noticed that most of the servants were gathered beneath the bountiful fruit tree. How strange! Why is this fruit tree bearing fruit at this time? Indeed, in past years, even if it bore fruit, it would not be in such abundance, and the tree seems rejuvenated. Two slightly older servants commented. "Do you remember the time the second young lady fell from the tree? The bark was stripped away, and for years it bore scars. How is it that they have vanished now?" Listening to the murmurs of the servants, Lias began to sense that something was amiss. "Sister, how is it that the tree can bear fruit at this time?" Even Emile found the situation curious. However, the two sisters had no time to ponder, as the carriage outside urged them to depart. Navigating through the expansive grounds felt like traversing a labyrinth, revealing layers of opulence that Wang Chu had not anticipated. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the entrance, which was nothing short of grand. A grand stone bridge spanned over 10 meters, flanked by numerous statues. With a fountain at its center, the bridge's end awaited a luxurious carriage, a testament to the affluent lifestyle of the elite. As they boarded the carriage, Emile remained fixated on the fruit tree. "Sister, how do you suppose that tree suddenly transformed?" She recalled that the last time she witnessed such an occurrence was in her childhood, when she and Lias would often practice swordplay beneath its branches, leading to its current state. "I'm not entirely sure, When I awoke, it had already changed, and Cam was still asleep atop it. She tilted her head to observe Wang Chu. "What are you looking at? Come. Do you know what transpired last night?" The two sisters understood that Cam could comprehend human speech. Wang Chu shrugged, shaking his head in exasperation. Chapter 7. "So you are a big shot," Emil pouted in frustration. She couldn't fathom it. Could it be the legendary arcane magic? Just yesterday, the arcane master and Daniel had visited Hadra City. Wang Chu nestled in the corner of the carriage, choosing not to engage with the two. As the morning air remained brisk, since arriving in this world, his sense of the seasons had been utterly disrupted. He could no longer discern spring from summer or autumn from winter. The carriage was enclosed, with only small windows on either side, now firmly shut. "Miss, we have arrived," came the voice from outside the carriage, followed by the vehicle coming to a halt. Laius, pulled along by Emil, stepped out of the carriage, inadvertently dragging Wang Chu along with her, who had been dozing on the side. "Cam, wake up. Come see. This is our academy." Emil seemed eager to rouse Wang Chu, attempting to pry open his closed eyes. After some resistance, he reluctantly complied, blinking at the sight before him. This is the academy. His mind raced, attempting to reconcile this grand establishment with any notion of a school he had ever known. None could compare to the spectacle before him. Was it poverty that had limited my imagination? This was no mere school. It resembled an entire city, from the monumental gates extending into the distance. The landscape unfolded to reveal a sprawling mountain and beyond, dotted with towering circular edifices. Atop the Grand Mage Tower, a luminous orb glimmered like a beacon. As Laius disembarked, Wang Chu felt the collective gaze of onlookers converge upon them. "Look, the Lascivious sisters have arrived." The sisters were indeed striking, and as Wang Chu surveyed the crowd, it became evident that their presence was captivating. Particularly, Laius, with her tall stature, stood out among her peers, her legs reaching the height of others' midriffs. "Hey, what is that around her neck?" "I heard that on Awakening Day, Laius summoned a squirrel. I never believed it until now." The Awakening Day ceremony was conducted in phases, with many absent from the event relying on hearsay, often skeptical of the accounts that think that Laius, the most formidable student at Hadra Academy, had summoned a squirrel, a notion her fans would struggle to accept. Impossible. That must be Laius's pet. Look how adorably she is dressed. She must have put in considerable effort. That I never expected that the usually serious Miss Laius would possess such a gentle side. As these words were spoken, countless adoring gazes were cast upon her. "These otaku are truly disgusting," Wang Chu scoffed inwardly. The two sisters had just stepped through the academy gates, and amidst the multitude of curious stares, Wang Chu suddenly noticed something amiss. He couldn't quite articulate what it was. His powers of observation had never been this keen before. However, when he carefully scanned the crowd again, that peculiar gaze had vanished. "Ah, isn't that Laius and her magical pet?" A sarcastic voice emerged before them. A voluptuous figure, incongruent with her age, flaunted her daring attire and fiery red hair, accompanied by a towering shadowy knight, whose interior remained unseen, resembling merely a suit of unclaimed armor. "Cecilia Jamori," Laius said coldly, halting in her tracks. Instantly, everyone around, except for Emil by her side, instinctively took a step back. Such scenes unfolded daily within the academy, which resembled a bustling city with approximately 100,000 students, making it impossible for a mere few thousand instructors to maintain order. Consequently, personal duels were a common occurrence. As long as no one was grievously harmed, the academy turned a blind eye to benign conflicts, fostering a deeper understanding among students. What could be more beneficial? I thought you were too afraid to bring your summoned beast to the academy. Have you finally come to your senses? But I can't really blame you. After all, you often behave so arrogantly. Perhaps this is a divine punishment for you." Cecilia laughed unabashedly, her alluring figure exuding an irresistible charm, as if one were watching a palace intrigue from a previous life. Wang Chu stood faithfully on Laius's shoulder, silently repeating in his mind, "Women bring forth much trouble." "Cecilia, what do you mean by that?" Emil interjected, unable to tolerate the insinuation. "What I mean is precisely that," she replied with a grin. Summoning a beast was a lifelong commitment. If she triumphed in this endeavor, she would secure victory for a lifetime. Each time she contemplated this, Cecilia couldn't help but laugh, reveling in the thought that the woman who usually looked down on her might finally face consequences. Laius, however, paid no heed to her, adjusting her collar with poise. I anticipated you'd say something meaningful after our time apart, but these words are merely empty threats. Even if you summon more beasts, you would still not be my match. The icy response elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd, for it was clearly a provocation. While everyone knew of Laius's exceptional swordsmanship, it seemed unwise to provoke a sorceress who commanded a shadow knight, especially one from the Jamori family. Reina, tear her apart and see if she can remain so arrogant, Cecilia commanded in frustration. At once, the shadowy knight advanced like a soldier obeying orders, brandishing its spear and rushing forward. This is serious, Wang Chu thought, astonished that a fight was truly unfolding in the school. Was no one going to intervene? He noticed the crowd instinctively retreating a few steps, as if to create a battleground for the two combatants. Sister, I will help you. No need. If you intervene, she won't back down. Laius declined Emil's offer, urging her to stand aside. Oddly, she did not lower herself, leading Wang Chu to ponder whether he was simply too light. Before he could react, the Shadow Knight was suddenly upon him, and he felt a chill sweep over him. Just in time, Laius shouted, drawing her sword with a flourish, in a direct confrontation reminiscent of yesterday's display. Her speed and skill were impeccable that as they drew close. She swiftly sidestepped, raising her sword as a shield, and Wang Chu distinctly saw an unusual glow flickering along the blade. With a swish, Laius's figure darted to a position behind her adversary, followed by the sound of clattering armor as the Shadow Knight's suit fell away. Wow! Gasps erupted from the onlookers, including Wang Chu, who hadn't anticipated such a swift defeat. She's definitely a formidable opponent. Chapter 8. The three titans of the Academy. As the Shadow Knight's armor clattered to the ground, the spectators were left in stunned silence. While they were aware of Laius's prowess, few expected her to be capable of such a feat, defeating a Shadow Knight in a single blow. Look, it's still moving! The crowd gasped as the unarmored knight turned, its form now a shadowy silhouette. I heard that Shadow Knights are incorporeal. Their armor is the only tangible aspect of their existence. Without it, they cannot be harmed, someone in the crowd remarked. Initially shocked by Laius's attack, Cecilia soon eased her tension upon observing the knight's state. Laius, you who are usually so lofty, it's time you learned that arrogance comes at a price, Cecilia taunted, confident that the unarmored shadow would be impervious to ordinary attacks. Reina, bind her, she commanded. The shadow immediately complied, lunging towards Laius. She met its advance with her sword but found that aside from the sound of clashing blades, her weapon merely passed through its dark form as if cutting through air, leaving no mark. The black mist dissipated, only to reconstitute the knight's original form. Do you not understand the origin of the Shadow Knight's name? A derisive voice came from behind. Once more, the Shadow Knight charged, and Laius was left with no choice but to evade, her attacks failing to connect. The shadow flickered past, and Wang Chu felt the chill in the air. This can't be a joke. I just praised you. And now you can't land a hit. That if physical attacks are ineffective, use magic, he thought, recalling his gaming knowledge that physical immunity did not necessarily extend to magical attacks. Laius seemed to have realized this as well. Her sword gradually enveloped in a soft, milky glow as she prepared to strike back. This is promising, Wang Chu mused, gripping Laius's back tightly as the commotion nearly tossed him off balance. Reina, stop toying with her. Let's attack together. As the master, Cecilia sensed the shift in momentum, hurriedly reciting incantations to join the fray. As Cecilia's lithe form moved gracefully, Wang Chu felt the air around her grow warmer, and he turned to see that she had conjured a large, swirling fireball, which she thrust towards him. Go! Defend! The two commands overlapped, and the fireball was abruptly intercepted by a beam of light from afar. Irvashak! The crowd turned to see a striking young man clad in metallic armor approaching, a large shield on his back and a hefty sword in hand. His blade appearing far more robust than Laius's, that he strode forward, positioning himself between the combatants as both Laius and Cecilia lowered their weapons. Irvashak! This is a duel between Laius and me. You needn't interfere, Cecilia stated, displeased by his interruption. Oh, the young man replied, glancing at her before turning to Laius, who had sheathed her sword. Of course, a duel between two esteemed ladies should not be interrupted. However, today is my night squad's duty to ensure the Academy's safety. Both of you are among the top 5 in Hargel Academy. If your conflict endangers other students, I must intervene. He bowed respectfully. Wang Chu appraised this young man, who exuded an undeniable aura of a protagonist, and his knightly armor indeed lent him an air of authenticity. What is happening today? The 3 titans of Hargel Academy are all gathered. It seems we are in for quite a show. What is that blue thing behind Irvashak? Someone inquired, noticing an incongruous blue ribbon trailing behind him. I heard Irvashak's summoned beast is an ice nymph. Perhaps that is a remnant of it, came the reply. Typically, summoned beasts remained inseparable from their masters, just as Laius carried her non-combatant squirrel during battle. It might be hiding somewhere, out of our sight. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none could spot the elusive ice nymph. Given that Irvashak is on duty today, it would be unwise not to show him due respect. Laius sheathed her sword and approached her sister Emile, casting a glance back at the opposing sorceress. Let us settle our scores another time. Of course, the annual Academy tournament is just around the corner, and I will be waiting for you there. They exchanged glances before ultimately choosing to part ways, for the unexpected intervention had altered their confrontation, and it would not be easy to determine a victor if they truly clashed. I will. Leah bestowed a reassuring gaze upon her companion, and, accompanied by her younger sister, led the way out. The crowd gradually dispersed, with Wang Chu remaining on Leah's shoulder, feeling a sense of relief. Had the confrontation continued, he pondered whether he might have been inadvertently drawn into the fray, for his current form possessed little capacity for resistance. Sighing, he found himself reminiscing about the days when he could walk as a human. Not only was he incapable of transforming into a person, but he could barely become any other more formidable creature. Following the recent skirmish, the other students in the academy dared not approach the 2 sisters, respectfully parting to create a path, a situation seemingly of no concern to Leah's and her sister. Wang Chu trailed behind them as they entered the expansive school, which resembled a city in size. Suddenly, as they passed through a thicket, he felt it again, the faint whispers that danced at the edges of his awareness. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. What is it, Cam? Leah's inquired, sensing the movement on her shoulder. That it was as if some ethereal sound had penetrated his mind, persistently echoing in his ears. Yet he could decipher not a single word, much like the experience he had the previous night. Just when he was beginning to ponder the nature of this phenomenon, Leah's had already stepped out of the grove, and the whispers began to fade into a hushed murmur. What could these sounds be? Were they the murmurs of the trees or the calls of some creature? As a druid, Wang Chu was attuned to the communication of the natural world, and the events of the previous night had clearly indicated he possessed magical abilities. However, the means to harness such power eluded him. Chapter 9. Dialogue Among Beasts. It has been several centuries, perhaps, since humanity received the power of summoning from the goddess Hollow. Since then, the people of this continent have wielded this power, and the summoning beasts have become an integral part of everyone's lives. The voice from the classroom echoed through the high circular stands. Wang Chu gazed down at the neatly arranged classroom below. This was indeed an academy in another world, its opulence still leaving him in awe. The circular architecture resembled a theater, with students seating below, facing the instructor's platform. Much like the magic of a film, the instructor merely had to speak, while behind her, corresponding images materialized effortlessly. Above, the circular balcony housed the summoning beasts, presumably protected by a transparent magical barrier, reminiscent of a bubble that shimmered with ripples yet remained sturdy. Wang Chu observed as a large flying beast lay upon it without incident. Sounds could penetrate the barrier, yet objects could not pass through. A remarkably practical enchantment. Then, instructor, what came before? Prior to the advent of summoning spells? A student queried from the crowd. Excellent question. In fact, before that time, it was the mages and paladins who dominated the continent. And what happened afterwards, instructor? Why have so many powerful spells among the paladins been lost to time? Another student asked. resembling the fully armored youth from earlier. Wang Chu surmised he too was likely a knight. The instructor, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, appeared somewhat portly and donned a flowing mage's robe upon hearing this. She sighed deeply. This tale begins with the wars of yore. Though the Mage Association and the Paladins once wielded immense power and numbers, there were still forces that could rival them, the ancient dark powers. Wang Chu listened to the historical lecture below, his interest waning. He remained entirely unfamiliar with this world. What were the Mage Association and the Order of Paladins? As an ordinary individual, he felt incapable of contending with them, and the only ability he had unearthed so far was the healing magic that restored nature. Other druidic powers remained undiscovered, and he searched the crowd for Lia's figure. The two sisters were easily distinguishable, always the center of attention. Suddenly, Lia's, her golden hair, seemingly responding to some unspoken connection, raised her head. Their eyes meeting. She smiled that it was impossible for her to be speaking to him. At such a height, she should not have been able to see him. Wang Chu pondered. If he were below looking up, he would be fortunate to spot even a squirrel, let alone discern features like eyes or nose. Yet he could clearly see Lia's lips moving at such a distance. He could even interpret her gestures. She was saying, "Don't wander off," perhaps noticing the curious gazes of other students. Lia's quickly resumed her composed demeanor. Wang Chu rubbed his eyes, astonished that he had indeed perceived Lia's silent message. This must be a form of magic. He began to descend slowly through the transparent magical barrier. Surrounded by other summoning beasts, among which he likely appeared the smallest, suddenly, he felt a damp sensation on his tail. Turning around, he found a crawling, summoning beast inexplicably licking his tail. Its tongue resembled that of a lizard, and it bore a similar appearance, with flickering flames igniting intermittently upon its forehead. "Hello there, little one, what is your name?" Wang Chu exclaimed, startled that it seemed to be communicating with him despite merely flicking its tongue. "Wang Cam." Wang Chu attempted to respond, his own voice emerging as a series of chittering sounds. Yet he sensed he was indeed conversing to S.O. This was how summoning beasts communicated. "KM, greetings, your scent is quite comforting," another voice chimed from behind the large lizard. Belonging to a creature with massive butterfly wings and an unfamiliar body type. The voice belonged to a girl. She circled around him playfully, resembling a mischievous sprite. "I am Liza. Just call me Liza." "Hello, Liza," Wang Chu replied to the large butterfly-like creature. Their conversation attracted the attention of other summoning beasts nearby that a shadowy construct drifted toward them. That creature's aura is truly unsettling. "Silence, you filthy entity." Behind it stood a being resembling a stone giant. "What do you want?" "You rock." Wang Chu observed the two as they began to bicker, noting that the shadowy construct did not appear to belong to the natural world. Its appearance was reminiscent of the Shadow Knight he had encountered earlier, another type of creature altogether. As a druid, Wang Chu understood that natural beasts and entities would generally be amiable towards him, while others would not. To validate this notion, he resolved to conduct further research. "Liza, may I ask for your assistance?" he inquired. "Of course, as long as it is within my capabilities." To discover his druidic abilities, he needed to connect with nature. "Take me outside for a bit, it won't be too far." Wang Chu observed Liza's slightly distressed expression. "But what about my master?" "You need only to take me there, and you can return." Wang Chu reasoned that the class had only just begun and would likely last a while longer. "Very well, but only for a short while. I fear my master may worry." The girl's voice conveyed her concern. Wang Chu found it curious that these beasts seemed lacking in cognitive abilities. Was the class truly just beginning and would soon conclude? He recalled that Lia's had shown surprise at his ability to understand human speech, perhaps indicating that ordinary summoning beasts possessed lower intelligence. Liza cradled Wang Chu in her arms and flew away to Lia's classroom, perched upon an incline, and upon exiting, they were surrounded by an expansive garden. "Let us head over there." Wang Chu pointed to a grove below. Liza flew at a modest height, perhaps around 10 meters. Yet Wang Chu still feared she might drop him, especially as they passed by numerous students and their summoning beasts, who regarded the unusual duo with curiosity as they soared overhead. "We're almost there. Just a bit further, be careful." A gust of wind swept by, causing Wang Chu to feel as though he were swaying. "All is well." Liza flies steadily. Upon reaching the grassy expanse near the grove, Liza gently set Wang Chu down. They were not far from Liza's classroom, merely a few hundred meters away, allowing him to return easily. Is this sufficient? I think you should hurry back. If your masters cannot find you, they will be sent, Liza reminded him before departing. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. Wang Chu skillfully climbed the nearest large tree, waving goodbye to Liza as she flew away. Chapter 10. The Call of Nature as he watched the large butterfly vanish into the distance. Wang Chu slowly turned back to face the thicket before him. The campus's forest was not vast, but rather meticulously arranged, designed solely for the students' leisure, with well-groomed trees lining the winding paths and benches for rest. Near the edge of the grove lay a tranquil pond. Wang Chu leaped nimbly from one branch to another, recalling the faint sounds he had detected during his previous passage through the thickets. He believed these were the whispers of nature calling to him, and this time he sought to experience it firsthand. He pressed his palm against the rough bark of an aged tree, closed his eyes, and awaited nature's response in stillness. Upon contact with the great tree, he suddenly felt a hand responding in kind. Wang Chu opened his eyes to observe his arm, unchanged from the ordinary, but he could distinctly feel a hand of similar size clasping his own. The pressure and warmth were tangible, and he sensed the leaves of the tree leaning toward him with intent. The whispers at his ear gradually grew clearer as he gazed at the towering tree, swaying rhythmically with the wind. To an outsider, it would appear unremarkable. They were engaged in a conversation. You possess a most pleasant aura, little one. The voice reverberated in his mind, and as it spoke, Wang Chu distinctly felt the other's hand trembling in his palm. More sounds surrounded them, including some anguished groans. What is happening? It is our kin. They have not felt well for several years. Amidst the cacophony, Wang Chu traced the source of the groans to a solitary, shorter tree near the lakeside corridor. Unlike the others, which, despite the season, had begun shedding yellow leaves, the trunk bore scars, likely inflicted by the students of the academy. As he approached the tree, the agonized sounds grew louder. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that part of the bark had peeled away, and the trunk was riddled with numerous tiny holes, evidence of insect infestation. How do you fare? He inquired, leaning closer. It itches. My entire body itches. It hurts. It always hurts. The great tree lamented, its voice booming. Wang Chu glanced at the distant students passing by. They seemed curious but oblivious to the plight before them. Climbing onto the tree, he observed the withered leaves, the heart-wrenching cries echoing in his mind. Do not fret. I shall assist you. His healing abilities had previously allowed a withered tree to bear fruit, so mending a sickly one should pose no challenge. He placed his palm upon the tree, envisioning a majestic giant. In the next moment, a miraculous transformation began. The tree, once riddled with wounds, gradually healed, and the insects within seemed to receive a silent command, emerging in mass and plummeting to the ground. Dozens of them. Subsequently, the tree rejuvenated, sprouting fresh branches and leaves. Within mere minutes, a vibrant canopy of green emerged, its branches extending to twice their former size. Thank you. Thank you, little one. I feel significantly better. The aged voice appeared to regain its vigor. Wang Chu halted his magic, observing his palm, where a faint emerald glow lingered, that he had finally grasped some nuances of his enchantments. Just as Wang Chu reveled in his magical triumph, a sudden shriek disrupted his thoughts. Turning, he beheld a girl passing beneath the tree. She was clad in a fitted gown reminiscent of a maid from the household of Leah's, yet exuding an air of elegance. A scarf adorned her head, her waist tightly cinched, and her ample bosom peeking out in a captivating display. Her hair bore a brownish hue, and she carried a watering can. Clearly astonished by the tree's transformation, it was uncertain whether she had witnessed the entire event. Spotting Wang Chu aloft, she beckoned him down. Come down, little one, she called. Though she lacked Leah's breathtaking beauty, her innocent smile and well-proportioned figure rendered her uniquely alluring. Wang Chu initially intended to ignore her, but to reach the other trees, he would have to descend first, and no matter how he attempted to evade her, it seemed she was determined to coax him down. She retrieved some snacks from her bulging pocket. Clearly, it was filled to the brim. Ignoring her would appear rather ungracious. At that moment, several birds swooped down, attracted by the fallen insects. No, do not eat them. I have food here. Feast upon this instead. The girl produced additional snacks, scattering them towards the birds. Strangely, the birds seemed to comprehend her words and ceased their pursuit of the insects. Wang Chu cautiously began to descend, yet unfortunately, he was spotted. "Hello, little one, do not be afraid." As he attempted to leave, the girl urgently called out, maintaining her distance as if she were accustomed to interacting with animals. It was then that Wang Chu noticed her eyes, an uncommon shade of emerald green, a color he had never encountered before. "I have never seen you before. Are you new here?" she inquired. Wang Chu remained silent, unable to respond. She had implied he was new. Did she know every creature in the vicinity? "You bear a delightful fragrance. Are you someone's pet?" she continued. Pet. His current state could indeed be likened to that of a pet. And his penchant for cleanliness, combined with the time spent nestled against Leah's shoulder, had likely transferred her floral scent onto him. Yet, how could she detect it from such a distance? The girl smiled at him, making no move to advance, instead wandering towards the flower bed with her watering can. Wang Chu observed the other students passing by, none of whom seemed to acknowledge her. Could she merely be the gardener of this institution? Wang Chu climbed back up the tree to observe her actions. "Lucia, why are you still here? You should be preparing lunch." After some time, another girl, dressed similarly, shouted from across the lake. Her name was Lucia. The girl paused her watering, waving to her companion across the water. "I must go now, little one. Will you come again?" she called back to Wang Chu, who could offer no reply as she hurried away with her watering can. Bewildered, he pondered whether she had been innocently conversing with him or if she was aware that he could understand her language. Lunch? It suddenly dawned on him that he had lingered too long. Leah's must have finished her classes by now. Chapter 11. Lunchtime, Wang Chu dashed along the path. Witnessing students streaming out of their classes, that he scanned the crowd, searching for Leah's, but she was nowhere to be found. He raced up the stairs to the classroom, which had once been filled to capacity, but now housed only a few small groups chatting. Wang Chu looked around, but could not spot Leah's. "Hey, is that a squirrel from our school in the classroom? That seems to be Leah's familiar." Lascivious, a few students remarked, noticing the squirrel at the door. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced up, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the upper levels. The staircase, positioned just outside the classroom, loomed nearly 30 meters high from a human perspective, and even more daunting for Wang Chu. He noticed that no other familiars were descending the corridor. After a strenuous climb, he finally reached the top. Panting heavily, the circular hallway was devoid of any other familiars, and as he walked forward, he spotted someone standing by the central magical barrier, a curvaceous figure, with a voluptuous silhouette and cascading golden hair, was enough to captivate anyone from behind. "Squeak!" Wang Chu attempted to call out, though the sounds he produced were merely squeaks. She remained still, her back turned to him. Was she upset? Reflecting on her previous admonition not to wander off, he hesitated. Eventually, Leah's turned around, her expression dark and brooding, as if to convey her displeasure. Wang Chu waved, forcing a smile that undoubtedly appeared comical. Yet Leah's remained sullen, unable to suppress a laugh at Wang Chu's antics. Leah's found herself unable to voice the reprimand she had intended. "Where have you been? I've been waiting here forever. Did I not tell you not to run off?" Leah's approached him, feigning anger as she playfully poked his head. "Keep running off like this, and someone might snatch you away." She continued to poke him until he surrendered, cradling his head in submission. "Now, tell me, where did you wander off to?" Wang Chu, ever the restless spirit, pointed towards the forest behind him. Unsure if he indicated the right direction, cradled in her arms, he gazed into the distance, realizing he could not possibly identify the place he had referenced. That a warm sensation enveloped him as Leah's instinctively tightened her embrace, pressing him against her chest. Wang Chu could detect her skin's scent, mingled with a hint of sweat, reminiscent of a primal allure. He pondered his human form. Why had he only ever been a homebody in his past life, devoid of such experiences? If he were to remain in animal form indefinitely, what would become of his physiological needs? Would he resort to seeking a female squirrel for companionship? The memory of attempting to breed his family's silly dog flashed before him as he contemplated his future self. Would it be a female squirrel, a bear, or a leopard? The thought sent a pang of discomfort through him that no, this was a matter to avoid. Even if he remained a virgin for life, he could not allow his preferences to become distorted. As he continued to muse, Leah's had already carried him a considerable distance. He wriggled free from her grasp. That moment, Emile appeared before him. "Hey, Carm, how is life at the academy treating you?" Emile greeted him as she always did. Wang Chu merely responded with a few squeaks. After all, his grumblings would be lost on her. She might interpret his sounds as excitement, perhaps leaning in for a few kisses that in his life thus far. These past few days had certainly yielded the most affectionate gestures, though they were of little practical use. Led by Leah's into another grand edifice, Wang Chu observed that the architecture of this world predominantly featured circular designs. With circular corridors and spiral staircases, doors, which could easily accommodate passage, conspicuously required a circuitous route to enter. Inside lay a vast hall, adorned with long tables, each laden with an abundance of food, sufficient to satisfy the appetites of thousands simultaneously. Suddenly, Wang Chu recalled the girl Lucia he had encountered in the jungle. When her companion called out, had they not mentioned preparing lunch? It seemed this was indeed the dining hall of the academy. As anticipated, students began streaming in, and Leah's navigated through the throng, leading Wang Chu directly to a semicircular table at the center of the hall, a place even her sister had not followed. Wang Chu speculated whether dining arrangements in this school were hierarchical. Given Leah's prowess, she was likely among the elite here, and those seated at this table were undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, upon turning his head, he spotted the voluptuous red-haired woman accompanied by her shadowy knight. It appeared that Sesha was perpetually at odds with Leah's. Each encounter bore her stern countenance, eliciting a resigned smile from the handsome paladin behind her. The trio was now reunited, and even the dimmest of minds could discern that these three individuals epitomized the academy's most powerful students. However, surveying the surrounding tables, Wang Chu noted several unoccupied ones, suggesting that the academy's top 10 could be seated here. Soon, other tables filled with 4 men and 3 women, all of whom respectfully greeted Leah's and her companions. One particularly robust man approached her. "Sister Leah's, you look splendid today," he remarked, his gaze unabashedly appraising her, and himself as well. At a glance, his attire exuded opulence, indicating he was either a wealthy heir or a scion of nobility. Wang Chu mused. "This creature is my summoned beast." Leah's conjured forth a squirrel, a revelation that had already spread throughout the academy. Thus, his inquiry felt superfluous. Leah's, clearly uninterested, dismissed him with a languid response. "Oh!" The conversation ended abruptly, prompting Wang Chu to stifle a laugh at the audacity of such a pickup line. "Sister Leah's, I know a method to enhance your summoned beast. Would you care to try?" The man persisted, undeterred, but at that moment, Leah set aside the trinket she had been toying with, turned, and fixed him with a cold gaze. "Young Master Augustus, I suggest you focus on your own affairs. The annual competition is imminent. Instead of wasting time here, you would do well to hone your martial skills." Though Leah's words lacked sharpness, her demeanor conveyed an unmistakable distance. "Everyone, please enjoy your meal," a servantess voice interjected, alleviating the awkward tension. Wang Chu suddenly recognized that voice. It belonged to the girl who had watered the plants earlier. Their eyes met, and both displayed their surprise. Chapter 12. The Academy's top 10. Leah's regarded the serving maid with a glance that included Wang Chu. "Do you know each other?" she inquired softly, likely only audible to him, nodding in affirmation. Wang Chu observed Leah's expression, which appeared unperturbed. Was it not said that women possess strong feelings of jealousy? Why then did she respond so placidly? Perhaps he did not hold a status that warranted envy. This thought left him feeling somewhat awkward, as the illusions of this world persistently spurred him on. Wang Chu recalled the girl's name was Lucia. Her head was always wrapped in a scarf, and her figure was quite ample, perhaps even more so than Sesha's. She wheeled a cart brimming with food before him. "He is adorable, Miss Lysipphagus. Is he your pet?" Lucia inquired as she halted before him. "No. He is my summoned beast," Leah's replied, her tone still flat, yet imbued with unassailable authority. The tale of Leah's Lucifegus summoning a squirrel had circulated widely in the academy, though many remained skeptical. Nonetheless, such rumors could not arise from thin air. After all, no one dared speak ill of her in this institution. Does he have a name? Lucia continued her inquiries. Leah's abruptly seized Wang Chu by the tail, pulling him into her embrace, and turned to face Lucia. Is there something you require? She scrutinized the girl, noting her fair complexion and rare green eyes, before instinctively glancing down at her own attire. In her memory, there was little recognition of this girl. You must be Lucia. The paladin, Al, interjected. I've heard the academy has recently recruited a new batch of assistant students, and I've reviewed your profile. His smile radiated a harmless demeanor. Assistant students? Leah's pondered that if they were newly appointed, she wouldn't be aware of them, that in the context of Hargill Academy. Assistant students referred to those facing financial hardships or personal difficulties, provided with simple tasks in exchange for accommodation and meals, essentially a work-study arrangement. Such positions were offered annually, though Leah's could not recall the last individual who held such a role. Yet, Lucia appeared distinct from the typical assistants, observing the other assistants serving or clearing tables. They usually waited until all students had finished dining before partaking in what remained. Yes, young Master Vashik, Lucia replied. Assistant students often hail from meager backgrounds, thus their demeanor was exceedingly cordial, resembling that of servants. Lucia smiled as she placed a plate of secret recipe roasted meat before Leah's. The aroma wafted towards Wang Chu, enticing him from his hiding place that he had not anticipated such exquisite fare. The cafeteria's offerings exuded an air of nobility. Leaning closer to the plate, he realized he hadn't enjoyed a proper meal since arriving in this world. Just as he was about to stealthily grab a morsel, Lucia intervened. No, little one, behave that if you wish to eat, have this instead. She produced an odd yellow fruit from her waist pouch. Please, don't show me anything strange. I'm not a vegetarian, Wang Chu thought, regarding the fruit with disdain. He is not particularly fond of these, Leah's remarked, deftly slicing a small piece of meat, dipping it in spicy sauce, and offering it to him. Ah, Aster, you treat me best. Wang Chu accepted the food, savoring the roasted meat's delectable flavor. His voracious eating drew curious glances from those around him. Squirrels can eat meat too. Wang Chu shot a glance at the onlookers, bemused by their astonishment. After all, even in his human form, he retained the essence of a squirrel. Omnivorous tendencies were quite normal. Leah's, as his master, was entirely unfazed, engrossed in her meal. Augustus, the burly man, seemed poised to say something more. Having noted Leah's earlier address of him as young Master Augustus, a noble scion whose gaze often wandered towards Leah's and Sesha, Wang Chu had caught several glimpses of such attention, yet with the paladin present, no overt actions ensued. Conversely, Lucia, lacking a prominent background, was evidently overwhelmed, attending to one request after another with utmost diligence. Yet, Wang Chu found it peculiar that Al, known for his fairness, remained indifferent amidst this scenario. Along with the other 9 students, equally esteemed within the academy, observing Augustus, he noted a roguish air about him. He would likely only tease and not escalate matters further. After all, this was the dining hall for all students. Even the most illustrious nobles would avoid embarrassing themselves in such a public setting. Perhaps that was why the others remained silent. Wang Chu scrutinized those around him, realizing he had underestimated their complexities. Following the meal, students prepared for their afternoon classes, yet Leah's seemed disinterested, leading Wang Chu to a separate training ground to practice martial skills. It appeared that skipping class was a universal student skill across all worlds. Only by evening did Leah's return with a meal, drawing attention wherever they passed. Thus unfolded a typical day in Leah's life. As night fell, Wang Chu stood before the familiar window, inspecting the fruit trees he had awakened the previous night, while Leah's diligently studied her books. Would this be his life henceforth, trailing his master from dawn till dusk, and dusk till dawn? Currently, Leah's was still a student, and life inevitably bore a monotonous quality. But what of the future? She too would graduate, and given her youth and beauty, would eventually marry. What then should he do? Should he resign himself to a solitary existence as a pet, or wait for Leah's to find him a female squirrel to mate and produce a brood of little squirrels? No, That would never do. To live as a creature with a human heart, yet confined to an animal-esque life, would be more unbearable than death itself. That at the very least, he possessed the identity of a druid, though his current abilities were limited to healing and communicating with nature. He knew the four-tiered talents of druids encompassed far more. Furthermore, he could even transform into a demigod later. On point one must discover the key to success. Chapter 13. The Emerald Dreamscape. To it is imperative to find the secret. Late at night, Laius had already nestled in her bed. This time, she had prepared a small basket adorned with finery, lined with soft cotton and herbs, as a makeshift bed for Wang Chu. After feigning sleep for a brief moment, Wang Chu rose again, uncertain whether the current state of animal physiology required less slumber, as he leaped from the basket once more. Outside, only the sounds of insects remained, and Wang Chu turned to glance at Laius's bedside, where her delicate profile lay in deep slumber. The room was perpetually infused with a subtle fragrance, not the cloying scent of cosmetics, but rather a unique aroma intermingled with incense. In this world, there were no glass windows, so the wooden shutters remained open year-round, though a cloth curtain hung above, seemingly untouched by Laius. Consequently, every morning, a multitude of insects met their demise at the window. Wang Chu speculated that the incense burned nightly within the room possessed insect-repelling properties. Approaching the window, Wang Chu was utterly astonished by the sight before him. What could this be? The withered tree he had revived yesterday now appeared rejuvenated, continuously growing, its branches extending beyond the confines of the courtyard. Even more astonishing was the night sky. Although it was indeed nighttime, the stars twinkled in a manner reminiscent of an ethereal vision. Countless stars densely populated the heavens, and the auroras and Milky Way seemed to envelop him in a cosmic embrace. How could this transformation have occurred? Wang Chu recalled that he had slumbered outside the previous night, and it had hardly resembled this that as he stepped out of the window, the trunk of the revived tree seemed to respond to his presence, extending a branch right beneath his feet, inviting him to step upon it. Bewildered, Wang Chu ascended onto the branch. It moved, granting him the sensation of walking on clouds, requiring no effort on his part. However, as he approached the tree's center, the strangeness intensified. Glancing back at the window, he found no wooden shutter remaining. The entire room was ensnared by vines, the roof, windows, and even the stone table in the courtyard enveloped in a thick layer of foliage. Laius was still sleeping. Wang Chu felt an urgent desire to return to the room, but as he glanced around, he realized that something was amiss. That Laius's residence was indeed expansive, the young girl residing in a circular building. And this tree towered at least 10 meters, its height sufficient to reach the window. Wang Chu recalled seeing distant sights upon his arrival yesterday, the other buildings in the city, the tall mage tower, and the luminous orb atop it. Yet now, all that lay beyond his line of sight was darkness, illuminated only by the vibrant nebulae overhead, with branches extending outward to broaden his view. Light manifested in the form of numerous emerald orbs dancing before him. Wang Chu began to question whether he had fallen asleep and was now dreaming, for this was not the world he recognized, yet it felt undeniably real that he attempted to pluck a few hairs from his body. Ow! That hurt. This was indeed real. Observing his surroundings, he noticed that the glowing insects moved alongside the orbs, that if he extended his hand, those luminescent creatures would obediently alight upon his palm, some nearly the size of his hand. An impulse surged within him, and Wang Chu turned to climb the tree, ascending to the very topmost branches. Gazing around, he saw that the surrounding area was engulfed in a rapidly expanding carpet of vegetation. New plants sprouting in mere moments. Further afield lay complete darkness. Wang Chu was now certain that he was not in the realm of reality. Had he fallen prey to some form of illusion? It seemed unlikely, as he was merely a squirrel. Looking back at the original window, he pondered whether this was aimed at Laius specifically. Yet she was merely a student. If anyone were to be targeted, it would be her grandfather or the entire family, not him. Moreover, in the current scenario, he was the sole one ensnared. He extended his hand, and the glowing insects continued to flit about him. Indeed, if this were some elaborate trap devised by another, those creatures would not heed his call, for such ability belonged solely to the druids. Wang Chu's thoughts shifted back to his profession. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? in the original game lore. Druids represented the forces of nature and served as the bridge between dreams and reality, and this world bore qualities of destruction, prophecy, dreams, movement, and nature. That it was also a realm where druids learned to master their natural powers. Aptly named the Emerald Dreamscape. Could this be it? Yet this world should not possess such a phenomenon. That Wang Chu surveyed the ever-expanding domain, teeming with newly birthed flora and fauna. An inexplicable thought emerged within the depths of his mind. Perhaps it was precisely the absence of something that had gradually given rise to this dreamscape. After all, his identity was that of a great druid, that he attempted to utilize his claw strike skill, the only offensive ability he had discovered thus far. Unlike in the game, where attack skills had cooldowns. In reality, as long as he could move his limbs, there was no such limitation. The act of gathering one's breath merely constituted the process of re-releasing the skill, which could be accomplished with a mere grit of teeth. Just as he could wield his claws with force or merely swipe them, both actions would trigger the claw strike skill, albeit with varying effects based on the intensity of the action. Thus, skills in reality transformed according to the user's application. Aside from claw strike, Wang Chu possessed another skill, healing. According to the game's parameters, the initial skill should have included spells like Magical Fury, Moonfire, and Rejuvenation, practical magics. Yet he had instead acquired these two peculiar abilities. Moreover, healing was the first. Indeed, even after traversing realms, he was relegated to the role of a healer. But as Wang Chu pondered the potential miseries that lay ahead in his life, he suddenly felt someone calling his name. Come, come. There was no one around. The voice seemed to emanate from within his own mind. That it was Laius awakening. But how could he return? Just as he was mulling over this, a sharp pain shot through his neck, akin to the sensation of returning to reality after a virtual experience. His head swam, and he opened his eyes once more. Laius was there before him. Why are you still asleep? You've become quite lazy today. Could the incense have affected you too? She mused aloud, gently releasing Wang Chu's hand. The dawn had arrived. He had only spent a brief moment in the Emerald Dreamscape. Yet in reality, it was already morning. And oh wonder the druids in the tales would sleep for years, even millennia. The passage of time here was utterly disproportionate. What a folly. Chapter 14. A Similar Dreamscape. Laius's life revolved almost entirely between the academy and her home. Each morning, after a simple breakfast, she would head to the academy with a meal, rarely engaging with others, much to Wang Chu's astonishment. Given the prominence of Laius's family, one would expect numerous invitations for meals or gatherings. Yet these days had been remarkably ordinary. Were it not for the sheer size of their residence, Wang Chu would struggle to believe they were nobles. Or was it that the nobility in this world lacked the customs of reciprocity? That seemed unlikely. Where there was power, there were interests, and with interests came conflict. Otherwise, ordinary students would not treat Laius and her kin with such deference. Nor would that fiery red-haired lady seem perpetually disgruntled. After several observations, Wang Chu surmised that the animosity displayed by Sesha Gimin toward Laius likely stemmed from familial interests. The reason was that those who initiated greetings tended to harbor mutual disdain, as if they belonged to rival factions, all dressed in fine attire indicative of their noble status. Standing in the classroom or resting in the hallway, he mingled with other beast companions. "Little one, why were you gone for so long yesterday? I saw your master come up afterward," Lisa remarked, grooming her ruffled fur with her tongue while simultaneously attending to her lower half. Ugh, how unrefined. Wang Chu fought the urge to retch. He remembered that during his human days, witnessing animals groom themselves had not been so repulsive, yet now it was particularly nauseating that he patted his chest to calm his emotions. "It's nothing. I found her later." Having grown familiar with the beast companions, Wang Chu's manner of speaking and movements became more relaxed, to the point where he could lean against one of them to nap without fear of disturbance. "Oh," Lisa nodded, as if suddenly recalling something. "Yesterday, I had the strangest dream, truly peculiar. I've never experienced such a dream before." Based on Wang Chu's assessment, the intellect of these beast companions was at most akin to that of an 8-year-old, making their conversations resemble childlike play. What significance was there in discussing a dream? He chose not to engage and leaned back to catch some rest. "I dreamt of a marvelous garden." "Oh no," It was more like a forest. The forest had everything. The sky was filled with stars, just like my homeland. Lisa's expressive capabilities seemed limited to such descriptions, yet someone understood. Indeed, I had a similar dream. I've never seen so many flowers. My homeland is perpetually blanketed in snow, and the stars are all colorful. Wang Chu closed his eyes and listened to the myriad of beast companions sharing their thoughts. Most of these summoned beasts were called forth from their original homelands, much like themselves. Only a few of the dark and elemental beings, along with those that Wang Chu perceived to be composed of some peculiar energy, remained enigmatic in their origins, while the others at least offered a chance for inquiry. As several summoned beasts recounted their dreams, a peculiar sensation washed over Wang Chu. The scenario felt strikingly familiar. Indeed, there are trees that grow, and they are immense that I have never encountered such robust trees before. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu abruptly stood up, for the scene described by the summoned beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the Emerald Dream. Could it be mere coincidence that they too could access the Emerald Dream? According to the original game's lore, the Emerald Dream represented the world's primordial state, depicted as a paradise. However, such a fabricated construct did not exist in this alternate realm, leading Wang Chu to believe that the emergence of dreams yesterday was an extraordinary phenomenon of his own creation. It appeared more like the fabrication of a dream world. This newfound ability eluded Wang Chu's grasp. Yet one thing remained certain. The Emerald Dream retained its inherent purity. Perhaps the creatures that appeared in the dream merely reflected the forms envisioned by these beings, Wang Chu speculated. Regardless, they could create as they wished. The most pressing concern now was to unlock the druidic powers dormant within his own being. He could no longer remain in this stagnant state to find a breakthrough. He must seek knowledge within the natural world. Or perhaps he could glean insights from the classroom below. The knowledge intrinsic to this world might prove beneficial to him. With this thought, Wang Chu dashed downwards. "Hey Cam, where are you going?" A voice called from behind. But he paid it no mind. These children were merely inquiring out of idle curiosity, disinterested in the underlying reasons. Tio reached the classroom from the circular corridor, required descending a lengthy staircase, which was situated outside, effectively exposed to the elements. Wang Chu could only wonder which foolhardy designer conceived of such a structure. What would happen if it rained, upon reaching the ground, just as he intended to stealthily slip into the classroom? He caught sight of a curious scene out of the corner of his eye. Not far off, several boys were huddled together in the woods. Were they fighting? Such occurrences were not uncommon in a school setting. He recalled that just yesterday, Lias and Chesha had engaged in a skirmish, that a glance revealed that the boys seemed to be encircling someone. But from this distance, the details were obscured, compounded by the fact that few students were loitering outside during class hours. It appeared as though no one was intervening. Strangely, the individual being bullied seemed quite diminutive, obscured from view by the surrounding boys. Oddly enough, it did not seem to escalate into a true fight. Rather, they merely surrounded the person, preventing any escape. That as figure shifted, Wang Chu finally discerned the identity of the individual. How could it be her? A white scarf, unique in the entire academy, marked her presence. Lucia. Wasn't she the assistant who delivered meals? Wang Chu had a vivid impression of her, having had several close encounters. How dare those boys bully a girl in school? What were they thinking, assuming no one would witness their actions? Even though class was in session and the number of students was sparse, it did not mean no one was around. After all, there were others passing by at a distance, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Wang Chu turned away, continuing towards the classroom, but after just a few steps, his conscience compelled him to halt. Damn it. Having seen it and done nothing would render him no different from everyone else, that he swiftly turned around and hurried back to where the summoned beasts were. Though anger simmered within him, he retained his composure. In his current squirrel form, he was uncertain of what he could do, having yet to employ any of his spells on a human. "Lissa! Akira, come with me!" Wang Chu called out loudly. The only summoned beasts he could rally at the moment were the great butterfly, Lissa, and the fire lizard, Akira. "What's wrong, Cam? Didn't you just go down? Are you back already?" The two beasts lounged lazily on the ground, appearing utterly unconcerned. "Forget about that. Follow me quickly." Wang Chu dashed towards them, attempting to lift their bodies. "Where are we going?" I'm not going anywhere. Akira the fire lizard muttered. Chapter 15. Second Lieutenant. Damn it, bring up the cannon. I'm not going. I'm not going. With his current strength, Wang Chu could hardly drag the fire lizard and the great butterfly. No, the master is coming soon. I can't leave, or he won't see me. The summoned beast merely observed a small squirrel tugging at Akira's tail, though the fire lizard remained stubbornly rooted in place, protesting loudly. No, I absolutely cannot go. I must wait here for my master. The other summoned beasts exchanged exasperated looks. With his current strength, Wang Chu was powerless to move these two heavyweights, that he gazed at the two beasts, who appeared neither angry nor distressed, merely lying there in lamentation, as if he were the one bullying them. He released his grip, and the two continued their protests. These two little ones were exceedingly difficult to manage. Wang Chu mused that the intelligence of summoned beasts here seemed akin to that of children under 10. Thus, he adopted a different approach. Akira, if you come with me this time, I'll bring you food next time, and it'll be the finest cuisine from the central region. Wang Chu recalled that during his meal with Lias, he was able to partake in the central dining area. Most summoned beast masters here lacked the prowess to reach the top 10 in the academy, thus their meals were typically relegated to the periphery. The central area offered the best food, a consensus among the summoned beasts. Each entry into that space was accompanied by the intoxicating aroma wafting from the central kitchen. Earlier that morning, several summoned beasts had inquired about the quality of the food for creatures like these. Food was the most enticing lure. After all, it held true for humans too at times. Are you sure? Upon hearing the mention of food, the fire lizard initially stood up, only to slink back down again. No, I can't go. Come on, look. Yesterday the masters only came when the sun shone here. The sun hasn't even reached us yet. Wang Chu said, using this observation as a means to gauge time, as he lacked a simple timekeeping tool after arriving in this world. No, don't pull me. I'm not going. The fire lizard finally stood up, and although it protested verbally, its body obediently followed Wang Chu as it stepped backward. Wait for me. Lissa, fluttering in the air, glanced around before ultimately choosing to follow. What a drama queen. The trio made their way towards the exit, with the fire lizard still vocally resisting. With the assistance of the two beasts, Wang Chu felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he rode on the back of the fire lizard, who surprisingly moved quite swiftly despite its usual lethargy. Where are we heading? Straight ahead, just there. Wang Chu pointed. If anyone were to witness the scene, they would likely be at a loss for words. A squirrel riding on the back of a fire lizard, with a great butterfly soaring above. There, just there. Wang Chu observed that the figures in the woods had vanished from sight. Where had they gone? Looking further afield, he saw that the group had taken Lucia in another direction. It turned out their intent was to abduct her. Second Lieutenant? Akira, do you possess any skills that could reach them? He gestured towards the crowd ahead, recalling that during a previous idle chat, the fire lizard had mentioned its ability to strike at birds in the sky. But if I do that, those people will get hurt, and if they're hurt, the master will be in trouble. This creature seemed surprisingly astute, Wang Chu pondered. Perhaps Akira's master had imparted such wisdom to it. Thus far, his encounters with summoned beasts, particularly the feral types, had revealed their limited intelligence, that he had not engaged much with other types of summoned beasts who seemed disinclined to interact with him. Yet, if they were willing to learn, perhaps he could teach them. Wang Chu suddenly conceived another idea. Having spent just one day with these creatures, they had grown quite close to him. Perhaps this proximity was due to his druidic attributes, but it was likely also a result of their master's tacit approval. Many had witnessed him lingering by Lias during the previous day, as gathering in the dining hall, so be it. He had already benefited from their master's reputation, and there was no harm in utilizing it. It's fine. If anything goes awry, I'll take the blame. Focus now. That direction. Wang Chu bent down so that Akira could see where he pointed. All right. But if anyone asks, you told me to act, the fire lizard murmured. With those tiny arms, could it even strike? Besides, if anyone questioned it, they wouldn't understand a word it said. As he watched the group lead Lucia further away, he realized that if he didn't act soon, they would soon vanish from sight altogether. Stop dawdling, hurry up and take action, Wang Chu urged, Feeling the temperature beneath him rising, he glanced down to discover that the fire lizard beneath him was emanating a crimson glow from its body, as if some energy were coalescing within, surging from its abdomen to its head. Suddenly, Akira opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive fireball that shot forth like a cannon. The speed was so astonishing that the crowd in the distance hadn't even registered the threat before they felt a wave of heat behind them. The explosion resounded with a deafening roar. Wang Chu clamped his hands over his ears. Who would have thought that this seemingly dull-witted creature possessed such formidable offensive power? Even the sound of the detonation rattled his brain. And that explosion was hundreds of meters away. The sheer volume was astonishing. Unless one were deaf, no one within a mile radius could possibly remain unaware of it. Only a few agonizing screams pierced the air, devoid of any prolonged wails, the garments adorning who had been blasted to shreds. Yet curiously enough, this precision explosion had not claimed any lives. Indeed, the physical resilience of warriors in this world proved remarkable. Glancing back at Lucia, the explosion had clearly startled her. Fortunately, the surrounding boys had formed a barrier to prevent her escape, thus diverting all the damage towards themselves, apart from a slight ringing in their ears. They remained unscathed. "Hey, big brother, look over there!" a few boys exclaimed, gazing toward the source of the attack. Strangely, there was no one in sight. Only a high-damage fire lizard, a dazzling butterfly. And what was that? A squirrel? 3 summoned beasts were unexpectedly attacking them. Let us see who is controlling these beasts around here. Who dares oppose young Master Augustus? Despite being battered, the speaker maintained an air of authority. Augustus, Wang Chu recalled that name. He overheard it yesterday, while unsuccessfully flirting with Laius. The young man appeared quite affluent and was among the top 10 in the academy. "Who is that over there?" the boys continued to shout. Yet no one responded. Chapter 16. My Master Has a Bit of a Temper, Part 1. Scouring their surroundings, the boys found no one else besides the 2 summoned beasts before them. "Something feels off, big brother. Look over there," one remarked, pointing again to the direction of the beasts. Once more, a fiery sphere materialized. "Cursed be whoever has the audacity to show themselves." Before the words had fully escaped, another massive fireball soared towards them, causing the ground to tremble violently. Wang Chu squinted through the haze, the rising dust rendering him breathless. Had they miscalculated? If these 2 cannonades landed, they might very well kill the boys. That he wondered if inflicting fatal wounds was even considered a crime in this world. Never mind, the damage was done. Even if something went awry, he could hardly be blamed as a mere squirrel. Indeed, I am but a squirrel. Observing Akira below, this bumbling creature exhibited surprisingly robust power. "I didn't expect you to be so formidable, Akira," Wang Chu praised, noting its destructive capacity rivaling that of a bomb. The strength of summoned beasts was indeed impressive. No wonder those fellows were always eyeing Laius for a new beast. "I have minimized the control," came a shameless whisper, almost boasting of its abilities. "Look out!" As the 2 beasts were jesting, Laius's voice rang out from above. "Did I in an instant?" Wang Chu raised his head, sensing a blinding light aimed directly at him. Instinctively, he dodged just in time for the beam to graze his face. "It's them. They're still alive!" Laius shouted. Turning around, Wang Chu saw that, after the smoke cleared, the boys remained intact, their expressions now menacing as though they had encountered a sworn enemy. Their clothing was reduced to mere tatters, with crucial areas protected by silver armor plating. It dawned on him that they were likely all warrior types, weapons drawn against him. That flash of light had emanated from the leftmost boy, who now wielded a bow, yet lacked any arrows. He still aimed it menacingly at Wang Chu, that a sharp pain surged across Wang Chu's face, akin to the sting of a bug bite. Numb yet itchy. "Cam, your face, it's bleeding!" Laius exclaimed, astonished as she flew before him. Wang Chu touched the blood, feeling its slickness. The fur in that area had been entirely sheared away, leaving behind a viscous substance that was blood. Only then did Wang Chu truly grasp the searing pain radiating from his left cheek. "Humph! A bunch of little brats daring to ambush us. Just watch as I roast you alive!" The boys sneered, closing in. Wang Chu was about to command the fire lizard to flee, but as he turned, he realized something was amiss behind him. A colossal net several meters wide ensnared him, Akira, and Laius all at once. It was only then that he noticed a few boys were indeed missing from their ranks. Do you think you three little pests can take us on? Are you tired of living? The boys gradually encroached. The earlier explosion had attracted quite a crowd, but upon seeing the boys, none dared step closer. What are you staring at? Don't you know we're practicing here? Get lost, one of them bellowed, causing the onlookers to retreat obediently. This was bad. They had likely encountered the academy's bullies. The boys encircled him and his 3 summoned beasts. Brother, I've checked the area. There is no one else around. These summoned beasts must have come on their own. Some summoned beasts possess awareness, and instances of them injuring students in the academy had occurred before. Understood, but even if they're controlled by a master, a lowly fire lizard and a trifling butterfly are hardly the sort of beast that would belong to anyone of significance. The leader of the boys chuckled. The squirrel atop the fire lizard was completely disregarded, as the net obscured all but its tail. I've heard this girl often feeds her summoned beasts. Could that be why they followed her? One of the boys speculated, glancing back at Lucia. After all that commotion, Lucia could have seized the opportunity to escape, despite the boys' notorious reputation for mischief. However, this was still the academy, and as long as she avoided them in the future, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Yet, upon seeing the squirrel on the fire lizard's back, Lucia did not flee. Don't harm them. They are innocent. As the boys prepared to use their swords to cut through the net, fearing for the safety of the summoned beasts, Lucia shouted first. The boys turned to her. So, they truly are your pets? Ha, splendid. If you agree to make us your servants from now on, I might let them go. Otherwise. Humph. The leader brandished a gleaming knife, eyeing the 2 summoned beasts, which were too large. But what of this little one? He yanked Wang Chu's tail. The boys, notorious for their idleness in the academy, often bullied students. Just yesterday, while dining, they had spotted such a beautiful girl among the assistants, especially drawn to Lucia's exquisite figure. It was no coincidence they encountered her on the road today, for the boys had plotted to seize this damsel and make her their servant. Wang Chu struggled in their grasp, but the hold on his tail felt like a vulnerability, sending pain from his rear to his chest, each struggle only worsening the wound on his face. Blood trickling down, these wretched fellows, ow, it hurt. Clenching his teeth, he wished desperately to transform into his leopard form, if only for a few seconds, to rend these scoundrels asunder. The agony intensified, compounded by the tail being forcibly pulled. Wang Chu writhed, blood flowing profusely. Let go of him. Do you know whose summoned beast he is? Lucia cried out in fury, witnessing Wang Chu struggle in pain. I couldn't care less whose pet it is. If you don't comply, their fate will be the same as his. With that, Wang Chu felt a violent constriction at his tail. His muscles contorted in agony. His body was thrown forcefully, and he could see a tree stump looming ahead. Was he trying to kill me? His heart raced as he faced what felt like imminent death for the first time. The pain throughout his body suddenly seemed trivial. Damn it, you'd better kill me. Or next time, it will be you who dies. Wang Chu cursed inwardly as his body collided with something soft. Exuding a familiar fragrance, he opened his eyes slightly, revealing a stunningly beautiful girl's face, Laius. It was Laius that he had never felt such exhilaration before. The warmth enveloped his body. Laius always loved to hold him close, and this time was no different. Cam, what's wrong? Who hurt you? Laius exclaimed upon noticing the wound on Wang Chu's face and the trembling of his tail. Chapter 17. My master has a bit of a temper, Part 2. With a thunderous roar, Laius gazed out the window, where the classroom allowed only a small glimpse of the outside. Yet the view was too limited to discern anything clearly. Laius instinctively looked upwards. Nearly all the summoned beasts had been startled into a huddle by the recent explosion. Yet, where was Cam? What's going on? What happened? Is it that magician causing trouble again? Typically, some magic apprentices in the academy, fascinated by mixed magic, engaged in such antics. But those were merely minor explosions, not of this magnitude. The classroom teacher adjusted his glasses, preparing to retrieve a fallen wand when another deafening blast reverberated. What a tremendous noise! It sounds like the fire lizard's fire explosion, a student remarked. Indeed, it resembles that. the only creatures capable of producing such sounds. Aside from magical fire explosions, are fire-type summoned beasts like the fire lizard. With someone providing an answer, the teacher seized the opportunity to elaborate. However, another student abruptly rose from their seat. Laius Lascivicus, called out the student from behind. Yet the girl did not respond. Bursting from the classroom, Laius scanned her surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease had gripped her since earlier, her heart racing with anxiety. As she lifted her gaze to the corridor where the summoned beast rested, she found no trace of Cam, who typically delighted in perching atop the fire lizard. The explosion that had just reverberated through the air was undoubtedly caused by the fire lizard. And with Cam absent from the resting area, a sense of danger loomed. She noticed several students sprinting towards her from the direction of the woods, precisely where the explosion had occurred, with smoke still lingering in the air. "What happened up ahead?" she inquired. "It's those bullies again. It seems they were picking on a girl, and then the summoned beast got involved." The passing students appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Laius, their words tumbling out hesitantly. Regardless, Laius' concern compelled her to investigate. The site of the explosion lay just beyond the edge of the woods, a place she occasionally frequented due to its tranquility, making it a favorite spot for students to rendezvous as she drew closer. Her heart raced with mounting trepidation. Laughter erupted from a group of boys, followed by the sight of a furry creature being hurled by the leader of the group. Laius' heart skipped a beat, and she dashed forward, the furry creature colliding with her chest. It was Cam, its face smeared with blood, its tail raised and trembling, its entire body curled up in distress. "Cam, who did this to you?" A visceral pain twisted within her, and it struck her as peculiar. Though she did not consider herself inherently cruel, she was not one to be overly maternal either. Yet witnessing Cam in such a near-death state ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. This, perhaps, was the unique bond shared between her and the summoned beast. She held Cam tightly against her, careful not to apply too much pressure for fear of causing further pain. "Do not fear. It is not cold. I am here." Her gentle voice, infused with a distinct fragrance, wafted into Wang Chu's senses that he looked up, astonished to find Laius there, wondering how she had managed to leave her class. He had initially sought to handle the situation himself to avoid troubling her, yet he realized he still lacked the strength to face it alone. Laius enveloped him in her embrace, the soft contours of her body serving as a comforting pillow, exuding a delightful scent unique to her. Laius Lascivicus, the boy stammered, struggling to articulate the name. She was renowned throughout Hager Academy, not merely as a woman, but as a witch. The whispers of her reputation echoed in their ears. Typically, individuals of their ilk were not privileged enough to engage with the top 10 students of her academy. All they knew of her stemmed from rumors. Noble, aloof, and extraordinarily powerful, much like a goddess perched upon a pedestal. "It is you." Laius advanced towards the leader of the group. A sharp clap resounded, startling everyone present. The man staggered slightly, clutching his face and glaring at her. "You." Another resounding slap met his cheek, the force of Laius' strikes evident as she wielded her sword often, her strength formidable, his face contorted grotesquely from the blows. "Laius, how dare you strike me?" Another slap silenced him before he could protest further. "Striking you? That would be too lenient. Do you know who I am? I am of the Farleo family." Laius appeared impervious to his words, continuing her barrage of slaps, for this was still school grounds. Blades and firearms were not an option. The surrounding boys merely observed, too intimidated to intervene. With each blow, the man staggered back, knowing that anyone who dared to step forward would become the next target. The monikers of which Laius and Ice Queen were not without merit. "Continue, I am listening," she declared coldly, as he struggled to rise, only to be knocked down again, her strikes targeting his face with relentless precision. The once round visage had turned crimson, streaked with traces of blood. "Enough, Laius Lascivicus. This is Eek, the eldest son of the Farleo family. Are you not concerned about the family's honor?" Laius' frigid gaze swung towards the speaker, sending a shiver down his spine. "You, as a noble, should know better than to disrespect your family." Laius remained silent, her focus unwavering as she stepped closer. "And then what?" The chill in her tone drew sharp intakes of breath from the onlookers, who began to grasp the gravity of the situation. That inconspicuous little squirrel was, in fact, her summoned beast. They had heard tales of Lithe Lascivious summoning an unassuming creature, and now they stood witness to it. The gathered crowd dared to inch closer, whispering among themselves. It's about time these bullies got what they deserve. But to think it would be Lithe Lascivious taking action. My, she looks stunning even in battle. It seems they injured Lithe's summoned beast. Look, she is still holding it. I wish I could be that creature in her arms. As the crowd swelled, the boys could no longer endure the humiliation. After all, they would have to navigate life at the academy, having been bested by a woman. They would probably avoid meeting anyone's gaze from now on. Lithe. Eek finally managed to rise, albeit unsteadily. Stop, we can talk this over. Talk? There is nothing to discuss. Lithe unsheathed her sword, placing it between them. That it was a gesture that indicated a challenge, a duel. Lithe Lascivious had issued a declaration to Eek Farleo. This was harsh indeed. Chapter 18. Rejuvenation spell. Wang Chu felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, the pain gradually dulling to a numbness. Only a lingering agony in his abdomen remained, akin to a rodent's tail tugging at his insides. The force with which he had been flung was reminiscent of someone yanking at his very entrails, a discomforting sensation. Lying in Lithe's embrace, her warm hands offered some solace. He could hear the surrounding crowd shouting for a duel. That girl was as temperamental as ever. Though her words were sharp, her heart swelled with joy, for Lithe was standing up for him. What is the matter? Afraid to accept? Lithe teased, her gaze fixed on him. Accepting the duel would require him to similarly place his sword upon the ground, signifying his acceptance of her challenge. Yet within Hager Academy, few would dare to accept a duel from Lithe Lascivious. So now you've grown timid. Just a moment ago, you seemed so bold, she taunted, advancing towards him step by step, forcing him to retreat. His swollen face was a canvas of indignation, and the onlookers could hardly contain their amusement that he had always been the one to bully others. Never had he imagined himself in such a predicament. Had he known, he would have never dared to provoke her. Ah, so this is the extent of the Farleo family's prowess. Bullying the weak, yet cowering when faced with true strength, she scoffed, casting a glance at a woman in the back. Attired like an assistant from the academy, Lithe suddenly recalled seeing this woman during lunch yesterday. Realization dawned upon her, and she understood the connection. Lithe Lascivious, I may not be your match, but you will not insult my family. You have the upper hand now, but in the future, my summoned beast will be a thunder griffin, and I will become a griffin knight, that I shall repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. He raised his bruised face, his eyes nearly swollen shut, stubbornly clinging to his family's honor. Lithe smirked internally. She had witnessed this scene countless times before. Many noble scions she had defeated over the years had uttered similar sentiments, their words growing tiresome with each repetition. If you do not dare to accept, then get as far away as possible. Do not let me see you again, she commanded coldly. They were still within the confines of the academy, should she choose to engage physically. He would only be left to endure the blows. The knightly students, ever eager to intervene, would soon arrive, and she would rather avoid facing Heir's wrath. For now, her priority was to tend to Cam's wounds. Retribution could wait. Upon hearing her command to leave, the boys seized the opportunity and hurriedly gathered their weapons, retreating amidst the laughter of the crowd, grateful for their escape. Can you stand? Lithe approached Lucia after the crowd had dispersed. Uncertain why, she felt a surge of anger upon seeing her. Is Cam all right? Lucia's first words were a question about Wang Chu's condition. I can handle it myself, came Lithe's icy response, as though asserting her independence. Why was she so irate? Perhaps it was the realization that Cam had sustained injuries while attempting to protect Lucia, akin to a cherished pet caught stealing from another's hand, a thought that left her feeling unsettled. Lithe struggled to suppress her anger, yet her expression remained stern as she regarded Lucia. At least let me see it, Lucia insisted, her tone resolute, aware of the displeasure emanating from Lithe, particularly since the incident had stemmed from her actions. She yearned to leave, yet the thought of not checking on Cam's injuries gnawed at her conscience. I've said I will take care of it. You need not worry. Liath's voice rose slightly, startling those around them. Very well, Miss Liath Lysiphagus. Please take good care of it. Its injuries appear severe, and if there is anything you require— Liath interrupted, recognizing that further discussion would yield no results. Lucia ultimately expressed her gratitude before hastily departing. The thunderous roar of the two fire lizards' explosive orbs earlier had drawn quite a crowd, and amidst the throng, Emile managed to push through, only to find herself in the center of the spectacle. Face to face with her sister. Sister, she greeted Lias with a wave. What has transpired? It seems there has been a battle. Lias's sword lay embedded in the ground, suggesting she had issued a challenge moments before. Who would dare provoke her ire? I will explain later. But first, release these two summoned beasts. Then, come find me at the Grand Priest Chapel. Cam is injured, and I must attend to him. Cam is injured? Emile gasped, covering her mouth as she noticed the furry tail peeking from Lias's arms. Blood staining her hands. The injury seemed severe. Emile had always looked up to her sister, supporting her in all endeavors. Now, witnessing Lias's troubled expression, her own heart tightened with anxiety. You must take Cam to safety. I will handle things here. With a shared glance of understanding, Lias hurriedly took Wang Chu towards the Academy's chapel. Wang Chu was in excruciating pain, his eyes shut tight, wishing fervently for time to pass more swiftly. He was aware that once Lias concluded her business, she would come to heal him, that in a fleeting moment. He felt as though he had returned to his gaming avatar, battling monsters as a druid. Leveling up as a druid was far less straightforward than for warriors or mages. One either excelled in physical prowess or spellcasting, while druids dabbled in all aspects, yet mastered none but shape-shifting, thus making progression arduous and achieving a formidable form a long endeavor. Why was he pondering such trivialities while still injured? He yearned for this all to be a mere dream, to awaken once more before his computer. Straining to regain consciousness, he wiggled his fingers. They moved. His body felt considerably more comfortable, the pain lessening. How is it, High Priestess Fiona? Wang Chu heard a voice. He cautiously opened his eyes, startled to find two giants looming before him. It has awakened. It has awakened. They were merely humans, but Wang Chu was still unaccustomed to the perspective of a small creature, perceiving everyone as towering figures. Remarkably, its recovery is extraordinary. My magic should not have such efficacy. One of them remarked, a pair of delicate hands hovering above him, a warm, white light emanating from them. Turning his gaze, he beheld a striking woman clad in radiant white garments, her softly curled hair cascading down her neck, partially obscuring her form, one hand grasping a uniquely shaped white staff. Could it be that I'm mistaken? It appears to be healing itself. Look how quickly its wounds have sealed, she said, turning to Lias. The healing magic she had once never applied to animals now seemed to be working wonders. As thoughts of spells flooded Wang Chu's mind, a remarkable incantation surfaced, and he discovered an addition to his skills, rejuvenation. Indeed, it was the rejuvenation spell. Chapter 19. Leveling Up and Skill Points. Rejuvenation, a universal spell for druids. Continuously restores health to the target. Is an instantaneous spell with a prolonged effect. It was quite practical. Back in the game, casting rejuvenation on himself allowed him to charge in a battle for several rounds. Besides rejuvenation, he realized he had acquired another skill, one that should have manifested long ago. Nature's Wrath, commonly referred to as Fury. Similar to the mage's Frostbolt or the warlock's Shadow Bolt, it was a foundational skill that remained useful throughout one's journey. Strange. Why is its recovery so rapid? The priestess furrowed her brow, exuding an aura of maturity. Is this an ominous sign? Lias stood quietly by, unusually subdued, a rare sight indeed. Wang Chu surmised that her priestly status was quite significant. It should not be regarded as a bad omen, she replied, retracting her magic and draping a small, fur-lined blanket over him. Though he could already rise, he decided to relax for a moment under the cover. Perhaps it is because I have never applied my healing magic to small creatures. Typically, when a human is injured, my magic requires some time to take effect, but this instance was remarkably swift. The beautiful priestess mused, her hair partially obscuring her face as she poured fragrant tea for both herself and Lias. Reflecting on how quickly the spell had worked on him, she pondered whether animals were simply more receptive to magic than humans. Observing the diminutive squirrel, she nodded in affirmation. Yes, that must be the case. Or perhaps her healing abilities had indeed strengthened over time, that if only Wang Chu could comprehend her thoughts, he would surely find it amusing, had it not been for his own application of rejuvenation. Her healing prowess might have been insufficient. Thank you, High Priestess Fiona, Laius said, sipping her tea, relieved that Wang Chu's wounds had healed. We need not express gratitude between us, Fiona replied with a soft smile. Her enchanting presence belied her nearly 50 years of age. She proceeded to refill their cups. Your father, General Lysiphgus, once did me a favor, and I have kept a watchful eye on you two sisters over the years. Laius had heard this story many times. In various iterations, the Lysiphgus family had been the strongest sword saints in the empire for nearly a century, leading many of their collateral branches to acquire numerous titles within the Asta Empire. Laius's lineage, starting with her grandfather, Urian, had received noble status, which had been passed down to her father. However, the tides of fate shifted when the Asta Empire went to war with its neighbors, leading to the untimely demise of Laius's father. From that moment, the Lysiphgus family in Hadra City had lost its true aristocratic standing. My sister and I will always remember your kindness, High Priestess Fiona, Laius said, her voice choking with emotion as she set down her cup. Let us not dwell on the past today. Instead, tell me about yourself. The Academy's competition is approaching. How have you prepared? Fiona shifted the conversation, glancing at Wang Chu, who lay before them, as if she had more to say. Laius hesitated to respond. Honestly, in previous years, there had only been a handful of opponents she could contend with, but this time, with the inclusion of summoned beasts, even she felt uncertain. Summoned beasts matured at a rate comparable to their masters, and sometimes even surpassed humans in strength. I will manage it well, Laius assured, her resolute gaze prompting Fiona to refrain from further comment, though she could not resist adding, your grandfather likely suggested you consider changing your summoned beast. Summoned beasts could be resummoned, provided one knew the proper method. This was not a secret among the upper echelons, and weaker summoned beasts were easier to replace. Wang Chu, who had been resting with closed eyes, became alert upon hearing this. No, it is a summoned beast bound by contract to me. I will not abandon it, he interjected, slightly turning to face the two women, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Sighing, Fiona chose not to press further. Stubborn individuals would cling to their convictions regardless of reasoning. The more one understood, the harder it became to accept. Summoned beasts will grow alongside your own development. Perhaps in time, it will become something entirely different. She could only offer words of consolation, albeit also a touch of exasperation. A mere squirrel could only evolve so much. Yet, Wang Chu perceived her words differently. The notion of growth alongside him had never crossed his mind before. Leveling up and acquiring skills were fundamentals of gaming mechanics. Though he currently lacked a level, he had just gained 2 new skills, likely due to Laius's recent victories over those boys that IT was experienced. Wang Chu felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and pat his thighs in realization that Laius's battles had indirectly granted him experience, thus leading to his newfound skills, and no wonder he had struggled to find a method to utilize his abilities. It was simply a matter of lacking the necessary level. After some light conversation between Laius and Fiona, they departed in the afternoon. With Wang Chu now fully healed, he touched his cheek, noting that the hair that had been shaved would take time to grow back, while the scar had nearly vanished. Once again, Fiona marveled at the apparent enhancement of her healing abilities, pleased that her years of practice had not been in vain. Wang Chu simply smiled along with her. No need to overthink it. My healing magic is the most potent. Once I can transform into the tree of life, you shall witness true healing. He mused to himself, stroking the area where his fur had been shaved. On the way home, the streets were as congested as ever, with hundreds of carriages encircling the Academy's entrance. Fortunately, he could still distinguish the crowd. Over here, sister, Emile waved from a distance. Laius smiled and rushed over, drawing the attention of numerous boys along the way. Her enchanting figure was captivating enough for another glance. Just before boarding the carriage, if Laius turned back, the throng of gazes would immediately revert to their original demeanor. as if nothing had occurred. "Do not mind them. Let us go. Sister, I have something to tell you." Emil grasped Leah's hand as they ascended into the carriage. His brow furrowed, appearing as though he were burdened by a heavy heart. Chapter 20. In my fury, you might perish. Your expression seems rather grim. What troubles you, Emil? Leah's inquired after settling into the carriage of the Lasificus family. Emil cast a glance at his sister, his lips twitching slightly, as if he were contemplating whether to divulge his thoughts. Wang Chu, curious, crawled out from the embrace of the other. Suddenly, he wore a pouty expression. "Do you know how detestable that Ek is? Unable to defend himself, he resorts to spreading rumors. He possesses no gentlemanly decorum," Emil said, crossing his arms in irritation. "And what of him? Is he to return home and inform his parents?" Leah's retorted dismissively, appearing entirely unconcerned. Observing his sister's nonchalant demeanor, Emil felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ek Farleo was of no significant merit. It was said he ran to his sister to complain after being bested in a confrontation. The Farleo family had a child teaching at Hadger Academy and was apprehensive that this incident would cast a shadow over his sister's forthcoming competition. Noticing Leah's confidence, Emil exhaled a sigh of relief. "It's all your fault, you mischievous little rascal. This incident is entirely due to you," he remarked, catching sight of Wang Chu appearing before him and reaching out to poke his head. "Don't run, you little scamp." Upon returning home, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. The Lasificus family, a noble lineage that had risen through martial prowess, maintained a modest household. Even amidst their power, diligence was the cornerstone of a warrior's growth. With their numbers already few, the early demise of Leah's and Emil's parents in battle rendered their home even more desolate. The first thing the sisters did upon their return was to approach their grandfather. Julian's door, which was usually ajar. Wang Chu had seen the old man poring over maps just yesterday, occasionally thumbing through a few books. Wang Chu noticed that the old fellow's belly had also swollen, given his age. He had likely been out of the fray for quite some time. "Grandfather, we have returned," the sisters announced at the threshold. Julian sat in a chair across from them. "You have returned," he replied in a voice marked by age. Standing to turn around, his weathered face adorned with a steely gaze that softened almost instantly. "Go and rest." "Very well, grandfather. You should rest early as well." The sisters nodded in agreement, preparing to depart when they were suddenly called back. "Leah's, should you encounter any difficulties at the academy, do not worry. The Lasificus family does not shy away from challenges." Though spoken casually, each word resonated with conviction, clearly alluding to the events of the day. It seemed their grandfather was already aware of the matter. "Thank you, grandfather. We understand," Emil replied joyfully, pulling Leah's along as they left. Before departing, Wang Chu crawled out from Leah's arms, glancing back at Julian's room. Astonished that the events had reached the old man so swiftly, it appeared he had quite the network of informants. Even a forlorn noble retains its essence. The Lasificus family was no exception. One wonders about the others. There seemed to be quite a few noble personages at Hadger Academy, and if they were to encounter them, one could only wonder if Leah's would be able to safeguard herself. Moreover, many were pressing Leah's to change her summoned beast. Although Wang Chu was not fond of his current animal form, he had no desire to meet his demise so easily. Had it not been for Leah's timely arrival, he might have truly perished that day. Power was of utmost urgency. Wang Chu needed his own abilities. Even in the guise of an animal, one must possess the means of self-preservation. As dusk descended, Leah's would quietly study martial techniques from her books. Granting Wang Chu his own time, that he climbed along the branches near the window, surveying for an appropriate spot. Ever since he had revived the fruit tree, its growth had become increasingly unruly, stretching ever higher. The branches near the wall were almost reaching the roof, and Wang Chu adeptly ascended, arriving at the apex of Leah's room, where the circular structure bore tiles to shield from the elements. The surface was relatively flat, making it an occasional perch for birds. This would do. The fruit tree concealed him, and the elevated walls of Leah's home ensured he remained unseen. That it was an ideal locale for practicing magic. Having acquired nature's fury and rejuvenation at the cost of nearly being flung to his demise, how could he not diligently hone these skills? In reality, casting magic did not involve pressing a skill key. Wang Chu recalled the claw strike method he had previously employed. Positioning his hands. What was the gesture for casting magic? Rubbing his hands together seemed to be a common trope among game characters. Cradling his hands as if embracing a large squash, he found himself surprised when a vibrant green orb materialized at the center of his palms. Was it truly that simple? His target was a bird in the distance that as the luminous sphere formed in his hands. It grew, roughly the size of a squirrel's palm, and he hurled it forth. Alas, the anger-infused orb vanished shortly after traveling a meter from him. Why was it so? The casting had failed, the target missed, and instead, the bird was startled into flight. Had he not allowed sufficient time for release? In games, anger spells were often instant-cast with a release time of approximately 15 seconds. In reality, however, there was no casting bar. Wang Chu had simply launched the spell upon its appearance. He decided to attempt once more, summoning another orb of fury, this time allowing a full 2 seconds of preparation. To his astonishment, the anger orb grew to nearly the same size as his own body, that if someone had been observing, they would have seen a magic sphere the size of a head soaring from atop a squirrel, aimed at the furthest bird in the sky. This time, although it flew forth at great speed, it still vanished just shy of reaching the bird. Wang Chu assessed the distance, estimating it to be around 200 to 300 meters. Was this range truly insufficient? He sought to test the limits of his spellcasting distance. In the game, a system prompt would declare, "Too far, I cannot attack this target." In reality, he had to discover his limits through trial and error, that if such distance was impractical, he would aim for something closer. Once more, he unleashed nature's fury, targeting a bird that was neither too far nor too near, perfectly positioned. The avian creature seemed to sense the impending danger and fled swiftly, but it was no match for the fury, which followed closely behind, striking true. Boom! The bird plummeted to the ground. Wang Chu rushed to inspect the result, noting that the creature had been thoroughly scorched, the air tinged with a faint acrid scent. Excellent. This was directional magic akin to that of the game. Even if one attempted to evade, the spell would follow its intended path. As for the potency and damage, given that he had struck a bird, Wang Chu was uncertain of the effects on a human target. Considering the size, it was palm-sized. Should I unleash my fury upon you, you might very well perish. He understood, but he needed to find more targets to experiment upon. Thus, throughout the evening, Wang Chu sought out subjects for his magical assaults. Next door, "Mother, look! The birds in the sky are all falling." Don't be ridiculous. They are likely just tired and resting. Chapter 21, Preparations before the Academy Competition, Part 1. Another dawn arrived, and Wang Chu once again awakened beneath Lia's enchantment. "Hurry up! I have never seen anyone sleep so soundly," she said, instinctively poking his head. "How curious. Does your fur grow so swiftly?" Lias observed the wound he had only just had shorn yesterday, which had healed and begun to sprout new skin, with a hint of fur reappearing. Naturally, Wang Chu thought to himself that as a grand druid, I possess numerous talents as a representative of nature. Druids, apart from wielding skills, also possess various other gifts. For instance, they can enhance all attributes with the wild mark, reflect damage with the thorn aura, and the auras differ depending on the druid's form. Cheetah form boosts physical attack, while owl form enhances magical attack. These are undeniably practical passive abilities. Just wait, Aster. Once I level up, I'll take you soaring and frolicking. These auras benefit not only oneself, but also allies. Currently, his only ally was Lia's, and their experiences were shared, and on the table before him lay an ample spread of food. Life with a wealthy family certainly had its perks, as he never had to worry about sustenance or shelter. Each day, the maids would quietly deliver warm meals, slipping in while Lia's remained asleep, setting the food down before departing without a sound, their care meticulous. Regrettably, the flavor was rather bland. After all, Lia's was a girl and preferred lighter fare. Even when it came to meat, it lacked the diverse sauces found in the Academy's kitchen. Wang Chu usually feasted on fruits. Only after discovering his penchant for meat did they occasionally provide him with dried or roasted strips, which, when consumed in excess, lost their appeal. Lia's maintained a punctual breakfast routine, and just as she was finishing, the servants would arrive with the attire for the day. although Hajar Academy had a standardized uniform. Leah's surely possessed a variety of outfits. Regardless, each day, as he nestled on her shoulder, he could catch a whiff of the fragrant scent of her freshly laundered garments. Last night's practice had given Wang Chu a clearer understanding of the casting distance and time required for nature's fury, approximately 15 seconds for casting. Based on the experimental power, it was lethal to creatures of similar size. If aimed at a human, it might take a bit longer. Moreover, considering the casting time, while merely a second's difference may seem trivial. Having witnessed Lia's martial prowess, Wang Chu believed even a fleeting moment could grant an adversary the opportunity to retaliate, that I sincerely hope for a swift upgrade. Possessing skills such as Fireball or Sunflower would indeed be immensely advantageous. The path of the druid is still long, so I shall take my time. Reflecting upon the hours spent leveling up in this game, I realize it required considerable dedication. Moreover, in the game, one can return to their corpse upon death. A luxury I cannot afford to contemplate in reality. It is prudent to stabilize my position before seeking advancement. As I followed Lyasis into the garden of the Lucifiga's residence, Emil awaited us there. Having arrived early, the surrounding area was bustling with servants tidying up the yard in the early morning light. Upon noticing Lyasis approaching, Emil excitedly dashed over, exclaiming, "Sister," before turning to me. "Good morning, little Carm. Are your injuries feeling any better?" She gently patted my head. "It's quite strange. Did it thunder last night? Why, this morning I've seen so many dead birds, and they all appear to be charred." At that moment, the nearby servants murmured amongst themselves that I had indulged too much in my own activities yesterday and failed to tidy up. "What birds? Let me see," Emil inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Miss, second miss," several servants greeted respectfully upon seeing the Lyasis sisters. What were you saying about birds struck by lightning? Did it rain yesterday? Hurry, let me see." Emil urged, that a sense of dread filled me. What if they believed someone had attacked the Lucifiga's family? The traces of magic were indeed too evident, and some birds had been pierced by my own spells. "Enough of this, Emil, that we can look later. If we don't hurry, we'll be late," Lyasis said, shaking her head at her sister's childlike exuberance. "Indeed. Second Mississippi, we have already dealt with them, that it will be difficult to find them now. And with the academy competition approaching, we must prepare diligently." The two sisters had always been amiable, which endeared them to the household staff. "Oh, right, sister, let us hurry. If we delay any longer, we won't find a place to practice, that it will surely be overcrowded everywhere." Emil shifted her focus, eagerly pulling Lyasis along. Lyasis sighed, casting a playful glare at her sister as they exited. The entrance of Hagar Academy was bustling with activity, yet I noticed that the buildings were adorned with various small flags, each depicting different designs. The atmosphere within the academy seemed charged with discussions about the upcoming competition, with many gathered to converse about who might be the strongest among the academies or which individuals might defeat others. There were even wagers being placed that I caught snippets of conversation regarding Lyasis. But as she passed by, the chatter ceased, and they cast furtive glances in our direction. "Sister, it seems we won't have classes in the coming days. How about I accompany you to practice?" Many courses at Hagar Academy are suspended as the competition draws near, allowing students to focus on their preparations. "Yes, that would be lovely," Lyasis responded, grateful for the company. This competition primarily targets students specializing in combat skills, while Emil's focus lies in support magic, thus granting them a respite. Curiosity piqued, I observed the scene. As Emil had mentioned, the academy was indeed teeming with students today. Just days prior, such crowds were absent, and even the adjacent grove, usually devoid of life, now echoed with the sounds of swords clashing, a cacophony of metal ringing, and the lament of trees. It was likely yet another fool practicing with a tree, leaving the poor old giants to suffer. "Sister, which academies do you think will make it to the finals?" Emil inquired with genuine curiosity. "Probably the usual contenders. Our warrior department has the largest numbers, so advancing to the finals should not be overly challenging. The mage and knight departments are also strong. However, it is uncertain for the archers and rangers, as neither has produced remarkable talents in recent years. There will undoubtedly be warlocks, but beyond that, it is difficult to predict," Lyasis explained. "What about the priests? Aunt Fiona's apprentices seem quite capable. Emil suddenly recalled. The High Priestess Fiona had maintained a close relationship with the Lucifigas family due to historical ties, and the sisters affectionately referred to her as Aunt. Don't be foolish. That's highly unlikely, Lyasis replied, rolling her eyes at Emil. Aunt Fiona specializes in healing magic. While priests possess many self-defense spells, most who pursue the priesthood are peace-loving individuals. Even those with formidable combat abilities would refrain from standing out in such a public setting. Otherwise, how would others perceive their profession? In open competitions, a large audience typically gathers. The presence of an overpowering priest would not bode well for public perception. After all, the benevolence and wisdom of priests are deeply ingrained in societal views, often shrouded in a divine aura. Among the populace, both male and female priests are more likely to attract attention from the opposite sex compared to other professions. Thus, there is no need for them to excessively showcase their abilities, even if they possess them. Oh, that makes sense that it's no wonder priests rarely register for academy competitions. Emil nodded in understanding. The sisters soon arrived at the academy's training grounds. Teeming with students, aside from the younger students, nearly everyone was accompanied by their summoned beasts. Let us settle here, sister, Emil suggested, pointing to a less crowded area ahead, surrounded by a few girls, making it convenient for practice. Though it is rather noisy, Lyasis commented, noticing the group of girls chattering away, glancing at the sisters with giggles as they resumed their conversation. Perhaps we should move over there, Lyasis proposed, gesturing towards a distant grove with a pond, where only a couple of younger students were seated on benches, likely enjoying a break from the competition. Such an opportunity is rare to find, and as I gazed at that spot, I realized it was where I had revived a sickly tree just days prior. From afar, I could see it had begun sprouting new leaves. Oh, I remember. I heard that tree had seemingly come back to life. It had been withered for years, yet recently it astonishingly started to grow green leaves again. As if resurrected, Emil exclaimed, pointing at the tree I had healed with my magic. It appeared that word of my deed had spread throughout the academy, a result of my momentary lapse in control. However, these students seemed rather idle, fixating on such whimsical tales. Surely, the teachers had not assigned enough work. There's no such thing as a soul returning to life. It's merely your embellishments, Lyasis remarked, her smile reserved for her sister as she gently tapped Emil's head. Oh, but how could that be? Don't the legends say that the elves revere souls? They believe forests are alive. I read it in my books. Emil protested, pouting in discontent while nursing her head. The mention of elves piqued my interest. This was my first encounter with the notion of other highly intelligent races since arriving in this world. Having witnessed various summoned beasts, I firmly believed in the existence of diverse races, though I wondered if these elves were akin to my imaginings or something entirely different. The grove was tranquil as the Lyasis sisters ventured deeper, and I suddenly heard that familiar voice again. Ah, you've returned, little one, we have missed you dearly. Where have you been? The voice belonged to the oldest tree in the grove, yet I pondered why it referred to my absence as brief. For I had been gone for 2 or 3 days. Indeed, little one, we wish to see you more often, another elder tree chimed in. Their words struck me as though they believed I had been lost to them. I remained silent, for now. My own voice merely elicited cries. The Lyasis sisters were well known within the academy, and sensing their reputation, the few individuals in the grove chose to vacate the area upon their arrival. This was fortuitous, as it afforded the two of them some peace. These trees have been here for many years, sister. Do you remember when we first enrolled? You were in the warrior department, and I would often wait for you here. Back then, this tree was already quite tall, but now it feels as if nothing has changed, only we have grown. Emil reminisced, gently caressing the ancient tree beside her. It dawned on me that the tree's sentiments stem from their perception of time. The lifespan of rodents is remarkably brief compared to that of humans. Even squirrels live only about a decade, let alone 100-year-old trees. Days to them are but fleeting moments that I observe the surrounding elder trees as they seem to greet me. Particularly the one sickly tree not far away, as Lyasis practiced. I was set aside, and due to my ability to comprehend human speech, the sisters felt at ease allowing me to wander, that I climbed up the trunk to perch on a branch. Observing Lyasis's movements, which resembled a graceful dance, Typically, I would avoid densely foliaged areas. Having never given them much thought during my days as a human, it became apparent that the trees were teeming with insects. Many of considerable size, particularly the larger insects, which were nearly the size of my palm. Their antennae, hairs, and exoskeletons were vividly discernible, and I felt my appetite waning the longer I gazed upon them. Since regaining my freedom, my appetite has indeed diminished significantly over these past few days, and I sincerely hope this girl can find a few individuals to spar with. Given her abilities, defeating a few of them should pose no challenge. And with that experience, she could truly enhance her skills. Currently, what Wang Chu yearns for most is to elevate his own strength. A druid who cannot transform is no different from a floundering fish. But of course, a flounder cannot wield rage, nor can it employ rejuvenation spells. Wang Chu can only offer himself some solace in his thoughts, observing that Liaz would be practicing here for quite some time. Wang Chu laid down on two relatively sturdy tree trunks, preparing to catch a nap. Suddenly, he noticed a glaring light flickering at the corner of his eye, and as he lifted himself, he discerned a beam of light. Who could be so frivolous? Following the source of the light, he discovered Lucia, clad in a black uniform, manipulating a metallic piece that reflected the sunlight. Seemingly aware of his gaze, she waved at him. "Is she beckoning me?" Lucia was gesturing animatedly, urging him to come over. Chapter 23. Has my handsomeness finally been discovered? Wang Chu initially considered pointing at himself to indicate that she was indeed calling him, but then suddenly realized that such an action might come across as overly flamboyant. Aside from the two sisters, no one knew of his intellect, and given that the Lia's sisters were right below, it would be inconvenient to leave. Thus, he opted to act as if he hadn't seen her and turned away, only for that beam of light to shine on him once more. He shut his eyes. Yet the light still found its way to his eyelids, causing a discomforting sting. This person relentless? The light flickered back and forth, irritating him further. Wang Chu opened his eyes to see Lucia across the lake, still waving, and this time with an added urgency that he could vaguely discern that she held some food in her hand, though he could not make out what it was. It was undoubtedly something edible. As she repeatedly mimicked the action of eating. "Stop it! Do you think that waving at me will compel me to come over?" At this moment, Wang Chu was convinced that she was treating him like a mere animal to amuse herself. He chose to ignore her and resumed his attempt to sleep. However, it wasn't long before a voice called out from below. "Is that you?" Emile exclaimed in surprise. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the figure in black approaching. Lucia had indeed come over. Liaz paused her sword training, gazing at the approaching Lucia. While she did not particularly like this girl, she also did not harbor any dislike. After all, assistant students typically came from impoverished backgrounds, which was why they worked part-time at the academy. Liaz had seldom interacted with such students, as their social circles rarely overlapped, and noble students were often viewed as haughty by their peers. Despite their upbringing, the noble demeanor often appeared ostentatious to those from humble origins, leading to minimal interaction between the two. Before her stood a girl who always wore a headscarf. It was difficult to discern her origins from her features. However, her fair complexion and enchanting eyes possessed a unique allure. For her physique, Liaz swallowed hard. Admittedly, it was indeed superior to her own. The fact that such a person was merely an assistant student, and only recently discovered, made her all the more intriguing. "You are Lucia, correct?" Emile inquired curiously, scrutinizing her appearance. She had heard numerous rumors about her. Everything from being the goddess in the eyes of the common folk to the most overlooked beauty in the academy. Naturally, there were also less flattering tales about her. Emile regarded her captivating smile, wondering if any of those rumors could possibly be true. After all, the academy was rife with gossip. "Yes, Miss Lucifigas," Lucia replied respectfully. Such a servant-like greeting made the two sisters uncomfortable. It felt as though it belittled their status in the academy. All students were just that, students, regardless of social rank. They typically addressed each other by name. "Is there something you need?" Liaz furrowed her brow. Lucia shook her head eagerly. No. I am here to express my gratitude for yesterday's incident." She spoke with her head bowed low, her demeanor appearing sincere. However, this subservient attitude made Liaz feel uneasy, being a strong-willed individual. She found such submissive behavior off-putting. "That matter is of no consequence. You need not dwell on it." But I must thank you in person. If not for your intervention, I might have truly fallen into the clutches of those people. Leah's nonchalantly responded, only to be unexpectedly countered by Lucia. To be honest, Leah's did not care much about this, as her initial intent was not to rescue her. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the small piece of roasted meat in Lucia's hand, cut into tiny pieces about the size of a fingernail, or even smaller, clearly not intended for human consumption. Are you looking for Cam? Yes. Lucia nodded vigorously. Did I see? Leah's pondered. No wonder, I felt something was amiss earlier. I had mistaken it for the rarity of interacting with common students. Despite Lucia's earnest attitude, there lingered an impression that her words were laden with ulterior motives. Cam, that little rascal is the one who stirred up this trouble. Cam, someone is here to see you, Emile chimed in, looking up at Wang Chu perched in the tree. Initially, he had climbed up to avoid seeing them, but ever since he had become a pet, Wang Chu's attitude towards women had gradually shifted, something that might be hard for one to believe. He was being fondled by two beautiful girls, thoroughly and intimately. Yet over time, he began to feel discomfort, especially when they touched his lower body to know it was more like they were squeezing, peeking down from his perch. He found three girls gazing up at him, particularly Lucia, with her ample bosom on full display. How perilous! She smiled brightly and waved at him, her alluring figure swaying enticingly. Stop. I've been feeling dizzy lately. I have no interest in anything. Perhaps even a lively, frolicking squirrel could be considered cute. I brought you some food. Come down quickly, Lucia continued to call out, having chased him all the way across the water. Couldn't she just pretend he didn't exist? Come down, Cam. Leah's also extended her hand, beckoning him down. With no choice but to oblige, given her status as his owner, Wang Chu leapt down directly into Leah's arms. The obedient summon seemed to delight her, and the two sisters surrounded him, offering gentle caresses before presenting him to Lucia. He is quite clever. Whenever he sees someone being bullied, he goes to help, Leah's explained to Lucia. However, to Wang Chu, it felt more like she was showcasing his unique traits while also putting some distance between herself and Lucia, that if he helps anyone, it implies that Lucia is not special. Indeed, Lucia nodded with a smile, seemingly not having absorbed Leah's words, instead greeting him. Hello, Cam. The two sisters exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar about this assistant student. Why did she seem so interested in Cam? Emile cast another glance at Wang Chu, aside from the patch on the left side of his face where fur had yet to grow back. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Could it be that this girl simply had an affinity for cute animals? Yes, that must be it. Cam simply appeared adorable. It possesses a unique ability, Lucia said, producing a small piece of roasted meat and placing it in Wang Chu's hand. Ability? Leah's gazed at Lucia in confusion. Aside from higher intelligence, Kim did not seem to possess any remarkable abilities. Have you not noticed? Whenever it appears, the surrounding creatures seem to be filled with joy. Lucia murmured to herself that a chill ran down Wang Chu's spine, that he recalled the moment they first met. Had she seen him using healing magic on that occasion? He struggled to piece together the memories. Lucia had appeared suddenly, leaving him no time to react. Chapter 24. The Grand Library. As the day wore on, Wang Chu found himself frequently reminiscing about that encounter, particularly the way Lucia had looked at him. Had she really been standing there the whole time, or had she merely been passing by? Logically, it shouldn't matter if she had seen him. Summoned beasts are not ordinary magical creatures or animals. He had encountered many summons that could wield magic. Even the fire lizards that often bullied him possessed fire magic. After all, he was summoned by the Lucifigas family, and it wouldn't be strange for him to know some magic. Yet, Wang Chu could not shake the image of Lucia's smile when she gazed at him during the day. It felt as if she could see right through him, that he had intended to inquire about her background with Leah's. But he found himself unable to speak, limited to mere exclamations. Writing was out of the question. He could not even scribble a single character in this world. Every time he opened Leah's myriad of books, he could only decipher the illustrations. Not a single word made sense to him. Perhaps it was time to learn how to read, Wang Chu mused. However, every time this thought crossed his mind, it felt increasingly hopeless. Mastering a written language was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight, that it required years, even decades of dedication. These past few days, it seemed the Academy's competition was indeed approaching. As he noticed Leah's rising earlier than before, each time they arrived at the Academy, she would quietly seek a secluded spot to practice. Over time, Wang Chu began to grasp some of the martial techniques of this world. He understood both skill and strength. Yet, every time Leah struck, the oppressive force radiating from her sword made him feel uneasy. Not to mention her magical energy and the visible shadow that danced around her while she moved. These were likely the true sources of her combat prowess. Since acquiring the fury of nature and rejuvenation spells, Wang Chu's comprehension of this realm had gradually transformed into something fantastical that it seemed anything was possible, even resurrection, for within his druidic repertoire lay the magic of rebirth, allowing him to revive even in the throes of battle that in the past. During his gaming days, he had been the best at resurrection among the druids. Each day, as Wang Chu observed Leah's diligently practicing, his own sense of boredom deepened. The interminable hours stretched before him, devoid of purpose. As long as Leah's refrained from combat, he found himself unable to gain any experience. Engaging in battles himself was futile, for with his current capabilities, he could not hope to prevail against anyone. Even if he were to spend an entire night chasing after a few small birds, the experience gained would be negligible. He sprawled languidly on the stone steps by the roadside, succumbing to a lazy slumber on the cool ground that in recent days, due to the influx of people, they had been compelled to shift their training locations almost daily. Fortunately, Leah's reputation at the Academy was commendable. Wherever she went, no one dared to disturb her. Occasionally, a few familiar faces would greet her during mealtimes. Wang Chu had already memorized the names of the top 10 students in the Academy. Aside from Leah's, there was Sesha Jamanri, a descendant of a family of fire mages, who was equally adept in the art of fire magic. This individual was Leah's sworn rival, and their encounters invariably ended in heated arguments or physical confrontations. Then there was Elvishak, a noble and dashing paladin, who exuded a peculiar air about him. His handsome appearance attracted numerous female admirers. Yet whenever he encountered Leah's, he would feign concern for her, leading Wang Chu to wonder if he harbored unspoken affections. The remaining 7 included Ben Augustus, the son of an official, known for his arrogant demeanor. Among the others was a short-haired girl, seemingly named Naira, who occasionally greeted Leah's. She often donned a flowing magical robe with a hood, and Emil had claimed she was a sorceress plagued by demons. Wang Chu was uncertain of the veracity of this assertion, but the mere sight of that short-haired girl sent shivers down his spine. Even on the hottest days, leaving him feeling unnervingly cold, as the sunlight streamed through, it transformed into a mosaic of colorful ripples beneath his eyelids. Looking up, he marveled at how beautifully the light illuminated the glowing orb atop the tower, casting a spectrum of colors in its reflection. Suddenly, he noticed the purpose of this building. How had he not seen it before? From a distance, he had glimpsed the luminous orb atop the tower, but had never ventured inside. With no one around, and the grand entrance wide open, Wang Chu glanced about. Leah's continued her sword practice, seemingly ensnared by some formidable technique, lost in her own struggles. She was training in the martial arts of the Lysifigas family, reputed to be derived from a sword saint. Thus the Academy merely provided her with theoretical knowledge, leaving her martial training largely unmonitored. Each noble family possessed its own esoteric techniques and spells, a fact that contributed to their enduring strength and prominence. Wang Chu would later reflect on this, realizing the plight of students from ordinary families, who, after a lifetime of study, might only master the most rudimentary spells and techniques. While the truly powerful magics and martial skills remained in the hands of the aristocracy. Observing Leah's troubled expression, it seemed unlikely she would cease her practice before sunset. Slowly, Wang Chu ascended the steps, gazing into the depths of the imposing door, pondering whether it led to a defensive tower, a bell tower, or an observation tower. His knowledge of this world remained woefully limited, and he was filled with curiosity about it. As he approached the grand entrance of the tower, he noted that from a human perspective, the door stood nearly a meter high, and one could only imagine the height relative to a squirrel, similar to the gates of an abyss. The tower's interior lacked windows, rendering it dark and spacious. Upon entering the dimly lit chamber, it suddenly illuminated as if responding to a summons. Yet, the light was not that of a bulb, but rather an intricate array of blue magical glyphs that shone forth, revealing the interior's layout. The circular tower was adorned with circular shelves brimming with countless books that it dawned on him that he had stumbled upon a library with what appeared to be over a dozen levels, each filled to the brim with tomes, possibly numbering in the thousands. There were no stairs in sight. Instead, directly before him floated a blue light circle that oscillated up and down. Curiously, Wang Chu stepped onto the circle, and in an instant, he found himself transported to the second level. How convenient, he mused. Upon reaching the second level, he discovered he was not alone. Several students occupied nearby seats. Due to his diminutive stature, he went unnoticed. "Who are you, little one?" "Unauthorized individuals are not permitted in the Grand Library." A voice resonated from a nearby pillar. Startled, Wang Chu turned to see a face resembling that of a human materializing on the wooden column. Struck speechless, he watched as the face continued. "How fascinating! I have witnessed the rise and fall of two great empires, the ascendance of the Eastern Kingdom, and the disregard for history and time. Yet, I have never encountered a creature such as you, a diminutive form housing unfathomable power." The visage on the pillar addressed him, its voice booming. Wang Chu glanced around. The others appeared oblivious to the conversation. "Only those who converse with me can hear my words." It seemed to read his thoughts. "Who are you?" Wang Chu inquired. Rooted in place. "I am the librarian of the Grand Library. You may call me Max, Insar, or Nezes, whichever suits you," it replied, and Wang Chu was taken aback by the fact that it could indeed hold a conversation with him. "What brings you to the Grand Library?" The voice reverberated in his ears, while the others remained unaware, and it seemed capable of hearing his innermost thoughts. Could it have discerned that he was an outsider? "As the librarian, I am here to assist you. Is there something you require?" The tone felt oddly mechanical to Wang Chu, prompting him to internally critique it, but the responses remained closely aligned with its previous statements. "I do not comprehend your meaning. You possess exceptional qualities and an enigmatic potential. You need only to broaden your knowledge and horizons." Wang Chu sighed in relief. Realizing this was merely an artificial intelligence, that he felt a mix of gratitude and disappointment. Having a true interlocutor would have been splendid. "You are the librarian of the library?" Wang Chu queried internally. "Indeed, little one, that you may pose any questions you have. But the Grand Library is exclusively accessible to students of Harjal Academy." The cold voice conveyed no emotion, and Wang Chu firmly believed that this entity was a magical construct, possessing a modicum of intelligence, but limited in dialogue. "I am Leah's Lucifigus's familiar," he finally declared, deliberating for a moment before revealing his true identity, concerned that the entity might remember every name he mentioned. "Familiar beings seldom visit the Grand Library." "Very well. You may select books from the first to third levels. However, access to the upper levels is prohibited for you." The librarian's voice echoed in his ears. "The first to third levels?" Looking around at the plethora of books, he mused that even a single level could occupy him for years. Yet he could not read. Even if he could only choose one book, he would struggle to comprehend it. The upper levels, he surmised, likely contained advanced knowledge of magic and martial arts, thus restricted from familiars. However, he was intrigued by the librarian's earlier comment, suggesting that some familiars did indeed venture here. Were there others like him, possessing high intelligence? He glanced around at the students, peering towards the edges to see if any familiar beings were present, but found none resembling him. "You may inform me of the books you seek." "I wish to learn about world history," Wang Chu replied without hesitation, having always felt a lack of understanding about this realm since his arrival. "It is located on the first level, in the third shelf of books." "The first tome," replied the librarian, exhibiting a mechanical proficiency in recalling the library's contents. "Even if you tell me, I still cannot comprehend," Wang Chu protested. "Could you perhaps explain it to me?" he inquired, realizing that conversing with this librarian could serve as a convenient means of learning. "Of course, it is my duty." The voice gradually receded, as if the entity were walking away. Wang Chu noticed that from the indicated shelf, the first book suddenly fell and hovered in midair, as if ready to take flight, before gently landing before him. The substantial tome towered over him, automatically flipping open to the first page. "All began long ago. Echoed the voice in his ears that as noon approached. Leah's gazed at the sun, which was growing ever hotter. Beads of sweat pooling on her brow. She tucked her hair behind her ears, noting the sparsity of people around her. She had long since grown accustomed to the fact that her presence rarely coincided with others. It was time for lunch, she mused, glancing at the sky to gauge the hour. Life at the academy was largely unstructured, particularly during this period when everyone was preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming academy competition. As long as they did not cause trouble, they were free to linger anywhere. Today, she had opted to remain near the grand library, which was relatively quiet at this hour, as most were engaged in practice. "Cam, let's go," Leah's called as she turned around, only to find the steps where Wang Chu had been sitting now empty. "That little rascal cannot sit still. Where has he scampered off to now?" she huffed, feeling fatigued and pondering whether she ought to establish some rules for him. Perhaps if he continued to wander off, she would deny him meals as a consequence. Cam, she shouted, searching the nearby trees for any sign of him, wondering if he had ventured to another branch. Ascending the steps to the grand library, she noted that the number of people was indeed quite sparse today. Typically, at this hour, the library would be nearly full. Yet today it was a rare sight to find so few present. Yet there was still no sign of K.A.M. that moment. A woman clad in a pink dress emerged from the grand library. "Hello. Have you seen a squirrel about this tall?" "Very lively," Leah's inquired, gesturing to indicate Wang Chu's stature. Upon lifting her gaze, she nearly lost her balance. How could someone appear in such a manner? Her eyes were black, nearly occupying a third of her face, resembling the eyes of an insect, and two long antennae swayed atop her emerald green hair. Initially taken aback by Leah's presence, she soon replied in a voice that was oddly resonant. "Are you referring to the squirrels? Those creatures that scurry up trees?" Leah's had never encountered such a peculiar tone, akin to the grating sound of metal scraping against metal. How could a person possess such a voice? It was then that she noticed the woman's figure was strikingly unusual, her waist scarcely wider than two clenched fists, and a luminous, white area on her chest appeared to harbor something glowing. White scales. When she smiled, Leah's gasped. Her teeth resembled enormous pincers, reminiscent of an insect's mandibles. "I apologize for startling you. I seldom venture out that I am Visera, the summoned beast of Mr. Edmund." As she introduced herself, Leah's realized that Mr. Edmund was none other than the name of the academy's headmaster. It turned out she was the summoned beast of the headmaster, a figure renowned throughout Hargill Academy, as a student of Hargill. Leah's could not be oblivious to the existence of this legendary archmage, a celebrated hero of the Asta Empire who had survived the founding wars, likely nearing several centuries in age, that he rarely made appearances at the academy. Yet all students willingly believed in his presence. Leah scrutinized Visera's lower half, only to discover her feet were shaped like two large toes of a vibrant green hue. The snug dress she wore swelled at the back, revealing a portion of her translucent body. Those were insect wings. She belonged to the humanoid summoned beasts, and moreover, was of the insect variety, Leah's pondered. "I just saw it dart into the library. It's quite amusing. It even engages in learning," Visera remarked with a giggle, covering her mouth that if it were a typical girl, such an action might have been enticing. However, when executed by a being resembling an insect, yet possessing human form, Leah's found herself at a loss for words. "Thank you." She hurriedly expressed her gratitude before dashing into the library, leaving Visera to glance back with an enigmatic smile at Leah's retreating figure. Chapter 26. The Chronicle of the World. Light, darkness, death, life, elements, and arcana represent the 6 known sources of energy in this world. Millennia ago, the 2 most widely utilized energies, light and elements, were referred to as the laws of the world. Holy knights and priests led by the light, while the mages' associations, governed by elemental energy, collectively held dominion over this realm. Regardless of which monarch reigned, a nation's stability relied heavily on the support of the majority of these powers. However, with the increasing numbers came heightened disputes. A faction arose, opposing the light, which they labeled as the most primal force of the world, that in a mere century, they developed into a force capable of contending with the holy knights and priests. Collectively known as the Dark Forces, wielding what was deemed dark magic. The power of death originated from the primordial southern races, the warriors of the war god Dalara, commonly referred to as the barbarians in human history. They were avaricious and robust, fervent devotees, bloodthirsty warriors who acquired their strength through various sacrifices, even at the cost of death, which they termed the power of death. Life emanated from the long-lived races. The most enigmatic beings in nature, the elves, reclusive and aloof, they shunned interaction with others, representing one of the most ancient races on the continent. Their prolonged lifespans and solitary natures resulted in scant records among humans. Tales of them were primarily conveyed through the accounts of adventurers each year. In certain Western nations, there existed large cities facilitating trade and communication between elves and humans. Yet those elves willing to visit were of the lesser variety, having taken on a more human-like appearance. As for the rumored primordial elves, records of them were exceedingly scarce. Arcane energy, also known as arcana, is one of the most extensively studied forms of magic in recent centuries, emerging as a unique entity from conventional magic. It encompasses time, space, and supernatural magic. The initial records of this ability also originated from primordial races such as the elves, following the intensification of the conflict between the forces of light and darkness. In the Holy War a millennium prior, much knowledge of conventional magic was lost in a bid to maintain their standing among various races and to ensure equilibrium between nations. Humanity began to develop alternative forms of magic, with summoned beasts being one of the manifestations of arcane magic. Oh, that is how it is, Wang Chu mused, listening to the head librarian elucidate the history of this world. Although he grasped only a portion of the information, the parts he did comprehend answered many of his lingering questions. Summoned beasts had only gained widespread usage in recent centuries, intended to enhance human capabilities. Thus, nearly every practitioner, regardless of strength, possessed their own summoned beast. No wonder summoned beasts were regarded with such significance. Wang Chu thought that he turned the pages, finding the text incomprehensible, yet the illustrations were easily decipherable. This world constituted a vast system. The realm he inhabited was known as the Asta Empire. Merely a prominent nation in the central region of the human kingdoms, seemingly a fragment of a once mighty empire. Surrounded by other nations, the borders were tightly secured, compelling the empire to prioritize the cultivation of exceptional talents. Such a sense of urgency was commendable, especially for an inland nation encircled by neighboring countries. Beyond the Asta Empire, several sizable nations lay adjacent, at least two of which appeared capable of sustaining conflict. The area where he resided was called Hargil City, a significant city in the west of the empire. Wang Chu meticulously examined the map of the nation, finding it quite intriguing. The central location was the capital, with major cities positioned to the east, west, south, and north. Hargil was situated in the west, forming a protective bastion around the capital, a distribution that seemed reasonable, provided the nation's ruler could maintain control. Wang Chu wished to gaze a moment longer, but his body was suddenly lifted. Who dares move this old man? He turned to see Lia's beautiful, yet angered visage. Ah, Aster, how did you arrive so swiftly? Wang Chu waved to Lia's, prompting an immediate smile to break through her previously simmering frustration. You still run about. I told you not to wander off, yet you refused to listen, she chided, poking her finger at her temple. Though the force was slight, it stung Wang Chu's petite squirrel form. Lia's had initially entered the grand library to inquire with others, or perhaps the ever-present head librarian, but upon reaching the first floor, she spotted Cam's diminutive figure, tail raised, squatting in front of a book. What are you reading? She set Wang Chu aside and peered at the book on the floor. The Chronicle of the World. You actually read this, she expressed her surprise. Although Lia's was aware of her summoned beast's considerable intellect, she hadn't expected Cam to engage in reading and learning. However, what could he possibly want with world history? Did he aspire to become a scholar? This book was an introductory theoretical text, serving as a primer for understanding history. Can you comprehend it? Lia's inquired with curiosity. Wang Chu initially nodded, then hurriedly shook his head. Very well then. Let's take it back and read it at leisure. She picked up the book and cradled Wang Chu in her arms, preparing to depart. No, wait, don't ask her. Wang Chu silently screamed, regretting his earlier nod, which had prompted her to directly seize the book. Who would explain it to him later? He couldn't decipher the text. Yet Leah's, oblivious to his silent pleas, persistently clutched the book as they left, and Wang Chu heard her announce her name at the magical sigil area. Likely to the astute head librarian. Alas, there was no remedy. Wang Chu sighed, hoping it wasn't the only copy in the library, and resolved to return at another time. Leah's carried Wang Chu away from the grand library. It was already lunchtime, and many students were heading towards the dining hall. Suddenly, a resounding noise erupted from the east. "It's coming," Leah's muttered to herself. "What is coming?" Wang Chu wondered, but as he observed the source of the commotion, it resembled the sound of celebratory cannon fire, colorful smoke wafting into the sky, heading towards a larger venue. "Cam, over there! That is where we will battle tomorrow," Leah spoke to herself. So, it was almost time. The academy competition they had been discussing was indeed scheduled for tomorrow. Following Leah's gesture, Wang Chu saw that the colorful smoke was drifting toward a massive circular structure, resembling a coliseum as he had envisioned. That would be the site of the Academy's competition. Tomorrow, Chapter 27. Pre-competition preparations. Upon returning home, Leah's exuded an air of silence. Was she anxious about tomorrow's competition? The girl felt tense, reflecting that her day had unfolded with little joy. "Oh, don't worry. You are my Aster, and I still rely on you to level up and gain skills," she thought. Yet her demeanor conveyed an overwhelming fatigue that in the evening. Only her sister Emile visited her, along with a brief greeting from the family patriarch upon his return. It appears that the entire Lucifiga's family is feeling the pressure emanating from Laius. Today, the courtyard has grown significantly quieter. Usually, as the sun nears its descent, a few servants can be seen playing in the yard before Laius's window, and I would often observe them from my perch by the window. However, today, everything is turned exceedingly silent. Laius sits alone in her room, meticulously polishing her long sword, with an image of the sword saint hanging above her head, a symbol of the Lucifiga's family's glory. "Cam," her voice echoes in the stillness of the room, striking a hollow note. From the basket on the bed, Wang Chu lifts his head, and their eyes meet. It is rare to see Laius with such a serious expression, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. "Tomorrow, we shall take to the battlefield." For students, this competition is akin to an examination, a battlefield in its own right, as it will determine each individual's capabilities for the foreseeable future. Wang Chu nods in acknowledgement. "Are you afraid?" he inquires. Leaning closer, feeling the gentle warmth of Laius's breath, that he shakes his head in response. After all, this battle is not his to fight. Why should he be fearful? Perhaps she is nervous. Logically, as one of the top 10 students at the academy, Laius should not fear anyone of lesser strength, unless my presence induces some apprehension in her. And no matter how resolute one may sound verbally, the reality of confrontation often yields unexpected outcomes. I'm not afraid either." It seems she has steeled her resolve. Laius nervously tugs at a strand of hair near her mouth, a slight pang of discomfort that Wang Chu chooses to overlook. "Rest assured, although my strength may not yet be formidable, I possess enough offensive capability, and combined with your prowess, we shall not falter." He understands that Laius's concern lies not in the fear of losing, but rather in the potential tarnishing of her family's reputation. Yet for reasons unknown, he feels compelled to assist her. The night of waiting drags on. Perhaps due to the tension, Laius, despite retiring to bed early, tosses and turns until the moon rises. Wang Chu listens to the creaking of the wooden bed echoing in the quiet room, gradually succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, he feels as though he has awakened again, the surroundings morphing into a verdant landscape. After experiencing the Emerald Dream once, Wang Chu has come to recognize this place, that if the previous dream had boundaries. This time, the scene before him is transformed into a dense forest, with twisting green trunks appearing beneath his feet. The original house now vanished, replaced by thick vines. Wang Chu gazes upward at the sky. A deep azure still speckled with stars, for the Emerald Dream is also known as the dream of creation. Everything here is both real and surreal, representing the world's most primordial state. Beyond the indescribable trees, he notices an increase in the appearance of animals. They regard him with curious eyes, as if urging him to wake. "Wake up, Kim, we must set out early today." The scene before him begins to blur. He shuts his eyes and shakes his head. And when he opens them again, he finds himself back in Lias's room. How can time pass so swiftly? I have scarcely moved, yet the Emerald Dream's duration seems absurdly short, and no wonder the legendary druids in the tale sleep for millennia within the Emerald Dream. At this rate, a single night for me might equate to a month. Before Wang Chu can voice his thoughts, Lias pulls him out the door. Breakfast is not served in their room today, but rather brought to the carriage. As they walk and eat, accompanying Lias is still his sister, Emile. Eat slowly, sister, that we have quite a journey ahead. There will surely be many spectators for the competition today. We must arrive early, or we won't even make it through the Academy's gates. Emile's analysis reveals to Wang Chu the true popularity of the Hargill Academy's competitions. Being the highest institution in the city, such special occasions are open to the public, allowing any citizen to attend. The noise outside the carriage is indeed cacophonous, resembling a throng of carriages in motion. Confirming that the turnout is substantial, that as they approach the Academy's gates, the carriage comes to a halt, unable to advance further. Though Lias and Emile arrived early, there are still those who arrived before them. It is always like this. There is bound to be a traffic jam at this hour. Emile sighs, gazing at the long queue outside the carriage with a sense of hopelessness. It's all right. The time is still early. We can wait a bit, and besides, Sister's group is in the 5th tier, so it won't commence too quickly, Emile reassures him. The Academy's competitions are divided into tiers from 1 to 5, with participants drawn by lot. To ensure fairness, competitors from various factions face off, and only victors advance to the next round. Given the varying abilities of the participants, the Academy meticulously ranks them to prevent lopsided matches, grouping those of similar strength together. Ultimately, the winners of each tier will compete against one another to determine the final standings. No, this time is different, Lias suddenly interjects. Different? Yes, because everyone has summoned beasts now, making it challenging to compare strengths using past rankings. This time, the order will be determined by drawing lots, which is unlike previous competitions. Upon hearing her explanation, Emile understands why Lias was so anxious last night that in prior tier arrangements, Lias only needed to analyze the strategies of the top 10 students, whom she was quite familiar with. However, this new method means there is no room for analysis. Everything hinges on raw skill, and Lias has endured many matches without a combat beast. The thought leaves Emile speechless, covering her mouth in disbelief. Rest assured, I have no intention of relinquishing my position among the Academy's top 10. Lias comforts her sister, though internally, she wonders why she is still worrying at this stage. Lias, it seems you need to rally your spirits. Chapter 28. Big brother, you are mistaken. This squirrel is quite impressive. Part 1. The Hargill Academy's competition is open to all citizens, allowing residents of Hargill City to come and watch. During Wang Chu's time in this world, he has never witnessed such a crowd. From a high vantage point, he gazes down at a sea of people. The competition takes place in the Academy's largest arena, resembling a traditional coliseum, with a circular structure enclosing the central area, surrounded by elevated platforms for spectators. I have never seen so many people, Lias remarks. Her voice barely audible over the din. Wang Chu turns to see a male student nearby, accompanied by a beast lying on the ground, the name of which escapes him. Almost all the students on this line are accompanied by their summoned beasts, making Lias's squirrel appear quite out of place. That must be the descendant of the Sword Saint. Lias, that I heard her summoned beast is a squirrel. Seems true enough. How could she possibly win with that? It's no wonder the rules for this competition have changed. A snide voice emerges from the crowd. I heard the rules were altered specifically because of her blunder, which is why the Academy had to change its traditional competition format. This rumor has circulated within the Academy, suggesting that Lias, once highly favored, caused an upheaval that led to the modification of the rules. Wang Chu has never encountered such gossip before, and even his typically inquisitive sister Emile has remained silent on this matter. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have to endure this. The voices continue unabated. Such remarks, regardless of their intended target, are intolerable to Wang Chu that he glances at Lias, surprised to find her remarkably composed today. Had this been any other occasion, she would have unsheathed her sword to defend herself. With a thunderous boom, cannon fire erupts, finally shattering the awkward tension in the AI. An elderly man clad in white steps forward, addressing the assembled crowd. Esteemed residents and beloved students, it is that time again. Yes, I remember the last purple flower. Such a morning as this. The elder begins to meander through idle chatter, and Wang Chu has gradually grown accustomed to the whimsical opening remarks typical of this world. Guess how long he intends to talk this time? Who knows? I wager he won't cease until someone becomes restless. Wang Chu thinks, grimacing at the ongoing monologue. Time drags on, and he notices Lias swaying slightly. Yet the elder continues his speech. Now, let us introduce our special guest today, Baron Benedictus, the Lord of Hargill City, and the Academy's headmaster, the Grand Sorcerer Edmund. Upon hearing these names, the previously drowsy crowd erupts with excitement. The Lord and the headmaster are here. Wang Chu glances at the platform where the two dignitaries wave to the audience. And to his surprise, he spots several familiar faces among the crowd that not Lias's grandfather. He too has arrived, seated in the VIP section alongside a frequently accompanying wizard, whose name eludes Wang Chu. After the introductions of the distinguished guests, the competition finally prepares to commence in earnest. Each participating student would draw lots at a designated location, facing the opposite direction where their corresponding opponent awaited. Ivina. Lias whispered the name of her adversary, her countenance darkening. Was her opponent exceptionally formidable, or perhaps one of the top 10 in the academy? Cam, it seems our luck has taken a turn for the worse this time, she remarked with a slight smile that betrayed her inner turmoil. Wang Chu discerned the underlying helplessness in her expression. Could it be that his earlier assumption was correct, that this Ivina possessed remarkable strength? He had always regarded Lias as one of the most capable individuals in the academy. A standout even among the top 10. It was likely that few could match her prowess. Perhaps this Ivina truly belonged to that elite circle. Observing Lias's furrowed brow, Wang Chu noted that while she typically shunned conflict, she was fiercely protective of her family's honor and held a stubborn disposition that if even Lias exhibited such concern, her opponent must indeed be formidable. Amidst the cheers, the competition commenced, with Lias's match scheduled to occur later, granting her the opportunity to watch from the stands. The arena designated for the contestants was distinct from that of the ordinary spectators, situated conveniently adjacent to the entrance to the arena. Lias settled into a seat near the passageway, and in this unique setting, exchanges were minimal, as most competitors focused intently on preparing for their matches. Wang Chu observed Lias, who appeared burdened by her thoughts. Sister, haven't you participated in numerous competitions? How else could you have secured a position among the Academy's top 10? Surely you won't falter at such a crucial moment. He paid no heed to the ongoing battle below. Next match, Lias versus Ivina, announced a voice from the arena. It's already time. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager for the duel between the two competitors. Only Lias seemed startled, as if awakening from a dream. Taking a deep breath, she spoke to herself with a smile. Let us go, Cam, that it's our turn. Lias Lucifegus. Where is your summoned beast? Surely you're not so confident as to believe you can defeat Ivina alone, someone remarked. Nonsense. Did you not see the squirrel perched on her shoulder? It said that Lias summons a squirrel. She is destined to lose this time. As she descended from the stands, the air was filled with snide remarks. Suddenly, a figure with fiery red hair appeared before Wang Chu. Was that Sesha Jiminy? She had come to taunt Lias, her sworn rival. The two had never exchanged pleasantries. I never imagined your opponent would be her. Sesha remarked without turning to face them. Oh, do you truly believe I will lose? Lias retorted with a cold laugh, for their encounters always unfolded in this manner. Just don't lose before I get my chance at you. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient. Sesha continued to avoid making eye contact with Lias. Surprisingly, Wang Chu sensed a hint of comfort in their exchange. Despite their mutual disdain, there was an undercurrent of camaraderie. Following Sesha's words, Lias appeared more composed as she walked into the arena, where her opponent awaited, a woman adorned in a striking blue robe, her azure hair complementing her attire. I didn't expect to encounter you in the first match, she said, stepping forward, noticing the slit in the robe that revealed her long, elegant legs. Ivina seemed quite familiar with Lias, and as they approached each other under the gaze of the crowd, they engaged in the customary pre-match etiquette. Bowing to one another, though their private exchanges were inaudible to all but themselves. "Indeed, your summoned beast is quite the creature," Ivina remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Chu, who was perched upon Laius' shoulder. "What do you mean by creature?" Wang Chu felt a surge of indignation at Ivina's dismissive gaze. "I advise you to surrender. You are no match for me." Ivina's words astonished Wang Chu. Who was this person? He had never encountered anyone like her among the Academy's top 10, that Laius' abilities were widely recognized. Could there be a hidden powerhouse even beyond that elite cadre? Wang Chu scrutinized Ivina's attire, which was a delicate shade of blue. Her hair a similar hue that as she drew near. A chilling aura enveloped him. "It seems Laius has drawn the short straw. Ivina is the strongest ice mage in the Academy. A bane to warriors that Laius' greatest asset is her speed, but this time she may face a daunting challenge." Indeed, Ivina was destined for the top 10, but she fell short against the Paladin in the previous match. Otherwise, the ranks would have been reshuffled. That I've heard that her newly summoned beast is a lion with formidable attacking power, perfectly complementing Ivina's ice magic. An impeccable combination. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Chu began to grasp the extent of Ivina's capabilities. Meanwhile, Laius led Wang Chu to a corner. "What are you doing?" he queried as she set him down on the ground. "Stay here and watch. Let me show you how I handle this," she instructed, playfully tapping her head. She is actually putting her summoned beast aside. "How arrogant," came the snickers from the stands. "But perhaps bringing it along wouldn't team matter. A mere trifle like that might not survive being stepped on." Wang Chu felt a surge of frustration at the jeers from above. Yet the battle before them had already commenced. "This is your own doing, Jia. Arise." Ivina's voice rang out, and the air around them began to coalesce rapidly, the ground chilling beneath them. "Behold, Ivina's absolute zero." Wang Chu felt the earth grow frigid, even the soil freezing beneath him, prompting him to scramble up a nearby metal structure. The frost swiftly followed, freezing the base of the platform. The ability to freeze even this was astounding that he turned his attention back to the combatants. The frost spread across the ground like a carpet, encircling Laius' feet. Realizing evasion was impossible, Laius had to rethink her strategy. Ivina excelled in ice magic, which aimed to restrict her speed. Lacking the capabilities of a sorcerer to dispel magic, she could only engage in combat as a warrior. With speed rendered useless, she resolved to rely on her strength. "Break for me," Laius declared, her sword poised to sever the incoming ice blades. Just as she struck, a massive shadow lunged toward her, a lion, its size dwarfing hers. Laius had no choice but to defend against the imminent attack. The lion's strength was overwhelming. Laius staggered backward from the impact, and as the first strike passed, an ice arrow flew from the shadows. Targeting her chest, she sidestepped, but the sharp edge still tore through a portion of her clothing. Laius is truly impressive. Even in such dire straits, she exhibits remarkable skill, someone in the stands remarked. As the match garnered considerable attention, with dignitaries craning their necks for a better view. But what of it? The disparity between having a summoned beast and not having one will soon become apparent. Do you not see why everyone summons their beasts? Especially in prestigious families, the use of powerful summoned beasts is paramount, as they often surpass mere humans in combat effectiveness. Whether in melee, magic, or healing, everyone of age would summon their beast, for their prowess in battle greatly exceeded that of a single individual. Though the lion's assault was straightforward, its massive form and strength overwhelmed Laius, leaving her unable to utilize her speed. Additionally, the pressure from Ivina's beast was palpable that moment. Laius began to understand her grandfather's insistence on securing a more powerful summoned beast for her, despite multiple attempts to breach the lion's defenses. Laius found herself continually thwarted, and the relentless barrage of magic intensified, the cold creeping up her legs. Panic set in as she felt her senses dulling. Was it truly impossible to fight without a summoned beast? Was she destined to concede to her grandfather? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Suddenly, a blizzard descended, and although she leapt out of the magical range, she could not evade the lion's onslaught. The beast's paws struck with devastating force, tearing her sleeve apart and exposing a significant portion of her fair skin to the audience's astonishment. Laius's figure was unveiled, eliciting gasps of surprise that I in a flurry of embarrassment. Laius hastily wrapped her arms around herself, her cheeks flushed with color. Ivina, equally taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, momentarily halted her assault, yet the unruly lion showed no signs of restraint. Let this all come to an end, surely. You wish for it to conclude swiftly, Ivina declared, her voice resonating through the arena. The judges at the forefront prepared to intervene should the lion pounce, aware that this was an academy match, not a life-or-death battle. Laius glimpsed the lioness' impending strike, yet found herself incapable of raising her arms. With tear-filled eyes tightly shut, she resigned herself to the inevitable boom, accompanied by the lion's roar. The clash resonated throughout the arena. Laius opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that the fierce lion that had pounced upon her was struck by some form of magic. Wait, isn't that Laius's summoned beast? What is it doing standing in front of her? The crowd rubbed their eyes, only to discover that the creature blocking Laius was indeed her summoned beast. Its diminutive stature made it difficult to see clearly unless it stretched its neck. What is it doing? Is it seeking death? Just as the onlookers puzzled over this, they noticed a peculiar magical orb materializing in the squirrel's tiny hands. Indeed, it was a magical sphere. This creature could wield magic with a flick of his wrist. Wang Chu cast a spell, Wrath of Nature. Boom. The spell struck the lion once more, eliciting a long, mournful howl that jolted the spectators back to reality. Magic. It was undeniable. This little creature truly possessed magical abilities. As the crowd marveled, they saw the squirrel turn and raise its paw. No, its claw, toward Laius that a vibrant, colorful aura began to swirl around it. Wang Chu had cast a rejuvenation spell upon Laius. Chapter 30. Behold, I have mastered many new tricks. Behold my transformation into a bear. His toes were freezing. The range of this creature's magic was indeed troublesome. An eerie silence enveloped the area. No sound could be heard. What had just transpired? That squirrel had used magic. Unbelievable. Was it truly imbued with magical power? It was well known that one must possess innate magical talent to learn spells, and such individuals were exceedingly rare, if humans were few. How could a mere squirrel have acquired such skills? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the squirrel turned back and cast another spell toward Laius, enveloping her in a swirling halo of colors. What kind of magic was this? The audience collectively gazed in astonishment, having never witnessed such a magical manifestation encircling a person. Look at Laius's wounds. They seem to be healing, someone in the front row noted, observing the visible restoration of the injuries she had sustained during the battle. It's healing magic. That is a healing spell. A figure clad in white leapt to his feet, excitement evident in his voice. He was a cleric. At that moment, the crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This squirrel might indeed be extraordinary. Even Laius could hardly believe her eyes, yet the transformation of her wounds incessantly reminded her that this magic was indeed mending her. Camus. Laius attempted to rise slowly, her astonishment eclipsing her usual shyness as she stood. The torn edges of her garment fluttered in the breeze, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her form. Wang Chu turned, wearing an expression of helplessness, regardless of his facial expressions. The creature could not comprehend them, so he chose silence, his utterances merely sounding like ordinary calls to outsiders. "Thank you, Camus," Laius said. Surprising Wang Chu with her first words of gratitude, he looked up, her gaze seemingly understanding his unspoken thoughts. "Be careful. It's coming again." Before either could react, the lion's roar echoed once more behind them. Infuriated by the pain inflicted by Wrath of Nature, the lion surged with rage. Wang Chu quickly climbed on Laius's shoulder. Finding solace in her warmth against the icy chill below, he hurled another Wrath of Nature spell. And this time, everyone could see clearly. The squirrel truly wielded magic, the lion being an intelligent summoned beast. Noticed the magical orb in Wang Chu's hand and swiftly altered its course to evade the attack. However, to its surprise, the magical projectile curved mid-flight. The crowd, including Ivina, gasped in astonishment as the wrath of nature struck the lion with a resounding impact. Seizing the opportunity, Laius charged forward, gripping her sword with both hands and summoning all her strength to deliver a powerful slash, the sword's aura cutting through the air toward the lion. Gaia! Ivina barely had time to react before the lion was sent sprawling several meters away. Gaia, are you all right? She exclaimed, rushing to the lion's side. Despite enduring several blows, the lion remained formidable. Its massive size granted it exceptional resilience. You insignificant creature, you have thoroughly enraged Gaia. The furious roar reverberated, ringing painfully in the ears of those nearby. Only Wang Chu, being of the same animal kingdom, could decipher the lion's words. I will make you feel Gaia's wrath. The voice sent shivers down Wang Chu's spine. The disparity in size exemplified the laws of the animal kingdom. Sometimes, size dictated status and strength. Until he mastered powerful magic, Wang Chu could not transcend this physical barrier. Wait, perhaps the earlier battle had unlocked a specific skill within him. Excellent. Gaia, you're all right. Ivina breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the lion still standing. Though slightly wounded, it appeared capable of continuing the fight. As long as Gaia remained, victory was within reach. However, Ivina was taken aback to discover that the seemingly unremarkable squirrel could wield magic. And healing magic at that. What a clever trick. Lies that I never imagined you had such capabilities hidden away, Ivina remarked disdainfully. The revelation that the squirrel possessed such talents left the onlookers scratching their heads, hoping against hope that what they witnessed was not real. When had the world become so unrecognizable? A mere squirrel could attain such formidable prowess. Some even pinched themselves. It hurt. This was no dream. Reality was terrifying. The lord seated in the VIP section cast a glance at Laius's grandfather. I had no idea your Lysifergus family had such a card up its sleeve. Ha ha, Urian chuckled, remaining silent. Not just he, but even Laius, the master, likely had never encountered a squirrel with such capabilities to AT that moment. In the arena, Wang Chu leaped down from Laius's shoulder. Camus, return, stay away from them. He tugged on the squirrel's tail, pulling it back. The ground remained icy. Any increase in movement would result in frost rapidly ensnaring their legs. The battle had now transformed into a 2-on-2 scenario. Ivina regarded Laius. In terms of strength, Gaia undoubtedly surpassed her, and in magic, she was confident she would not be outmatched by a mere squirrel. Therefore, she believed victory was still within reach. Yet, that little creature could also heal. This posed a genuine dilemma. Gaia, the primary target is that creature. Take it down first, Ivina commanded, pointing at Wang Chu to AT that moment. The lion was eager for action, inching closer, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, mingled with its own blood. You little creature, you brought this upon yourself, that I shall tear your flesh apart, piece by piece, then grind your bones to dust. Gaia, show your might, the lion roared. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate my own prowess. Transform into a bear, Wang Chu bellowed, breaking free from Laius's grip. His roar startled the two combatants. This was no ordinary squirrel's call. The sound reverberated painfully in their ears. Meanwhile, the squirrel began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its fur lengthened. Its body expanded as if shedding its skin. Its nose protruded, and its paws grew larger, developing sharp claws. The sudden metamorphosis left Laius staggered, retreating a few steps in shock. Wang Chu's roar gradually became distinguishable. It was a bear. A colossal bear. In the blink of an eye, a black bear appeared, slightly larger than the lion. That if the revelation of the squirrel's magical abilities had merely astonished the crowd, this transformation into a giant bear surpassed all comprehension. Those present were utterly flabbergasted. Was this still an animal? They had never heard of a creature that could change its species. This was akin to a spirit of nature. No, a divine being. The spirit of the great bear had manifested. Wang Chu finally presented himself to the spectators as a true druid. Chapter 31. The bear folk fear nothing. The spirit of the great bear. This was the druid's bear form. Wang Chu looked down. His enlarged physique granted him a broader perspective, allowing him to see the stands of the arena clearly. Even the front row was within his line of sight. The lion now seemed less imposing, far more manageable than he had imagined. The bear model in the game appeared to be merely human-sized. Yet in reality, he was significantly larger, approximately the size of 3 people combined, akin to the guardian bear of his fantasies. Suddenly, he felt warm. Perhaps it was the density of his fur that rendered Ivina's icy enchantments ineffective. The transformation into bear form was not merely superficial. It imbued him with a sense of fullness, as if he were cocooned tightly, impervious to injury even from great heights. To know, it was undoubtedly his aura's power. The druid's bear form, embodying the spirit of the great bear, was inherently resilient. In gaming terms, it equated to being a tank. Armor value increased by 400, stamina and health boosted by 100, immunities to transformation effects. Just then, the lion lunged at him. Now that their sizes were comparable, if not slightly in Wang Chu's favor, he reached out effortlessly to counter the lion's assault. The lion's sharp claws left scratches on his thick hide. A slight sting that was hardly bothersome. Thank goodness for his thick skin. Come on, you foolish creature. The bear folk fear nothing. The emergence of the giant bear left Ivina flabbergasted. Even Lias found herself at a loss for how to respond. As the bear drew closer, Lias could feel its warmth, the frost beneath her melting away. It could transform. Ivina, who had been poised to unleash an ice arrow, halted in her tracks. With a roar, Gaia charged again, intent on exacting revenge. What had begun as a battle of magic and physical prowess had now devolved into a brutal clash between 2 colossal beasts. However, it was evident that the ferocious attacks of the lion, Gaia, inflicted little damage upon its opponent. The colossal bear could even rise to its feet and grasp the lion's neck with both paws. That a series of heavy blows, sweeping strikes, and lacerations ensued. Wang Chu commenced utilizing the skills inherent to his bear form, and the bleeding effect from the lacerations left ghastly scars upon Gaia's body as he struck. Clearly, in terms of physical prowess, this lion was no match for him. He would simply cast a rejuvenation spell upon himself later and comfortably recline in bed for a few months. Hadn't it been quite fierce just moments ago? I could easily finish you off. Wang Chu's assault did not instill fear in Gaia. Rather, it incited a more ferocious retaliation. Strangely, even he felt the pain from his wounds intensifying. Why would it not cease? Was it due to the nature of his skills? In the game, the guardian bear, fulfilling the role of a tank, possessed several skills to draw aggro. Having just transformed into bear form, his available skills were limited. But almost all were designed to attract enmity. Suddenly, a blue magic spell struck him squarely in the face, sending a chill coursing through his body. That it was a magical attack, launched by Ivina. Gaia, abandon the battle plan. You deal with Lias, and leave this bear to me, she bellowed. The magical assault exposed a weakness of the guardian bear. While it could withstand formidable physical attacks, it was particularly vulnerable to magical ones, which bypassed armor and posed the greatest threat. That I have prepared for this competition for so long. I cannot afford to lose here. That Ivina's hands shimmered with light as she began to chant incantations. Above, a pure white ring of ice materialized in the sky. It's a blizzard. Cam, dodge, came Lias's voice from behind, clearly indicating that she too was readying herself. However, the distance was too great. He would have to navigate through the lion's assault to reach Ivina. Without hesitation, Wang Chu charged forward for a head-on strike. Instantly charge at the target, interrupting their casting and preventing them from using magic for 4 seconds. In the blink of an eye, his bulky form barreled toward Ivina, while simultaneously he let out a low, taunting roar at the lion behind him. An eerie sensation washed over him. Ivina's spell was abruptly dispelled, and it felt as though her magical source had been obstructed. An unfamiliar sensation, akin to being suffocated. The brilliance above him faded, and more perplexingly, the lion that had been charging toward Lias suddenly redirected its attack toward the guardian bear. Elder sister, I've held the aggro. The target is stabilized. But you need to output. Ivina, true to her status as a top student, swiftly regained her composure after a brief moment of surprise, channeling her magic once more against the bear, icy snow cascading down its fur. Ouch, that really hurts, Wang Chu thought, as the combination of physical and magical attacks began to overwhelm him. That he hastily cast a rejuvenation spell upon himself. but the effects remained negligible. Survival instinct instantly increases maximum health by 30 for 30 seconds. As the skill activated, Wang Chu felt the wounds inflicted by the lion begin to mend, and his bare skin sprouted a bark-like texture. He also employed the damage reduction skill, Bark Skin. Reduces damage taken by 20. This was his last line of defense. Elder sister, if you don't come soon, I might meet my end. The spectators were incredulous, witnessing such a flawless combat formation, drawing all enmity upon a single person, leaving only the task of attacking. Damn it, if I had team members like that, I would have dared to take on S-rank missions long ago. Among the audience were numerous mercenaries from the city, accustomed to living on the edge, who could not help but voice their astonishment at the unfolding battle that AS expected. Leah's would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. The moment Ivina's magic faltered. She was ready, especially as the lion turned to attack. It's all over, Ivina. The longsword lunged forward. Close quarters combat was lethal for a mage. Leah's pivoted her sword just before contact, for in a competition. There was no need to genuinely harm anyone. However, Ivina's fragile physique could not withstand the impact. Upon the mere brush of the blade, she collapsed to the ground. The crowd remained momentarily stunned. This match had exceeded everyone's expectations and understanding. It was likely that from this day forth, the squirrel would evolve into the condition necessary for Leah's to reclaim the title of the strongest. Well, the match is concluded. The announcer finally regained his composure and declared, "The victor is Leah's Lascivious." Chapter 32. The winner of the Mouse Bear. Following a brief silence, cheers erupted from the arena. For regardless of the unexpected outcome, the ultimate victor deserved respect and admiration. "Hooray, we've won, Cam!" Leah's exclaimed joyously, clutching her long hair, her tattered garments exposing a considerable portion of her alabaster skin, completely oblivious to her state that it seemed she had not yet realized. She continued to embrace herself. But with Wang Chu's overwhelming size, it appeared as though she was merely grasping at her own fur. Cam, you really ought to take a bath," she said, pinching her nose. "Did you let me near water?" Wang Chu retorted. Previously, as a squirrel, Leah's had been dutiful and refrained from bathing. "Why are you rubbing against me? Don't you find me odious?" He quipped that he noticed a faint blush on Leah's cheeks. Likely because she had just now realized her outfit was not fully intact. Fortunately, a nearby referee tutor presented her with a black cloak to cover herself. "Congratulations, Leah's. You have provided me with an exceptionally thrilling battle," he commended. "Thank you," Leah's replied, tightening the cloak to express her gratitude. "You ought to thank me as well. Without my careful management of the aggro, how could you have delivered such a flawless output?" This battle illuminated many insights for Wang Chu. His skills, even in reality, possessed tangible effects. The low roar still bore a taunting effect, and the ability to interrupt casting remained effective to end the game. The Guardian Bear form was the first transformation available to druids. From this perspective, his upgrade path had not deviated significantly. However, in the game, low-level bears struggled against formidable foes and offered subpar damage output. In earlier versions, the bear form was often deemed lackluster, with most druids opting to transition to cheetah form for better performance. Hence, druids were often regarded as one of the most challenging classes to level up. Thankfully, the Guardian Bear in reality had not disappointed him. After over a decade of playing a druid, he could finally engage in battle as a bear. Feeling Leah's firmly gripping his fur, she waved to the audience. "Cam, say hello to everyone." Her voice was barely audible, meant for only the two of them. Leah's knew he could understand human speech that a greeting. How should he phrase it? Wang Chu lifted his head to survey the crowd, noting the peculiar expressions on their faces. Some appeared frightened, yet exhilarated, that as he exited the arena, Leah's cast one last glance at her opponent. Don't get too complacent. This time, it was merely your summoned beast's unexpected prowess. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Ivina remained dissatisfied with her defeat. "Very well, I shall await your next challenge," Leah's replied, exchanging a steely glare with Ivina, neither willing to yield any semblance of goodwill. "Just wait until you face my cheetah form or my owl beast form. You want to even have the opportunity to cast a single spell." Thoughts of the cheetah's stealth and the owl beast's moonfire barrage filled his mind, leaving Ivina with no chance to retaliate. Students brawling, students brawling. Wang Chu consoled himself internally. With a long howl, his body gradually shrank, the sharp teeth, claws, and fur retracting until he swiftly reverted to his original squirrel form. What a remarkable summoned beast! Now, the spectators no longer referred to Wang Chu with terms denoting ordinary animals or diminutive creatures. Instead, they spoke of him with words like extraordinary and incredible that it was likely that by nightfall, the library would be thoroughly perused by students of Hadger Academy. Even the well-versed grandmaster of the academy, Edmund, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Director Edmund, perhaps this is what we call a miracle, he replied, unable to provide any other explanation in response to the numerous inquiries surrounding him. That I told you. Leah's Lasiphagus is a descendant of the Sword Saint family. How could she possibly summon anything ordinary? By the way, weren't we betting on this? Where's my money? Almost all discussions among the audience revolved around Leah's and Wang Chu. Following Leah's, Wang Chu ascended to the contestants' platform, now crowded with onlookers, all gazing at him in astonishment. Leah's effortlessly lifted him into her embrace. Congratulations, little sister Leah's. A glance. It was none other than the paladin, the handsome owl. His smile appeared forced, his eyes occasionally darting toward Wang Chu. What are you staring at? I have no interest in the holy light. It cannot judge me. The druidess affinity lay with nature. Even the life-giving tree of life, or the spirit of the claw of the cheetah, had no connection to the paladins and priests who worshipped the holy light. Leah's responded cheerfully to the crowd that moment, Emile, a girl, inexplicably appeared from somewhere. Sister, congratulations, she exclaimed, embracing Leah's with a familiarity that could only be found among sisters. And you little Cam? Oh no, it should be Big Cam now. I never expected you to become a giant bear. Emile pondered, her delicate hand resting on her red lips as if deep in thought. How did your body become so large? She gestured in a manner she deemed sufficiently grand. Humph. Just look at how impressive our Cam is, unlike certain individuals who think acquiring an ordinary summoned beast makes them formidable. They truly have no idea who might emerge victorious. Suddenly, Emile's tone shifted to a teasing one. Wang Chu glanced sideways and realized that Chizia was also present, that it was evident that Emile's previous remarks were directed at her. The strained relationship between Leah's and Chizia was notorious within the academy. However, from Wang Chu's perspective, it seemed that Leah's had difficulties with everyone. There would be much to deal with in the future. Sister, just let me hold little Cam for a moment. That's not possible. He fought valiantly just now and needs to rest. Wow! You used to carry me all the time. Wang Chu stared blankly as the two beauties vied for Cam's attention in his current form, uncertain whether to feel delighted or despondent. Following Leah's battle, the subsequent matches revealed no significant abnormalities. Many battles concluded decisively, showcasing the disparities in strength and summoned beasts. The only uncertainty lay in whether anyone might unexpectedly lose. The Academy's top 10 maintained their absolute advantage, shining brilliantly in the competition, and throughout the matches, Wang Chu remained indifferent, lazily draping himself across Leah's and Emile's laps as he dozed. The next match features Lucia against Ekferio. Upon hearing the announcement of this pairing, Wang Chu shot up in surprise, gazing at the arena. What a remarkable coincidence. He had a vivid impression of Lucia due to their previous encounters. Lifting his gaze towards the arena, he noticed that Lucia was no longer clad in servant-like attire, but had donned a short green vine armor, complemented by leather wrist and leg guards, perhaps for ease of movement. Her leather pants reached only to her thighs, leaving her shapely legs exposed. Such a voluptuous figure could only be rivaled by someone like Chizia. She still wore a hat, a pointed leather cap reminiscent of the garb worn by the local rangers. I had no idea our academy boasted such a beauty, murmured those in the stands, their voices filled with admiration. Wang Chu was taken aback. Lucia looked quite stunning when properly attired. How unfortunate that her luck led her to face that individual. Recalling how close she had come to being defeated by him previously ignited a flicker of anger within him. Had he encountered Lucia instead, he would not have ceased until he had thoroughly bested him. That a murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd as Ekferio made his entrance. That despicable scoundrel is the one who nearly crushed our little Cam, Emile exclaimed, her tone laced with indignation. Yes, that's him, it's a shame. Had he faced us, we would have surely left him crippled, Leah's replied with equal bitterness. Just as they spoke, the two combatants below engaged in battle. Ekferio, a warrior, commanded a shadowy summoned beast that floated in the air, its immense body roughly the size of an adult man. What on earth was that? Wang Chu pondered. Sister, what type of summoned beast is that? In this world, there were countless known species of summoned beasts, yet Emil was equally perplexed by this shadowy entity, which appeared akin to a translucent shadow pulsating with dark energy. That should be a shadow creature. I'm not entirely sure what it is. However, shadow types typically fall into two categories: curse magic or defensive magic. Observing its battle, Lucia seems to be facing no difficulties, so it must be of the defensive variety. As soon as Leah's finished speaking, Lucia had already leaped before her opponent. The clash of blades echoed, and Wang Chu realized that Lucia wielded a short sword that upon closer inspection, he noticed that her waist pouch contained numerous weapons, and even a circle of hidden weapons dangled from her inner thigh. Yet it was not Ekferio who faced her directly, but rather his summoned beast, which was remarkably capable of withstanding blows while producing metallic clashing sounds. Just how durable was it? Indeed, it is a defensive type of summoned beast. But what about Lucia? Why haven't we seen her summoned beast? Emil inquired with curiosity. Did I end the Academy's matches? Participation required a summoned beast. Without one, competitors could not compete. Let's wait and see. Perhaps she's keeping it as a trump card. Judging by her profession, she should be a ranger of sorts, not confined to specific weapons or tools, Leah's remarked. Though she too was puzzled that Lucia's combat skills and abilities seemed formidable, so why was she relegated to being an assistant in the academy and enduring the mockery of others? The cheers from the crowd were deafening, drowning out the details of the skirmish below, reducing it to the simple and brutal sounds of clashing weapons. That Lucia's relentless assaults were repeatedly thwarted by her opponent's summoned beast, while Ekferio evaded Lucia's strikes, transforming their battle into a test of endurance. In truth, most matches in the academy devolved into such war of attrition, as no one wished to concede defeat, and the students' combat experience was limited to clashes of strength and skill, leading to countless drawn-out battles. Perhaps it was Lucia's beauty that garnered her so much support. The stands were filled with enthusiastic cheers, and Wang Chu felt a strange sensation, as if her applause surpassed that which he had received during his own fights. I never expected her to be so popular. I mentioned it before, didn't I? She's quite famous in the academy. Her beauty seems to attract many admirers, especially among the boys, Emil replied, ever the gossip enthusiast. So what if she's popular? If she conceals her strength, she may very well lose. Did he hear that correctly? Leah's tone seemed tinged with annoyance. Just then, a strange cry from the arena caught everyone's attention. At some point, Ekferio's shadow beast had become ensnared by roots extending from the ground. How could there be roots underground? Wang Chu suddenly realized. It was Lucia's summoned beast. He observed as the roots tightened their grip, threatening to engulf the entire shadow creature. That a heavily defensive summoned beast suddenly found its offensive capabilities diminished, and the shadow creature struggled futilely against its entrapment. Such a summoned beast exists. Why didn't it reveal itself sooner? The spectators were baffled. However, just as Ekferio attempted to rush forward to rescue his summoned beast, he tripped over something beneath him and fell. Observers noted that he had become entangled in thin wires, likely steel threads, as blood welled from various wounds on his hands and feet. When had these been laid out? Had it been during the earlier skirmish? No wonder Lucia's movements had seemed almost dance-like. She had been preparing all along. Seizing the opportunity, Lucia swiftly drew a dagger from her thigh and struck Ekferio's arm, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. The victor is Lucia. Forcing her opponent to relinquish his weapon was also a condition for victory in the competition, though there had been no spectacular displays of combat. By the rules, Lucia had undeniably triumphed. Strategy and adaptability. Wang Chu observed Lucia in the arena, recognizing that her combat style was indeed distinct from the others, demonstrating a keen understanding of resourceful tactics. What he lacked most was this flexibility. His previous battles had relied heavily on skill usage. Had his last taunt not managed to provoke the lion or interrupted Avina's spell, victory would not have come so easily. There was much for him to learn. Lucia emerged victorious, without a doubt, adhering to the competition's regulations. She cradled her summoned beast in her arms, and Wang Chu finally discerned that it resembled a peculiar seed akin to an oversized onion. Seemingly a plant-based creature, as the roots had indeed been deployed by it. She waved and smiled at the spectators, her gaze seemingly catching his for a brief moment. After Lucia's match, Wang Chu paid little attention to the subsequent contests. Before long, the day's events came to a close. Liaz and Emile departed in the family carriage of the Lysiphagous clan, as the Academy's competition days were always bustling, and by the time they returned home, twilight had already set in. "Miss, you're back. The old general has been waiting for you to have dinner." A servant greeted them upon their entrance. The sisters exchanged glances. Typically, their family gathered for meals only during holidays. Otherwise, they would dine separately, and their grandfather preferred solitude, often opting to eat alone in his room. "Oh, it's because we have guests." The servant seemed to sense their thoughts and explained. Chapter 34. I have the coffin board of the biology teacher pressed down. It was rare for guests to visit their home. Since their grandfather had retired from his post in the garrison, and after their father's passing, the Lysiphagous family had seldom entertained visitors. "Who is inside?" Liaz inquired. "It is High Priest Ophina and Mentor Andaniel," the servant replied. It was their trust in Liaz that allowed them to come over. Aunt Fiona, a friend of my father's, frequently visited our home, but since her elevation to High Priestess, her visits had become scarce. As for Andaniel, he was originally a subordinate of my grandfather and had even fought alongside my father on the battlefield. Thus he could be considered a semi-member of the Lysiphagous family. "Are there any others apart from them?" Emile inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, Miss Second. There are also Andaniel, the mentor, and others brought by the high priests," came the response as the names escaped the speaker. "They are likely their subordinates. After all, both Aunt Fiona and Mentor Andaniel are prominent figures in Hagar City. These two enjoy considerable renown in the city, whether within the Mage Association or the Grand Chapel. They hold significant standing, so it is not surprising they have several subordinates. Perhaps they have come to observe Cam," Liaz hazarded a guess. Just days prior, Mentor Andaniel had persuaded her to switch her summoned beast. But now it appeared that Cam's capabilities had surpassed everyone's expectations. She glanced at Wang Chu, who could only shrug, seemingly understanding the purpose of their visit. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Still in its ordinary bear form, Cam's abilities had yet to reach a transcendent level. While sufficient against students of the Combat Academy, against these individuals, even a low growl or taunt would likely prove ineffective. The skills of high-level creatures would render such efforts futile. Indeed, as Liaz and her sister stepped through the door, Wang Chu felt the weight of numerous gazes fixated upon him almost instantaneously that he had previously encountered Ophina and Andaniel. One was a slightly portly mage nearing 40, while the other, Ophina, appeared to belong to Liaz's father's generation, yet looked scarcely in her 20s, adorned in a white priestly robe that complemented her slightly mature appearance, her hair gently curled. Compared to Liaz and her peers, she exuded a more sophisticated allure. "You have finally returned," spoke Liaz's grandfather, Urian, who was seated at the center of the living room, greeting the guests. Apart from the two familiar faces, 3 other young men dressed as priests and mages stood respectfully behind them. Likely the subordinates of Ophina and Andaniel, as Liaz had suggested. "Grandfather," the 2 sisters called in unison. "Come, make yourselves comfortable. You are not outsiders," Urian urged before they had even settled in. "I trust you are aware of the purpose behind our mentor's visit. I never anticipated your summoned beast possessed such hidden strengths. Far beyond my expectations. Hence, I brought the 2 mentors to discern what manner of creature it is that boasts such formidable abilities. It may very well be the future of our Lysiphagous family." Urian's excitement grew as he spoke. Despite initially having reservations about attending this competition, knowing that, without the aid of a summoned beast, Liaz would struggle to maintain her previous combat advantages, he felt compelled to go, if only to provide comfort should she falter. Yet, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. Observing the delighted expression on the old man's face, Wang Chu felt a twinge of disdain. Had he not wanted to replace him initially? Now, he was hailed as the family's savior. Nevertheless, since he was still bound by contract to Liaz, and needed her support for his own growth. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, the Lysophagus family would serve as his backing. Come in, Daniel. You are the most knowledgeable. Please assess what type of summoned beast this is, and to which species it belongs. As Urian spoke, he drew the great mentor closer to Leah's, while Wang Chu remained nestled in her embrace. The other mages and priests could not resist gathering around, their scrutiny making Wang Chu quite uncomfortable. Gradually, Leah's released him, placing him on the nearby table, surrounded by the curious faces of the others. After observing for a moment, Daniel appeared deep in thought. From my experience, this squirrel may originate from the north, a region said to be the most ancient territory, untouched by humans, where high-intelligence beings coexisted with ancient times and elves, such as dragons. His assertion piqued the curiosity of the others, including Leah's, who leaned in to listen intently to the creature's origins. Have you heard of earth dragons? I know. They are a type of crawling dragon, Emil interjected eagerly. Indeed. But do you know their origins? Noticing the silence from the crowd, Daniel continued, Earth dragons are indeed dragons, but they are a hybrid of giant dragons and other creatures, yet they retain the unique majesty and physique of dragons. It is well known that higher beings possess magical abilities, dragons, for instance, wield supernatural magic. Thus, I surmise that this squirrel's ancestors were likely some form of high being that interbred with other animals, resulting in seemingly lesser creatures. Similar to its magical abilities, it can also transform into a giant bear. Perhaps its lineage includes both squirrels and giant bears. Wang Chu nearly choked on his previous meal. How absurd! Who bestowed upon you the title of sage, squirrels, and giant bears? Do these two creatures share any relation? Observing the approving expressions of those around him, Wang Chu was incredulous. They couldn't possibly accept the charlatan's claims, could they? Yet his scoffing bore no fruit, as they all appeared to embrace this newfound lineage as a convenient justification. This could not stand. If this logic held, his own moniker might very well become a reality, and who knew what absurd notions they might concoct next, once they had established the creature's origins. The conversation among the group became significantly simpler. Later, Urian warmly invited Daniel, Fiona, and their subordinates to dine at his home before they departed. Perhaps due to the presence of male guests, Leah's and her sister felt somewhat out of their element. Constantly sensing the gaze of the male mages brought by their mentors, it was not merely their perception. As the future savior of the Lysophagus family, Wang Chu had now secured his place at the dining table. The dinner was brief, and after a simple meal, Leah's and Emil took Wang Chu back to their room. Chapter 35. The druid cannot act at will for the first time. Wang Chu felt overly full. After spending so long in this world, he had finally enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. A bittersweet triumph. He reclined in Leah's room by the window, where the cool night breeze brushed against him. Alone in the room after Leah's had set him down and left, he awaited her return with a sense of calm, having yet to explore this place. Creaking, the door swung open. It was Leah's, returning in a floral dress with white cuff sleeves. Wang Chu had seen numerous iterations of such attire, often worn by maids during leisurely evenings. However, none had the vibrant flair of Leah's ensemble. The deep neckline revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin, and by proportion, Leah's could be deemed perfect. Boasting a lovely visage, with her foot, she propped the door open, cradling a basin of steaming water in her hands. Cam, look what I have prepared for you. Leah's chimed playfully, setting down a basin the size of a small washbowl. Its surface adorned with flower petals, carefully selected to withstand the heat and exude a delightful fragrance. Wang Chu recalled Leah's mentioning that he had not bathed in a long time, in truth. He had not encountered water since arriving in this realm. Give it a try. What do you think? She urged, taking a seat on a nearby stool, eagerly awaiting his response. You aren't planning to watch me bathe, are you? Before Wang Chu could voice his thoughts, he found himself lifted into her arms. Initially intending to resist, he soon surrendered to the comforting warmth of the water beneath him. It felt utterly delightful as he settled against the basin's edge. The steam enveloping him, creating a heavy sensation on his face, particularly at the base of his tail, which felt as if it carried an additional weight of its own. However, Wang Chu was reluctant to move. The fragrant water had ensnared him in a state of blissful inertia. In his rodent existence, perhaps this was the pinnacle of perfection. Leah's rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing him without uttering a word. "By the way, Cam, what does it feel like to transform into a bear?" she suddenly inquired, continuing to speak as if she anticipated no response. "Do you feel heavier all at once? If you are to become a bear regularly, this little bed won't suffice for your slumber. And what about your meals? What shall you eat?" Reflecting on the fact that she had always allocated food based on his squirrel-sized appetite, Wang Chu realized that if he were a bear, his consumption would need to increase several-fold. Leah's bombarded him with questions, and Wang Chu couldn't help but think of Emil. "You must be Emil, right?" The two sisters bore a striking resemblance, and he wondered if they might be attempting to deceive him by merely swapping outfits and hairstyles. Surely the current Leah's was in Emil's room. Ignoring her barrage of inquiries, Wang Chu leaned against the edge and fell asleep. "Wait, what are you doing?" He felt fingers graze his fur, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Leah's. "Are you planning to help me bathe?" No, I can manage myself." She poured a fragrant concoction over his head, the scent of powder and solvent wafting through the air. The night breeze caressed his damp fur, sending a chill down his spine. With a heavy towel wrapped around him, his tail remained exposed to the cool air. "Why is it that I lack the magic to ward off the cold?" Wang Chu glanced at his skills and realized there was no spell available for transforming into an elemental form, but he wondered if transforming into a giant bear would still leave him feeling so frigid. Surely, the thick and coarse fur of a bear could withstand the chill. The only concern was whether his transformed state could fit in this cramped room, that in an attempt to distract himself. Wang Chu slowly opened his skill menu and discovered several new abilities. Root Entanglement. This skill immobilizes the target for 30 seconds, rendering them susceptible to any form of attack. A control skill. Indeed, among the many control abilities available to druids, Root Entanglement boasts one of the longest durations. Although it cannot inflict damage, its immobilizing effect is remarkably pronounced. Moonfire. A beam of moonlight scorches the enemy, inflicting continuous damage over the next 22 seconds. Finally, the long-anticipated skill of Moonfire has been unlocked. This is truly a formidable counter to mages. Every mage Wang Chu has encountered requires a casting time. However, Moonfire is instantaneous and carries a burning effect, which means that each use in the game can significantly delay an opponent's casting speed. In reality, the effect might be even more pronounced. Beyond these two skills, Wang Chu also noticed the emergence of something beyond his abilities. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the emblems of the four major specializations. Familiar symbols he recognized. The druid's four specializations: Guardian, Feral, Balance, and Restoration. As a seasoned druid player, Wang Chu understood that these specializations represented four distinct identities. In the game, druids uniquely encompass all possible roles. Indeed, they embody a type of freedom that is unmatched. Yet, as Wang Chu gazed upon the four specializations, he found that, aside from Guardian, he could not access the others. Perhaps it was a matter of insufficient level. Now, he could no longer discern his own rank. Only noticing skill unlocks after battles, which likely indicated leveling up. It was utterly frustrating. Without a visible experience bar, how could he seek out high-experience training opportunities? This conundrum weighed heavily on Wang Chu's mind. After all, the reality of life is far more complex than the simplicity of leveling up through combat and loot collection in games. Just as Wang Chu was lost in thought, Leah sat nearby, seemingly frozen still, and he wondered if she had succumbed to the cold. He hastily used a dry cloth to wipe himself clean, then cradled it close, feeling a warm aura enveloping his body. It smells delightful," she said, leaning closer to inhale the scent. To his surprise, she then scooped him up and brought him to the bedside. "Wait, sister, are you actually going to sleep? And taking me with you?" Wang Chu watched as Leah casually tossed herself onto the bed, shedding her long robe to reveal a sheer nightgown, her sleepwear, which he recognized all too well. Leah leapt onto the bed and lunged towards him. That moment, Wang Chu lamented why he could transform into anything but a human. How wonderful it would be to assume a humanoid form, especially with Leah's alluring silhouette before him. The pain of being single for over a dozen years was something only those who had experienced it could truly understand. No, a druid cannot have their way with everything. "Hey, Carm, are you asleep? Why are you turned away? Don't mind me. In the embrace of Leah's, Wang Chu endured the most excruciating night. Chapter 36. The competition continues. The Academy's competition was still ongoing. Early in the morning, Leah's once again carried the slumbering Wang Chu towards the Academy. These competitions typically span several days, involving a series of elimination challenges. Those who advanced would face off against other victors. Since demonstrating her druid abilities the previous day, Leah's confidence had surged, and she found herself winning subsequent battles with ease, often without needing to exert herself much at all. Wang Chu had great faith in Leah's capabilities. Her earlier struggle was likely due to facing a formidable ice mage like Ivina, who truly was a bane to warriors. Additionally, the absence of a summoned beast to assist her left her feeling somewhat anxious. Now that she recognized her own strength, her battles unfolded with a newfound freedom. It felt as though the previously aloof Leah's Lascivious from the Academy's top 10 had returned. After winning 3 consecutive matches, Wang Chu began to feel fatigued. The sheer number of students in the Academy necessitated increased daily matchups to conclude the competition within a few days, and he suspected today would be the day it would wrap up. 3 matches down. Though I won them fairly easily, my stamina has undeniably waned, he thought. Beside him, Emil provided fresh, cool water for both himself and Leah's. The perfect refreshment in such sweltering weather. Today should be the conclusion, given that we've already triumphed in 3 matches. Perhaps, but if luck is not on our side, there may still be one more, Leah's replied. Having participated in numerous Academy competitions over the years, and thus being well acquainted with the proceedings. One more would be absolutely exhausting, Emil complained. None of us are complaining about fatigue, yet it seems you are the only one worn out. However, due to the uneven number of participants in this competition, an additional match would be required each round. At it remained to be seen if it would be her turn as the competition progressed. The number of capable students dwindled, with half being eliminated each round. That by the end of the day, aside from the Academy's original top 10, there were also other students who had previously matched their prowess. Forming a familiar cohort. Among students, reputation seemed to be the sole means of boasting, and no one wished to relinquish their hard-earned status. What was unexpected, however, was that one of the original top 10, Ben Augustus, had been defeated by none other than the seemingly unassuming assistant student, Lucia. I wonder how the Augustus family will react to Ben's defeat, Emil remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Ben Augustus, being one of the Academy's elite and the son of the local Baron Augustus, had always been rather arrogant, with rumors suggesting he was the leader of Ekferio's group. Due to his status as one of the top 10, he often had his underlings handle many matters for him. To be honest, I didn't expect Lucia to be so formidable. Her abilities don't seem particularly strong, but when it comes to battle experience, every time Leah's recalled her matches, she was reminded of Lucia's clever tactics and techniques, which left her feeling inferior. The first time they met, Lucia had seemed like a timid girl who adored animals and tended to flowers, yet in battle, she proved to be quite exceptional. Indeed, her fighting style is even beyond that of Al. Despite Leah's and Chesha being impressive individuals at Harjal Academy, most still leaned towards recognizing the prowess of the paladin Al. After all, he was a man with an inherent superiority in battle compared to other professions. Emil struggled to articulate this sentiment. And just as Wang Chu leaned in to listen, the announcement came forth. Next match, Leah's versus Lucia. At that moment, Wang Chu felt a surge of frustration. Below, the referee had once again called out the names. What? How could it be her? Upon hearing the name, even Leah's looked momentarily unsteady, surprised that it was precisely Lucia. Sister, you've really encountered her, Emil exclaimed hastily, covering his mouth. What good does that do now that the match has been announced? Wang Chu told. Among all the opponents, he wished to avoid Lucia the most. Facing someone familiar made it all the more challenging, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss about her. That sensation had lingered since their first meeting, where she had appeared behind him unnoticed, an assistant student of the Academy with an unassuming identity, yet she managed to defeat one of the top 10. With the names now declared, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Leah's took Wang Chu's hand and walked down from the stage. Sister, be careful, Emil called out from behind. Nodding, Leah strapped on her sword and tightened her belt as they descended. The path leading to the arena was a corridor typically devoid of people, merely a passage for the competing academies. Alone, Leah's walked through, her footsteps echoing softly in the silence. Her pace was notably slow, the slowest of all the matches today. Although she had already won several battles and had no reason to feel anxious, the deliberate pace hinted at a deeper purpose. Calm. Do you think she has been deliberately concealing her true self? Leah's finally voiced her thoughts, as they were the only two in the corridor. She always seems to approach you with intention. Has she perhaps already sensed your identity? You must not trust her, she added after a moment's contemplation. Despite the latter statement being somewhat unrelated to their current discussion, Wang Chu had long since recognized that it was impossible. Even the renowned wise mentor Daniel had failed to detect his abilities. Moreover, at that time, he had not yet unlocked many skills or talents, making it impossible for anyone to discern his true nature. The opponent excels in combat techniques. We must resolve this quickly. Denying her any opportunity, Leah's acknowledged Lucia's lack of strength, but remained wary of her cunning. You should initiate the attack, and I will identify any weaknesses to finish it swiftly. This was the strategy they devised. And as the arena's gates swung open, sunlight poured in. The muffled noise from earlier was now replaced with a cacophony of cheers. Before Leah's and Wang Chu, Lucia stood adorned in a light green tunic, crowned with a brown hat embellished with feathers, presenting a quintessential ranger's appearance. Her waist and the upper regions of her alabaster thighs were festooned with numerous leather pouches, each brimming with various tools and trinkets. It was a revelation for Wang Chu, who had come to recognize Lucia as a formidable expert in weaponry and strategy over the past few days. He could hardly reconcile this adeptness with the gentle assistant he had known, who had tended to flowers and served trays. "Hello, Miss Leah's Hikam," Lucia greeted with a warm smile, her demeanor as amiable as it had been days prior. In Chapter 37, The Moonfire Light Gun. Lucia's greeting was punctuated by a small black creature stealthily burrowing into the ground behind her, reminiscent of a mole at work. This was likely Lucia's summoned beast, a peculiar entity resembling a giant scallion, adept in nature magic, a sight Wang Chu had witnessed just yesterday, one he presumed Leah's had also observed. "I never anticipated encountering you here, Miss Leah's," Lucia remarked, her smile unwavering, each gesture tinged with a respectful grace, perhaps a habit ingrained from her days as an assistant. "I too did not foresee my opponent would be you," Leah's replied. Reflecting on their limited interactions, which could be counted on one hand, the thought that the renowned Augustus could potentially be outmatched by her was unfathomable. According to protocol, the two were expected to exchange pleasantries before the match commenced. With the referee's commanding shout of "Begin," Leah's assumed a combat-ready stance. "Cam, do you recall what I just mentioned? Look for an opportunity to strike, but be wary of her traps and her summoned beast," Leah's whispered. Having witnessed the creature's earlier burrowing, I have observed her previous battles. Her abilities are not overwhelmingly powerful, yet she excels in utilizing tactics and cunning. In this regard, Leah's felt a twinge of inadequacy, recognizing that Lucia had triumphed in several encounters through such means, even defeating Augustus himself. That moment, Lucia remained weaponless, her hands nestled within the depths of her two large backpacks, her posture bent in readiness for combat. I once heard my father speak of numerous small nations in the western regions of the Estati Empire, where frequent warfare and skirmishes have honed the populace into skilled combatants known as item masters. Their bags are filled with various combat tools that I had contemplated this notion before, yet had never encountered a true item master until now. It seems Lucia may indeed fit that description, Leah's continued. The value of experience and ability has long been a complex matter of comparison. However, if the opponent can adapt to changing circumstances, victory would not come easily. "Attack!" Leah's called out, leaving Wang Chu no time to prepare as he swiftly vaulted off the opponent's shoulder, his body morphing midair. "It's the roaring giant bear. It has returned." The stands erupted in cheers. Who coined such a ludicrous name? Wang Chu's transformation into the bear ignited the arena's fervor, his massive frame granting an expansive view. He was accustomed to the squirrel's perspective, which necessitated a brief adjustment period after each transformation. With a decisive strike, leveraging his substantial armor and health, Wang Chu charged towards Lucia, his battle cry echoing. Heaven to the left, charge to the right, with melee combat proliferating. His assault comprised half the strategy, that as he advanced rapidly. He noticed a smile illuminating Lucia's face, obscured beneath her hat's brim as she produced an object and cast it to the ground. Suddenly, a thick green smoke enveloped the area, poisonous fog. Wang Chu instinctively halted his charge, stifling his breath, yet the noxious fumes stung his eyes, imparting a sharp, acrid taste reminiscent of common seasoning found in raw meat. Just as confusion set in, the ground trembled and countless vines erupted around him. So this was her strategy. By not interrupting his charge, she had devised a means to counter it. The roaring giant bear is ensnared. What a clever tactic. The audience erupted in applause. As the vines proliferated, even the thickest armor proved ineffective against immobilizing magic. The vines began to envelop the bear entirely. Liaz was poised to intervene, but hesitated, recalling similar matches she'd witnessed before. Wary of potential traps beneath her feet, no, she had not approached. There couldn't be any traps in that fleeting moment of distraction. Lucia seized the opportunity, instructing her underground beast to strike. Clink, the weapon of choice, throwing knives. Lucia's target remained Wang Chu's weapon. She understood that even a frontal assault would not suffice against Liaz, so she opted for a ranged attack as her beast engaged, the knives attached to chains. Aimed for Liaz's feet, that if she could disarm her opponent, victory would be within reach, so close. Yet at the last moment, the chains were severed by Liaz's sword light. Liaz raised her gaze, evading the assault from Lucia's summoned vines. A smile curling at her lips. I intended to lure you closer. Who would have thought you would be so cautious? Liaz silently admired Lucia's strategic choices, her gaze drifting to Wang Chu, now ensnared in vines. Are you all right? Of course, I'm fine. Wang Chu attempted to transform within the confines of the vines. This was a unique ability of the druid class. Upon transforming, the vines that bound him withered as if deprived of their strength. Impossible! It cannot be this simple to negate my summoned beast's power. When Lucia beheld the squirrel materializing before her, disbelief washed over her. You are not the only one capable of countering skills. Wang Chu raised his arms, countless green tendrils sprouting from the earth beside him. The onlookers were perplexed. After an 18-second casting time, branches emerged from the ground, ensnaring Lucia. The squirrel's magic, root bind, could maintain its hold for 30 seconds without being attacked, prompting Wang Chu to redirect his focus towards Lucia's summoned beast, that if he could eliminate that, Lucia's capacity to retaliate would diminish significantly, that Lucia's summoned beast could burrow underground. Should it retreat, his target would vanish. Thus, seizing this moment was imperative. Moonfire. Wang Chu unleashed magic, and a colossal orb materialized above the arena, radiating with a brilliant light. Before the audience could discern its nature, beams of light shot down upon the scallion-like beast. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Seemingly without any casting time, Wang Chu's hands moved in swift succession, unleashing a torrent of moonfire. Instantaneous magic. He possesses such a capability. What was initially perceived as a simple series of attacks transformed into an overwhelming barrage, prompting spectators to question the limits of magic. Approximately 12 times? No, I believe it to be over 20. The gathered mages scratched their heads, bewildered that magic could be unleashed in such a manner, rendering years of theoretical study seemingly futile. Moonfire, a natural damage spell with lingering effects, bore low initial damage. It was only after numerous strikes that cries of surrender could be heard. By the gods! The spell is nearly exhausted, and only now does it concede. Although Moonfire consumed little, it still required mana. Wang Chu pondered whether its cumulative effect was worth more than a few angers. Yet, the rapid casting and sustained effects were irrefutably advantageous. Perhaps it was this very anguish that prevented the scallion beast from burrowing away. Behind him, Liaz's battle seemed to reach its conclusion. For a speed-oriented warrior, even a moment's hesitation could prove fatal, and she would not squander such an opportunity. Chapter 38. I am truly a sinful man. Liaz approached Lucia, ensnared by the roots. She chose not to immediately strike. It is over. She observed Lucia, her hands still trapped within her bags. In such a profession, one would be devoid of weapons, thus rendering the method of disarming her ineffective. Lucia gazed at the roots entwined around her feet, unable to fathom Cam's mastery of such magic. The roots constrained only her lower half. Her upper body remained mobile. Had she wielded a sword as sharp as Lia's, perhaps she could have freed herself. Gazing at the writhing branches, one could almost believe them alive. "Sis, could you please act?" The immobilization could only persist for 30 seconds. Did she think night would last until dawn? Moreover, any attack would nullify the binding effect. "Very well. I concede," Lucia sighed, ultimately looking up to declare, while the referee, stationed at a distance, seemed hesitant to confirm. Inching closer, in academy competitions, conceding was permissible. This occurrence was not unprecedented, as many had surrendered when faced with formidable opponents. "Lucia, have you truly resolved to concede?" The referee inquired once more. "Indeed, I concede. The victor is Miss Lias." Lucia nodded, and during their exchange, the roots binding her lower half retracted as if acknowledging her surrender. "Truly remarkable. Thank you, Cam." Casting a glance toward Wang Chu, Lucia, who habitually adorned herself with a variety of hats, concealed her gaze beneath the brim, yet her smile remained bright. It is said that in a Western nation known as Uzlik, there exists a particular ethnic group that adheres to unique beliefs in this land. Young girls wear hats until they are wed, at which point they remove them. The Western region is replete with numerous small nations, many of which suffer from severe desertification, leading Lias to perceive a plethora of remarkable customs. Moreover, as a dominant power, the Estadi Empire serves as a protectorate for most of the Western countries, thus extending considerable political care towards them. Since Lucia has conceded defeat, the referee has no choice but to declare Lias Lascivious the victor. "In truth, you are not lacking. Your combat skills are quite impressive." Lias genuinely admires this, recognizing that while her opponent may not possess extraordinary abilities, she has defeated numerous adversaries through her adaptability and the diverse array of tools at her disposal. "I am simply delighted to have come this far." Lucia sighs with relief. She passes by Lias and heads towards Wang Chu, who is also in the direction of her summoned beast. Lias does not impede her, merely watching her progress. However, to her surprise, Lucia does not approach her own summoned beast, but instead scoops up Wang Chu, enveloped in warmth and exuding a distinct fragrance. Unlike the subtle scent of Lias, this aroma is more pronounced and alluring. "You are truly remarkable, Cam," she coos, gently scratching the top of Wang Chu's head and beneath his neck, eliciting a delightful sensation, as it is no wonder that animals relish such affectionate gestures. A soft kiss lands on his cheek, and the scent of powder wafts alluringly before her, as their bodies are closely entwined. Lias's eyes widen in astonishment as she observes Lucia approaching with Cam in her arms, handing him over to her. "I never anticipated reaching this point. Thank you, Miss Lias, for sparing me from harm. And Cam, for not using magic against me." Had magic been unleashed, Lucia would have faced considerable difficulties, forced to retreat, and seek an opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, after witnessing Cam's remarkable instant-cast magic, she realizes that evading such spells would be nearly impossible. "Oh, you are overthinking it. My Moonfire technique would likely be no more than a mere prick." The battle concludes with Lucia's concession, and Lias Lascivious emerges victorious. Amidst the cheers of triumph, Lias cradles Wang Chu as she returns to the stands, though the manner of her embrace seems rather inappropriate, as Wang Chu feels himself being held rather tightly. "Wait, sister, you do not usually hold me like this." Above in the stands, the other students await Lias's return. "Sister, over here!" Emil calls out, leaping amid the crowd. The sisters, resembling each other closely aside from their hairstyles, are easily recognized by the academy's students, now that Lias has proven herself formidable, accompanied by an unpredictable summoned beast. No one dares to obstruct her. "Pardon me, make way." The crowd parts for Emil, who exclaims, "We won again." "Of course," Lias replies, her beautiful eyes twinkling with pride as she basks in the awe of the onlookers. It seems the rumors of the Academy's 10 most beautiful women hold true, with the Lias sisters among them. Keep your voice down. If her summoned beast hears you, we may not escape unscathed, someone whispers nervously. Following Wang Chu's demonstration of instant cast magic, even the mages have begun to speculate about the nature of such magical energy. No need to wait for me to strike. I am already prepared to be hit. Emile glances at her own reflection, only to be playfully tossed aside by Elias. You hold him, she declares, her tone still somewhat irritable. Sticking out her tongue, Emile whispers as she carries her sister. You little flirt, poking her own head incessantly. After a full day of battles, the remaining matches dwindle, and the opponents grow stronger. Elias, feeling exhausted after 4 intense encounters, decides to return early, with Emile following suit that end the evening. Urian returns home, bringing with him esteemed guests, including Grand Mentor and Daniel. After witnessing Wang Chu's magic, they seem particularly intrigued by the source of his magical energy. Upon entering, Urian bursts into laughter. Ah, my dear granddaughter, splendid news awaits. Emile hastily assists her grandfather into a seat and invites the guests to sit as well. Grandfather, what marvelous news has you so amused? The sisters are aware that their grandfather was once a general in the army, leading imperial forces in numerous battles. His military background has fostered a jovial disposition. His laughter indicates genuine good tidings. Come, sit down. I've received news from the military. General Dracula from the imperial capital is passing through Hadra City and has come to witness the Academy's competition. This is a splendid opportunity. Really? Elias inquires excitedly. The title of Sword Saint Lysiphgus has since become associated with military nobility, though the family has fallen into decline due to the early death of its head. Fortunately, the name remains intact, and the family has accumulated considerable prestige within the military over the years. Indeed, speaking of General Dracula, he was once a colleague of your father. This competition presents a valuable opportunity. Elias has long expressed a desire to join the military. Everything hinges on your performance in tomorrow's match. However, I have heard that the Paladin's heir, L, has also emerged victorious. He is no easy opponent to defeat. Urian advises as the family engages in light conversation, and Daniel's gaze remains fixed upon Wang Chu. What is that rosy hue on your face? Curious. Wang Chu touches his own cheek, recalling the moment when Lucia had playfully kissed him earlier that day. That is the explanation. Chapter 39. A druid who cannot heal is no good healer once the guests have departed. The Elias sisters finally breathe a sigh of relief. Signs of a noble family. They must adhere to proper etiquette. Thus, they conduct themselves with decorum in the presence of others. Elias would say. It is quite burdensome. Who invented such rules? Disregarding them is simply unthinkable. Urian takes pleasure in observing his granddaughter's obedient demeanor, wishing it could remain this way. Elias appears to be in good spirits today as she leads her sister to her room, where they recline on the bed, engaging in trivial conversation, starting with the handsome mage who walked alongside Grand Mentor and Daniel. That fellow, the one beside Grand Mentor, is said to be the chief disciple. He was secretly watching you just now, Elias remarks. It is often said that girls are acutely aware of the attention they receive, though they may be reluctant to admit it. It seems this adage holds true. Wang Chu, lying in his small basket, listens to their chatter with mild disinterest. I believe he was actually looking at you. I noticed his gaze lingered on you, particularly here. Elias teases, playfully smacking Emile's shapely rear, which springs back. Oh, sister, how could you? Emile pouts, rolling over. But honestly, he is quite handsome. That I heard his magic level is quite high, and he is on the verge of becoming a grand mage at such a young age. Stop daydreaming, Elias admonishes, tapping Emile's head. I am not daydreaming. He smiled at you just now. I did not smile at him, Elias replies, resting her chin on her hand nonchalantly. Thus, another tragic figure is doomed to misinterpret reality. How many lives will be affected by such illusions? Wang Chu gazes out at the moonlight, his fingers tracing the outline of his lips. A cigarette would be perfect at this moment. Since returning, Elias has yet to acknowledge him, perhaps still irked by earlier events. And after a brief wash, she has left him to rest in his little bed. The evening breeze brushes against his face, and the water has dried. Perhaps this silence is for the best. As the sisters continue their conversation, the topics drift further afield, prompting Wang Chu to lose interest. But he opens his skill interface, expecting that after 4 battles, he might have leveled up. Indeed, he discovers several new skills have been added to his repertoire. However, aside from an attack skill named Crescent Strike, the others seem rather peculiar. Swift Healing, Restoration, Touch of Healing, and Blooming Life. Wait, are all these healing skills? Wang Chu muses, instinctively checking his specialization page. At last, a second transformation appears. Not into a cheetah or an owl, but rather the Tree of Life. Must I truly embrace this destiny of becoming a healer? Wang Chu scrutinizes his transformation skills and suddenly notices an additional category after specialization. Turning his gaze, he recalls the concept of talents. How could he have forgotten this? Each profession possesses its unique talents, and as a druid, he is entitled to 4 branches of talents, with a total of 7 rows. Each containing 3 talents to choose from. In his past gaming experiences, Wang Chu was exceedingly familiar with druid talents, instantly recognizing their significance. The combinations of talents are crucial, as they can yield varying effects in different situations. Currently, his talents have only unlocked the first layer, with the Guardian Bear talents being Thorns, Main Stand, and Ferocious Frenzy. Without hesitation, Wang Chu selects Thorns, as it is an excellent combat talent, while the subsequent talents primarily increase rage, making Thorns the most suitable choice. Thorns. Each attack absorbs and reflects damage equivalent to 24 attack strength. When Iron Fur is activated, the Thorns inflict 24 natural damage per second to surrounding enemies. In the current state of the Tree of Life, there are passive skills Flourishing, the Cenarius Barrier, and the passive Abundance. Flourishing allows swift men to store up to 2 charges. Cenarius Barrier protects a friendly target for 30 seconds, absorbing any damage, and heals the target for 80 spell power worth of health over 6 seconds. Abundance. Each rejuvenation reduces the cast time of Healing Touch by 10 and increases the critical strike chance of healing by 10. All 3 skills are quite effective in healing, but currently, Wang Chu is focused on combat. Thus, he opts to select the Cenarius Barrier. Wang Chu grapples with the fact that he has become a healer again. The 2 sisters beside him are engrossed in animated conversation. Here, due to the absence of a night market, the lights outside the window extinguish rather early. It seems that shortly after dinner. As dusk descends, the illumination gradually diminishes. Observing that the sisters intend to converse late into the night, the topic is finally brought back to reality by Leah's sister. Who do you think will win this competition? Is it still Elvishak? He has won first place several times in a row. Speaking of this scion of the Paladin family, he is indeed a prominent figure at Hager Academy. In terms of direct combat prowess, he may not surpass his sister, yet paladins are inherently suited for battle, and as a boy, his stamina makes him particularly formidable. Since his enrollment at Hager Academy, it seems he has never faced defeat. Perhaps, but it is said that Sesha Jamonri and Shira are also quite keen on securing first place. Leah's feigns indifference, but internally, she feels a twinge of resentment, for over the years, her encounters with El have yielded little success. Sesha and Shira. Let us hope so. However, their performances this time are also quite impressive. One is a descendant of a fire mage family, while the other is the grandson of the Academy's headmaster, and Shira is also a warlock. Together with her sister and Ael, they form a quartet of formidable contenders for the championship. Oh, I almost forgot. There's also our little Cam. Tomorrow, the success of your battle will rest upon you. Emile, unsure how the conversation turned to her, hopped off the bed and tiptoed to the table, lifting herself up. Just make sure he doesn't get kidnapped. Leah's remarked curiously from behind. It seems she is still not placated. Emile, using her hands to drag Wang Chu forward, hoisted him high before Leah's. Look, sister is mad. Come give her a kiss, and she won't be angry anymore. Cam knows he was wrong. Emile mimicked a child's tone, repeatedly pushing Wang Chu towards Leah's face. Wait, I want to sleep. Don't pull me. Wang Chu struggled, but his hands were firmly held. Only a transformation could free him. How he wished to be a mage, capable of blinking away. Alas, it was merely a fleeting thought. Each time he drew near, the fragrant scent of Leah's enveloped him. All right, look, he just finished bathing. His nose is still wet. Leah seized Wang Chu and placed him on her lap. Let us see if you dare to run off with anyone else again. Leah spread her arms wide, refusing to let him close them. That feeling is something only those who have experienced it would comprehend. That night, Wang Chu was tossed about on the bed by the two sisters until dawn, leaving his waist sore the next morning. Chapter 40, Apologies, but the Holy Light Will Dirty You, Part 1. Indeed, soldiers have arrived. Wang Chu leaned against the carriage window, observing the road leading to the academy, now bustling with numerous station soldiers in addition to other carriages. Their armor was unfamiliar, not belonging to the native soldiers of Hager City, that as they approached the academy, the presence of such soldiers increased. And the originally lively and relaxed atmosphere of the competition became tense due to their arrival. Emile lowered the window curtain and sat down, embracing Wang Chu. There are quite a few soldiers here. Their presence has dampened the excitement of the competition. Emile rested her chin on her hand, noting how the students, who were already weary from combat, were now further burdened, while those not participating in the competition found their joyful days disrupted by the soldiers' involvement. She glanced at her sister, who was polishing her sword. "Sister, you don't seem nervous at all," she observed Leah's nonchalant demeanor. "What is there to be nervous about? Don't forget, we've been accompanying our father to the army since childhood. The Lucifigas family hails from a military lineage, and although this generation lacks male heirs, the sisters have been nurtured as military reserves from a young age. Besides, Grandpa mentioned that General Dracula once worked with our father." Leah's added, speaking of their father, "He was a pivotal figure in the garrison of Hager City, well known in the imperial military circles, having participated in numerous battles." Leah's recalls the years following their father's death. As a child, she would see many visitors come to pay their respects during the holidays. However, in recent years, peace has prevailed, and many of her father's former comrades have fallen ill for various reasons, leading to a gradual estrangement. "But sister, if General Dracula takes a liking to you, wouldn't that mean you join the army? Then I wouldn't be able to see you anymore." Emile pouted, feigning sadness. Leah's rolled her eyes, pondering what it meant for her to be taken a liking to. How could her sister be so oblivious when she was the clever one? "Silly, no army simply recruits students from the academy, especially not those who haven't graduated. Even students from the Imperial Academy must undergo several years of training first." Leah's explained that the good opportunity Grandpa spoke of merely refers to making an impression in the Imperial Army, paving the way for future prospects. After all, the Lucifigas family of Hager City has seen better days, and gaining direct entry into the Imperial forces is not merely a matter of connections. Regardless of the military's presence, the competitions at Hager Academy continue unabated. Since Leah's had fought an extra match yesterday, she has a bye for the first round today, allowing her to take her time arriving. The stands remain crowded, with an evident increase in the student population. After several matches, those who could be eliminated have already been, and the remaining fighters will face increasingly challenging battles. "Sister, is that General Dracula sitting in the stands?" At that moment, a robust figure clad in silver soft armor was conversing with the Lord and Dean Edmund, easily identifiable as a seasoned warrior. Due to the distance, they could not discern his exact features. "That should be him. Look, Grandpa is over there too." As a representative of the older generation of Hager City's military, Julian is typically involved in such affairs that in addition to General Dracula, the number of soldiers guarding the arena has also increased significantly. Leah's keenly observed that all the paladins from the academy had shown up today, which explained the apparent surge in student attendance. Paladins possess innate combat advantages, and many students training to become paladins dream of joining the Imperial Army. So they certainly would not miss this opportunity to showcase their skills. "Tish, even they might not have a chance against L. Why are they even here?" Emile scoffed dismissively. "Paladins excel in team combat. ALS opportunities indicate theirs as well." Leah's clarified. With the sound of cannon fire signaling the commencement of the competition, the first round was announced. Sesha Jamonri versus Shara Kaiman. It's her! It's her!" Emile exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the fiery-haired contender, a longtime rival of her sister. "I didn't expect her to make it this far." The lineage of the Fire Mage family is rich, as magical families tend to have a more extended history compared to mere warrior clans. Only those with renowned magical legacies are deemed worthy of continuation. and such families invariably possess unique, esoteric spells. Thus, it is no surprise that Sesha has reached this stage. Cam, take note that if you encounter that woman again, make sure to teach her a lesson. Emile declared, directing her finger at Sesha below. Sister, she is a true mage. It's better not to flaunt your half-baked spells with low damage. Until you acquire more powerful magic or silent skills, it's best to rely on Old Bear against mages. Originally, she had anticipated this upgrade to grant her stealthy physical output akin to a leopard, only to find herself as a tree. I'm a healer. Healers don't harm others. Then who is her opponent? Emile inquired eagerly. Shara came in. I believe she is also a mage. Leah's responded from memory. Just then, a young boy dressed in attire similar to that of the referees rushed over, presumably a volunteer assisting with the competition. Upon reaching the sisters, he took a deep breath, steadying himself before speaking. Miss Leah's Lucifigas, you are to face Elvishak in the next round. You should prepare yourself, as the subsequent matches do not require a draw. Notifications are given ahead of time based on the prearranged schedule. Elvishak, Emile's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that fortuitous? Don't worry. I anticipated facing him and have made preparations. Leah's reassured her sister, then turned to the boy who had delivered the message before following him away. Be careful, sister. Emile's voice trailed behind them. I in the preparation area. The corridor remains sealed, with wooden barriers blocking the entrance, allowing them to hear the sounds of Sesha casting spells in the ongoing match. Camus, the paladin, is quite a formidable opponent. Engaging him in prolonged skirmishes will yield no advantage for us. Although L's combat prowess pales in comparison to mine, his summoned beasts are not to be underestimated. Therefore, our strategy for this match is simply to disarm our adversary. Leah's articulated her battle plan. Wang Chu was taken aback that such an arrogant individual as Leah's would opt for a conservative approach. Paladins are indeed troublesome. They are the born champions of one-on-one combat, Leah's remarked with a furrowed brow. Do not deceive me. I, Yi, have never feared the Shadow Emperor Paladin I in Azeroth. The number of Shadow Emperors I have crushed is no less than 800. Chapter 41, Apologies, but the Holy Light will be your undoing. Part 2. The cheers outside the wooden gate grew increasingly boisterous, interspersed with the sounds of magical explosions. After such a prolonged battle without a decisive victor, Wang Chu could only speculate about the situation beyond the door. The violent eruptions of fire magic filled the air with a noxious odor, even permeating the wooden door itself. Leah's leaned against the wooden gate, occasionally glancing in its direction. It seems that Sesha's battle has also been arduous. With a few louder tremors, the noise from the stands began to overshadow the ongoing match. It was now the climactic moment of the final showdown. Dust swirled in through the cracks of the wooden door as Leah's pulled Wang Chu back. The victor is Sesha Jamoni. As the proclamation echoed from outside, the wooden door gradually creaked open. To Leah's astonishment, she had emerged victorious. The clash between the two mages had left the arena in disarray, marked by charred remnants everywhere. Next match, Leah's Lucifigas versus El Varshak. The main event had arrived. As the referee announced the competitors, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Ever since Leah's had demonstrated her prowess as a high-level summoner, her standing in the hierarchy of strength had significantly risen, while El Varshak had long been hailed as the strongest in the academy. That is the daughter of the Lucifigas family, remarked Dracula, seated at the highest point of the stands, observing the figure below. Indeed, that is she. She is also one of the most formidable students in the academy, added Dean Edmund, eager to commend his pupil. From such a distance, Dracula could not discern her features clearly. He merely leaned back as if addressing the heavens. How time flies. It has already been over a decade. And what of her opponent? What is his background? El Varshak, heir to the great paladin lord. The individual beside him explained. The mention of the paladin elicited a deep breath from Dracula, a warrior. Encountering a paladin as an opponent was particularly vexing, especially when their levels were closely matched. The paladin could very well become a nightmarish adversary throughout his lifetime. He mused. Wounded, Sesha slowly approached the wooden gate, exchanging a brief smile with Leah's as they passed. Wang Chu could not decipher the meaning behind that smile, that a blinding light illuminated the surroundings. Who on earth is so dazzling? Wang Chu turned to see a golden figure emerging before him. Clad in resplendent golden armor, with only the joints adorned in white soft armor, complemented by L's naturally golden hair, he appeared as if a divine being had descended. The aura of the Shadow Emperor emanated from him. And Wang Chu noticed a white figure seemingly perched behind the golden armor. Kemo, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Our objective is merely to disarm our opponent, Liaz whispered to herself. Weapons. Wang Chu glanced at L's hands, where two circular metallic discs rested on his wrists, resembling a round shield when combined. The imposing great sword stood before him, a magnificent weapon suggesting it was meant for dual wielding. However, we must not exhibit our intentions too overtly. Let's proceed with our usual attacks. And I shall seize the opportunity when it arises. Liaz's typical strategy was to engage first before deciding on further actions. Yet, considering her experience, it was commendable to devise tactics, akin to students accustomed to written exams suddenly venturing into practical assessments. Additionally, his summoned beast is an ice wraith. Exercise caution and avoid being ensnared, as that type of summoning magic is no less formidable than Ivina's, Wang Chu noted, finally observing the entity resting upon L's form, which turned out to be a woman, more accurately, a translucent humanoid figure with 8 limbs resembling an exposed female form, yet lacking feet, floating ethereally in the air. I never anticipated my opponent would be you. Sister Liaz, L chuckled, his golden radiance glimmering under the sunlight like a favored son of the heavens. That was customary. Both parties approached cautiously to exchange greetings. Were you not supposed to have surmised that? The remaining contenders are few, Liaz said. Her brow furrowing. L was widely renowned in the academy, possessing considerable strength while maintaining a humble demeanor, earning him much admiration. However, his perpetually smiling countenance, devoid of any discernible emotion, left Liaz with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Emil had remarked that this was a manifestation of the benevolence espoused by the Holy Light doctrine, yet Liaz could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Haha. Indeed. Regardless, I eagerly anticipate our battle, he replied, his eyes narrowing in delight. Handsome, who are you? Wang Chu mused, noticing the wraith begin to stir. Apologies, Sister Liaz, but your match ends here, he suddenly proclaimed, lifting his head, his expression still affixed with a smile. With a tremendous roar, akin to his lunar fire spell, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping L and his summoned beast in a radiant blaze. The golden light cascaded down. The audience erupted into excited shrieks, a significant portion of which came from the female spectators, who seemed quite taken with the charming paladin. Wang Chu could hardly react in time to unleash his lunar fire spell. As he unleashed it, his magic was abruptly severed upon nearing the shimmering barrier surrounding L and his wraith. How can the moon contend with the sun? L raised his great sword, directing it at himself. The holy light shall vanquish you. Sunlight glinted off the metal of his sword. How splendid! Go for it! The female audience erupted once more in fervor. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Action, Kemo, Liaz commanded, prompting Wang Chu to leap forth, his form expanding mid-air. Immunity to magic seemed implausible, if such a thing existed. Paladins would not deign to accept the status of a mage's secondary profession. Either his magic level was insufficient, or his shield absorbed damage, but the previous assault had not reached the threshold to breach it. A massive bear emerged into the arena. When magical attacks proved ineffective, physical force would suffice, and even if it could not break through, it could afford Liaz an opportunity to attack as his feet touched the ground. Wang Chu charged toward the opponent, simultaneously drawing the attention of the translucent wraith. Ah, so that is how it is. You possess a magic that compels others to attack you, L remarked, originally poised to command a magical assault, but suddenly redirecting his focus. No wonder he found it peculiar during their previous encounter. L had observed the last match, particularly the one against Ivina, and wondered why everyone had targeted the colossal bear at the final moment. Not merely taunting, Wang Chu could also draw aggro. With a resounding slap, he struck the golden shield, feeling as though he had struck a wall, pain reverberating through his palm. Sanctification, El exclaimed, raising his hand with a shout. The wraith, which had previously been firmly tethered, suddenly detached and retreated. Wang Chu dashed back in a brief sprint, only to discover that the entity bore no tangible form, though he could see its transparent figure. He could not touch it. Dim-witted bear, the ice wraith lacks a physical form. Any physical assault will have no effect on her. El chuckled. This paladin was increasingly infuriating. Wang Chu began to comprehend why Liaz felt discomfort each time she encountered him. Activating Barkskin, which, coupled with the Thorn trait, would inflict periodic damage upon surrounding foes. He approached the paladin, intending to suppress him while keeping the wraith at bay, that a mighty roar erupted, and as El wielded his great sword to counteract the pressure. He struck at the softer regions beneath him, initially met with a tingling sensation that gradually morphed into pain. With the restorative effects of rejuvenation, Wang Chu believed he could endure for a time. Meanwhile, Liaz, though the ice wraith lacked a corporeal form, still wielded magical attacks that could inflict harm upon the opponent. The duel transitioned into a contest of targeting each other's summoned beasts. Sanctuary. El rolled on the ground, seizing the opportunity as Wang Chu turned. Invoking magic, once more two beams of golden light descended from above, not as protective shields this time, but as healing for both combatants. Here it comes, the moment of the paladin. Some warriors in the stands shook their heads in disbelief. The reason paladins were so challenging was that every encounter revealed that, aside from the toll on stamina, they sustained no injuries whatsoever. Curse this filthy, holy light. Just as Wang Chu believed he had inflicted damage, it all reverted to the previous state in the blink of an eye. Let us continue. Great Bear. Chapter 42. The Divine Duel. A Clash Not to be Provoked. Part 1. Wang Chu increasingly found the young paladin to be utterly detestable, for he spoke incessantly even amidst battle. His face bore a smile, as if mocking with his very countenance that in response. Wang Chu unleashed a powerful blow, yet it felt akin to striking a wall. El, with remarkable agility, dodged the attack while wielding his sword. However, it was impossible for the massive bear's bulk to evade such a confrontation. The essence of close combat lay in the exchange of blows, testing who would succumb to fatigue first. The radiant shield of light was truly nauseating. Thus, Wang Chu rose to his feet, employing his own weight to batter against the barrier, his immense form pressing down upon the shield that El hastily braced himself with his sword. The slender blade pierced through, akin to a pinprick, causing a brief sting that was bearable. Yet, this fellow audaciously tugged at the long sword, deepening the pain. Wang Chu let out a low growl. With a resounding slap, he struck the shield with tremendous force. Come out, you coward. Hiding behind your shield and laughing is no display of skill. His palms hammered repeatedly against the barrier, resembling an enraged giant bear in the eyes of the onlookers. The guardian bear has unleashed its fury. Such fury indicates he is at his wit's end, unless there exists some extraordinary means. Encountering a paladin of this caliber yields such results. The spectators shook their heads in resignation. Emilia, anxiously clenching her fists, had long heard tales of the formidable paladins, yet she had not anticipated such a display. The Academy's top paladin, Elvishak, was indeed impressive. Sister, you must persevere, and Cam, you too must hold your ground. Watching the two warriors clash, Emilia silently recited her encouragement numerous times. Meanwhile, at the highest vantage point, General Dracula of the Empire observed the match intently. At their level, without comprehending the true essence of combat, paladins are indeed challenging adversaries. This paladin possesses commendable stamina, managing to heal and bolster himself while resisting the onslaught of such a massive beast. Elvishak is the strongest paladin of our Hadjar Academy, the Academy head concurred. As it was in his interest to support his own students at this stage, paladins were considered the elite within their profession, and the headmaster's humility was perhaps an understatement. He was likely the strongest student in the entire academy. Dracula mused, what a pity about the Lucifiga's girl. Her summoned beast is truly exceptional. When he first beheld the squirrel transform into a giant bear, Dracula had been genuinely astonished that a seasoned traveler. He had encountered shape-shifting summoned beasts before, but one that could change its species was unprecedented. This was a fusion of two distinct beings. Liaz is a remarkably gifted warrior, adept in employing tactics reminiscent of the legendary General Lysipphagus. Indeed, Dracula nodded, recalling his late comrade. The battle continued as Wang Chu furiously pounded against L's shield, enveloping himself in rejuvenation magic to recover while fighting. Meanwhile, Liaz was exerting herself to subdue the ice nymph, whose magical attacks posed little threat to a summoned beast. Yet every time she witnessed her opponent slowed by injury, a beam of holy light descended, fully restoring the damage inflicted. The battlefield was ensnared in the nymph's freezing magic. Liaz glanced towards Wang Chu's location, realizing their struggle was likely on par with her own. She needed to seize the right moment, fixating on the weapon in L's grasp. Prolonged combat would disadvantage her side, although Cam could heal. His effects paled in comparison to the paladin's holy light. Just as the nymph unleashed another icy spear, trailing along her path, inspiration struck Liaz. She deliberately angled her body towards L, knowing the icy spear would ignore her and continue along its trajectory. "Come! Watch out!" she shouted, warning both Wang Chu and L. Wang Chu felt a chill behind him and turned to see a series of icy spears erupting from the ground, aimed directly at him. Both combatants recognized the incoming magical attack and leapt aside. Liaz seized the opportunity, swiftly launching an assault targeting L's great sword that a warrior must know the vulnerable points of the human body. An application of force at the joints could render the opponent temporarily unable to grip their weapon. Liaz had chosen her moment perfectly. L, midair, was momentarily blinded by the reflection of his golden armor. By the time he caught a whiff of her approach, she was already upon him. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Yet it felt akin to striking a blunt instrument. That as Wang Chu turned, he noticed L's golden armor gleamed even more brightly, reflecting the light from the shield like adornment on his wrist. Liaz's strike was deftly deflected by the shield. However, Wang Chu was perplexed. How did Liaz manage to make contact? Failing to land a hit, Liaz hurried back to Wang Chu's side, the two standing together for mutual support. L widened his eyes, assessing his arm, then glanced at Liaz, exhaling deeply. "So, this is how it is. Your strategy was indeed remarkable. Able to break through my protective aura and strike me. Truly impressive." At that moment, L no longer bore the carefree smile he had before. Wang Chu could even see beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That it was indeed perilous. That shield had absorbed the damage. Wang Chu recalled their earlier skirmish, noting that L's expression had not appeared overly confident. That it seemed he too was concerned about his shield's depletion. "You are quite skilled at offensive maneuvers, Liaz," L remarked, his tone now tinged with irritation. "Alas, it was still insufficient," Liaz replied, a hint of a smile playing upon her lips. She inched closer, speaking softly without moving her lips. "Cam, it appears our plan has faltered. We must resort to a full frontal assault. Do not grant L any opportunity. Prepare to cast healing magic for both of us. That L's close combat skills are inferior to mine, and with your assistance, we may yet stand a chance." Liaz formulated her final strategy, abandoning the dual approach to maximize damage in the shortest time possible. "The holy healing is truly infuriating. If only our healing could be equally potent." A cloud of concern shadowed Liaz's beautiful visage, revealing her uncertainty about the plan, for no one had ever compelled L to unleash his ultimate technique. She was unsure whether he had any hidden skills remaining. "What is healing if you can ensure it is effective? Sister, allow me a moment to prepare." Before Liaz could finish, she witnessed the giant bear behind them abruptly retreating. Indeed, it was standing upright, walking on its hind legs. What is that bear doing? If it intends to withdraw, shouldn't its master declare surrender? The crowd gazed in confusion as the bear moved aside, standing quietly. Wang Chu, unfamiliar with the true form of the Tree of Life, sought a suitable space. Its outstretched hands were shedding fur. "The giant bear is transforming again," exclaimed those nearby in astonishment. As its fleshy arms shed their hair, they began to resemble withered bark. Wang Chu felt a heaviness settling upon his head, that a crown of trees sprouted from the bear's head. To be precise, it was no longer a bear. Its fur gradually morphed into the appearance of bark. Its arms sprouted leaves, and its entire form resembled that of an ancient tree. Chapter 43. The Divine Duel. A Clash Not to be Provoked, Part 2. A shadow enveloped the front row of spectators, among whom Lucia was present. Incredulous, she beheld Cam, who had astonishingly transformed into a tree, rapidly sprouting branches that extended nearby, shedding leaves that fell to the ground. Lucia picked up one of the leaves, feeling its ordinary texture. Yet, standing up against the protests of those around her, she insisted on reaching out to touch the extending branch. Indeed, it was a tree branch, but curiously warm and alive beneath the bark as her perspective gradually elevated. The tree of life, standing upright, appeared taller than the guardian bear, especially with its towering crown, casting a shadow over the ordinary spectators below. Its hands and feet had fully transformed into the likeness of withered trees, as though a layer of film enveloped its form, each movement restricted yet possible, albeit slow. The wrinkled bark now served as its skin. Tree of life status. Healing effectiveness increased by 15, armor value increased by 120, healing abilities enhanced. The crowd, including Lias and El engaged in battle, were left in a state of disbelief. Could a being not only be alive, but also transform into a plant? Beneath the crown of trees, a pair of enormous eyes, resembling bark yet unmistakably eyes, gazed out. With hands and feet resembling those of a human, the term treant sprang to mind for most, as it embodied both tree and human characteristics. Cam, Lias gazed upwards at the towering tree. Its hand moved, producing creaking sounds, as wood shavings and leaves fell with each motion. It extended a hand, seemingly responding to Lias's words, echoing the gesture she often used to summon It in the midst of battle. A colossal, animated tree suddenly emerged, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Opposite him, Ire found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the intentions of his opponent. What could a mere tree accomplish? Was it attempting to crush him? The thought amused him internally. However, as Ire's gaze fell upon the chaotic branches adorning his adversary, a sense of realization began to dawn upon him. Could this be the source of its affinity for nature magic? Throughout the recent skirmishes, Ire had meticulously observed each encounter, particularly those against formidable foes, that he even took notes in private, cataloging the abilities and signature moves of notable opponents. After all, the title of the Academy's finest was not to be taken lightly. Attempting to ensnare me with nature magic. That shall prove to be a daunting task. Nature magic lies outside the realm of conventional spells. It is typically wielded by summoners and specialized mages. Thus, the holy light holds little sway over it. Yet for someone like me, who has mastered sanctification, such attempts to ensnare me with vines to disarm me are, I fear, a tad premature. You may have miscalculated once more. Dear Lias, that it is essential to understand that nature magic holds no power over me at this stage. Ire remarked with a smirk. The battle raged on, and he commanded the siren to join him in the assault. Binding, I have no interest in such games. The words of his opponent elicited an internal chuckle from Wang Chu. Sister, you've been empowered, strike now. With a swift motion, he cast a healing spell upon Lias. Healing instantly restores a significant amount of health to the target and continues to recover a smaller amount over the next 12 seconds, with an increased critical chance of 40 for the initial healing. As Ire raised his greatsword, preparing to unleash the Ice Siren's magic, Wang Chu summoned the Cenarian barrier that a vibrant green shield enveloped Lias, who had already spotted Ire's impending assault and was ready to confront it with her greatsword. Yet, as the massive blade struck before Lias, it failed to make contact. Not even grazing her weapon, that it was a holy shield. The opponent had invoked a holy shield. The spectators, a gathering of paladins, rose in astonishment, for the holy shield was a sacred skill exclusive to paladins. The admiration for the holy light stemmed not only from its healing prowess, but also from its protective capabilities, instilling a sense of security among the populace. Even if the paladins and priests were not of the highest level, this great tree could wield a holy shield. Could it possibly absorb magic as well? No! Look closely. His holy shield is a vibrant green. This is clearly not a manifestation of holy light. One of the paladins observed that as Ire's strike landed, he found that he could not even breach his opponent's shield, and the siren's magic was nullified upon striking the barrier. That it vanished. Indeed, a Cenarian barrier at a lower level could withstand, but a single attack, no matter. I shall simply summon another. Liaz felt the protective shield dissipate around her, only for another to materialize in its place. Ire, witnessing the reappearance of the shield, felt a surge of frustration. What sorcery is this? A second-rate spell seeking to rival the greatness of Holy Light. Holy Sword! With a mighty roar, he unleashed a colossal strike imbued with radiant light, his golden armor radiating an aura akin to a figure cloaked in brilliance. The blow, augmented by the magic of Holy Light, collided with Liaz's shield, shattering it in an instant. Though Liaz raised her sword to defend, the immense force compelled her to kneel, and the radiant energy cascaded over her like a torrent, devoid of the protective might of the colossal bear. She felt the sting of pain from the impact. It's all right that I still possess healing capabilities. Prepare yourselves. Today, I shall demonstrate the true meaning of excessive healing. The vibrant green magic surged through his hands as he cast Healing Touch, channeling the maximum healing potential upon Liaz. She felt invigorated, as if she had been electrified, her prior pain and wounds vanishing entirely, replaced by a surge of strength. Simultaneously, he bestowed the Blooming Life upon both himself and Liaz. Blooming Life restores the target's health over 12 seconds, and upon its conclusion or dispelling, a substantial amount of health is immediately restored. Any healer must practice resource-efficient casting, as a seasoned druid of 10 years. Wang Chu refrained from indiscriminately depleting his magic unless faced with dire circumstances. Liaz, possessing commendable combat prowess, required no ceaseless healing that as her injuries mended. Liaz felt her strength returning. Now, she comprehended that the transformative effect of Charm was, in fact, healing, and a more potent form at that. Very well, Ire. Now we can continue our battle. Let us see who can endure the longest. Ire gritted his teeth, his noble paladin facade crumbling. How could a third-rate healer possibly contend with the Holy Light? He let out a cry, and another beam of Holy Light illuminated him and the siren. Fool! Who engages in a 2v2 without controlling healing and merely focusing on offense, especially as a warrior? Go on, strike away, and let us see who falls first. The combatants exchanged blows, each simultaneously healing and attacking. Liaz proved her mettle in close combat, adeptly fending off two adversaries. The audience had fallen silent, their cheers replaced by an anxious focus on which healer would falter first. Particularly, the instructors of the academy, accustomed to traditional duels, had never witnessed such a fierce exchange. Divine beings clashing, indeed, this was beyond their comprehension. Chapter 44. I, the druid, the gladiator, understand, attack, heal, attack, heal. How long must this endure? The majority of the spectators had never witnessed such a protracted battle. The sun had risen high, and according to the usual tournament schedule, they should have entered the fifth match by now, approaching the midday break. A glass of iced fruit tea, perhaps? Or some snacks? Ire mused, feeling the weight of his great sword grow increasingly burdensome, his stamina waning. He renewed the holy shield for both himself and Liaz, gazing at her, still engaged in combat. For the first time, Ire felt his endurance falter against a mere girl. How could she be so formidable? Observing the beads of sweat glistening on her brow, he guessed she too was nearing her limit. Clenching his jaw, he resolved not to believe she could last much longer. With a roar, he charged forward. This time, however, his sword felt too heavy to lift above his head. Even holding it felt cumbersome. Why had he chosen such a weapon? Its unwieldiness was a liability, and contrasting it with Liaz's slender sword, he realized that her choice might be the key to her stamina. As their swords clashed, with magic nearly exhausted, it devolved into a contest of brute strength. I didn't expect you to hold your own. Dear Liaz, Ire commented, his eyes drifting to the flushed face of the girl before him. Her once beautiful features now flushed from exertion, strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Such matters are trivial for a warrior. However, you, paladin, must be nearing the end of your strength. The power of Holy Light is not infinite. It is contingent upon the wielder's capacity, much like a mage's mana, which can be depleted with prolonged use. Moreover, Ire was not merely relying on Holy Light. He was engaged in a high-intensity battle. I am still capable. Ire gritted his teeth, watching as Liaz's weapon angled towards him. This woman possesses remarkable strength. He pivoted, attempting to strike from behind. Clang! The weapon was intercepted just beyond Leah's. Once again, that infuriating shield thwarted him. While one interception was manageable, this was not the first time it had occurred. Did that shield require no magical energy to sustain it? An ice wall materialized between them, allowing Ire to retreat. He gazed at the towering tramp behind Leah's. Therein lay the root of his troubles. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that the creature's healing capabilities surpassed his own, coupled with its shield magic. Unless he eliminated it, this battle would persist indefinitely. A test of endurance would ultimately lead to his defeat. Ire approached his summoned creature, the Ice Siren, a high-level being among known ice summons, immune to physical attacks due to its ethereal nature, making it a formidable contender in magical combat. Your target is that tree behind her. Use a large-scale spell to freeze it. Just a moment will suffice. I will buy you time, Ire whispered, observing the increasingly vigorous Leah's, her exposed thighs glistening with dried sweat, accentuating her muscular form at this juncture. Cheers erupted from the stands. With voices calling out his name, that a glance to the side revealed a banner held by a throng of girls proclaiming him the Academy's finest. Indeed, I am the Academy's finest. Being first implies an unassailable position. I cannot be defeated here. Absolutely not. Ire gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart, that I end the heat of battle. Tranquility is essential for devising superior strategies, and he tightened his grip on his weapon. Did I it time to employ that? He had intended to reserve it for the climactic duel against a worthy opponent, or perhaps he had never planned to unveil it during the Academy competition. Meanwhile, Leah's drew closer to Wang Chu. Despite his healing abilities, the prolonged 2-on-1 engagement was taking its toll. Thus, as long as Ire refrained from attacking, Leah's would not initiate an offensive. Calm, we must alter our strategy. We can only defend and wear him down. Striking at the right moment to disarm him is our only chance of victory. Leah's maintained her focus on disarming her opponent, relying on the rules to secure victory. If he attacks you, do not fret. I will safeguard you. Lias continued. Previously, Ale was so engrossed in battling with me that he neglected his own well-being, underestimating the necessity of healing, as if defeating the output was paramount. After enduring so many hardships, even the dullest should realize that the primary target must be oneself, that I am the state of the tree of life. My movements are severely restricted, making it impossible to evade attacks effectively. We will emerge victorious. Cam, trust me, Lias declared with unwavering conviction. Indeed, with the support of healing, Lias's confidence seemed to have surged considerably. However, Ale was no ordinary adversary, and one must remain vigilant at all times. It's all right, sister. After all, I am a master of the arena. I cannot let my title as a gladiator slip away. My practical experience may be nearly non-existent, yet Wang Chu's mastery of the druid's abilities is. In many respects, at a grandmaster level in a 2v2 scenario, I am more than familiar with the strategies required. Suddenly, Ale charged once more, his sword now too heavy to lift, forcing him to swing it horizontally. Lias hastily countered, and Wang Chu promptly cast another, Cenarius barrier for the opponent. You cannot win, Ale. Lias struck repeatedly with her longsword, while a nearly exhausted Ale could only block with his sword and a shield on his arm. Retreating step by step, I am a paladin, the first of the Academy. I shall not falter, nor shall the light fail me. Prepare yourself. With what little strength remained, Lias turned abruptly to face the foe behind her. The ice nymph was gathering radiant energy in her hands, preparing to unleash a spell, her casting taking an eternity. Cam, get back, Lias shouted to Wang Chu, who was engaged with AIL, the AT that moment. The paladin gripped his enormous sword with both hands. And with a flash of golden light, the weapon astonishingly split into two halves. The onlookers craned their necks, witnessing Ale's weapon transform into twin swords. Incredible. The paladin has split his sword. Wang Chu barely had time to marvel at Ale's skill before feeling a sudden chill envelop his hands. As the bark of the tree rapidly spread ice, magic. This was the nymph's sorcery. Gazing at the casting nymph, the crowd erupted in shouts of invincibility. Instantly, a radiant aura emanated from Ale, enveloping him in a golden glow of inviolable dominance. rendering Laius's attacks utterly ineffective. Without pausing near Laius, Ale charged directly towards Wang Chu. This time, the target was Wang Chu himself that as he prepared to reposition, he discovered his feet were ensnared by an unexpected frost, rendering him immobile, and the ice continued to encroach upward that as Ale approached. Wang Chu could discern the intricate runes inscribed on Ale's dual swords. Transforming, he instantaneously dispelled the restrictions. The form of the great tree morphed into that of a colossal bear, charging towards the distant ice nymph. The speed was nearly simultaneous with Ale's strike, as he watched in disbelief as the nymph's fur-covered body passed him by. Attempting to counter, the speed was so uncanny that even if he struck, the thick fur would absorb most of the impact. That as he lunged toward the nymph, Wang Chu reverted back to his squirrel form, his roots entwining. The vines that emerged from the ground were instantly repelled by the golden light, confirming that the invincible state granted immunity to both magic and physical attacks. However, the summoned beast would not share this invincibility. It wrapped around the ice nymph. Wang Chu transformed back into a giant bear, letting out a mighty roar as he activated Barkskin and charged directly at Ale. The spectators were captivated by Wang Chu's seamless execution, realizing that transformation and magic could be employed so intricately. This implied he could heal, attack, and utilize magic simultaneously, embodying the essence of three professions. That a collective gasp resonated among them, as a terrifying thought took root in their minds. The golden light began to fade. It seems the invincibility was not meant to last long, Wang Chu thought, as he initiated the rejuvenation spell, directly taunting the paladin. Though ineffective, his massive form obstructed Ale's line of sight, making it nearly impossible to evade. Simultaneously, Laius grasped his intent and charged alongside him. How can this be? How did he manage to dispel the frost trap so swiftly? Ale, nearly betting everything on his last vestiges of holy light, activated invincibility, but time offered him little opportunity to contemplate. Wang Chu unleashed a devastating blow, the weight of the bear behind it forcing Ale to block with both hands on his sword. Though he managed to withstand the hit, he could not fend off Laius's approaching strike from the flank. That as the dual swords fell, the audience gasped in astonishment. Chapter 45. Do not boast, do not boast. I am not. The twin swords clattered to the ground, signifying the conclusion of this contest. Laius exhaled deeply, relieved that the long battle had finally come to an end, her body barely able to support her as she leaned against Wang Chu's sturdy fur. Thud. Ale knelt on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his handsome face, splattering onto the frost-covered arena, melting into water. His hands trembled involuntarily, likely from the exhaustion of the intense battle that had suddenly ceased. Leaving him utterly depleted, he refused to lift his gaze or speak a word. The audience fell into an unusual silence, many relieved, yet others astonished by the final clash. It turned out Ale Vashik had retained such a trump card. It was a pity he did not reveal it sooner, as he might have prolonged the fight. Alas, he unleashed it just before exhausting his holy light, a true missed opportunity. Indeed, had Ale employed that tactic earlier, he might not have been so fatigued and lost. Discussions regarding the outcome were, paradoxically, more fervent than the battle itself. That may not be the case. Even if Ale unleashed that move along with invincibility, can you be so certain that Laius's beast would keep up with the healing? Perhaps it harbors some formidable spells of its own. There were nods of understanding among the crowd. This summoned beast was indeed impressive. After years of witnessing such duels, Laius was the most unique and unpredictable of them all. Do not boast. Do not boast. I am not solely relying on my opponent's performance, that I have no other skills to showcase. Wang Chu mused contentedly within this moment. He truly had no remarkable skills to present, relying solely on his existing transformations to sustain the battle. Until he could access the great Gugu, the cheetah, and other forms, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. You have triumphed, Laius. You are the true champion of the academy. Any discussion around him felt like a piercing blow to Ale's pride, as he clung tightly to the remnants of shattered ice, unwilling to raise his head or utter a word. His tone bore an obstinate pride, as if conceding to a paladin was a tormenting affair. Wang Chu cast a disdainful glance and transformed back into a squirrel, leaping on Elias's shoulder. Her hair was matted with sweat, giving her an unkempt appearance, and a subtle scent wafted in the air. Difficult to describe. With the referee's final declaration of the victor, Lias Lucifergus, the match was officially concluded. Until Wang Chu followed Lias out of the arena, Ale remained on his knees, head bowed. Do not look back. He likely cannot rise. Let him remain there, preserving the final dignity of a paladin, Lias remarked. Wang Chu noticed the referee and several assisting students attempting to help Ale to his feet, even preparing a stretcher. Yet Ale remained unyielding. How stubborn, he thought, as the wooden gate closed, dimming the light significantly. Wang Chu suddenly felt a jolt beneath him, nearly losing his balance. Lias slumped beside him. Cam, I cannot stand any longer, she said. Her voice even weaker than before. It turned out Lias had been enduring, only allowing herself to relax once out of sight. It should have been time to swap out competitors for the next match. However, the referee had yet to announce the lineup, as the previous match between Lias and Ale had consumed an inordinate amount of time, disrupting the schedule. Therefore, the next competitors had yet to arrive. Wang Chu leapt down, observing Lias, drenched in sweat, her thighs visibly trembling from exhaustion, dirt clinging to her fair skin. Hiss. Lias attempted to use a nearby wooden crate for support to stand, but lacked the strength. Any effort sent waves of soreness throughout her body. It had been ages since she had fought with such fervor, and she could not even recall the last time she had exerted herself to this extent. Suddenly, Lias couldn't help but chuckle softly. What? Unable to stand, yet laughing? The ability to fight with all one's might is a deeply gratifying experience for a warrior. And with the final outcome in her favor, reflecting on her efforts made everything seem worthwhile. Cam, can you transform into a bear and carry me out? It was as if she was pleading for his consent, her cheeks flushed. Wang Chu, oblivious to whether it was a result of exhaustion or embarrassment, complied. Hurry, hurry, or others will come, Lias urged. Only Wang Chu, who frequently accompanied her, was privy to this side of the revered goddess of the academy that others rarely witnessed. With a low growl, he transformed into a giant bear. There was ample space for the massive creature to navigate. Lias grasped his fur, attempting to climb on. Lower down. I cannot manage to mount. Is it not your lack of strength? Lower a bit more. All right, just like this. Clutching his neck, Wang Chu gradually made his way back toward the stands with Lias atop him. Emile, who had been anxiously awaiting her sister's arrival, was growing increasingly restless. Students not participating in the competition were prohibited from entering, a precautionary measure to safeguard against potential retaliation after the event. Thus, no matter how urgent the situation, they could only wait for the others to emerge on their own. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the shadow of a brown bear. Cam, upon seeing Wang Chu, Emile's heart, which had been in turmoil, began to calm. Soon, she noticed Lias, who was exhausted and sprawled across Cam's back. Sister. She hurried over, gently lifting Lias from Wang Chu's back. How could it have come to this? Her face was smeared with the bear's fur, and her arms and thighs were streaked with sweat and dirt. Emile quickly helped her sister to the ground beneath the massive bear. Due to its towering stature, others could scarcely catch a glimpse of what was happening, and they had already witnessed the bear's formidable prowess, making it clear that few dared to approach it. Using a cloth, she meticulously wiped away the grime from Lias's body, shedding her own outer garment to wrap around her sister. With a swift gesture, she retrieved a vial of green elixir from her pocket. This was an alchemist's concoction, typically used to restore depleted stamina. A staple for adventurers and those frequently engaged in combat. To Wang Chu, it was akin to a form of glucose. How are you feeling, sister? Is it any better? Emile inquired after Lias downed the potion. Remarkably, it proved effective. Lias's hands were now capable of movement. Come, try to stand. Emile supported Lias's arm with her shoulder as she gradually helped her to her feet. The sisters' performance in the fight had left a lasting impression on the spectators. Upon seeing the two sisters approach, the crowd parted respectfully, allowing them passage. The stands were not conducive to mobility, prompting Wang Chu to revert to the form of a squirrel and leap onto Emile's shoulder. Sister, you're utterly exhausted. Let us head back. Emile spoke timidly, knowing that returning would mean conceding defeat in the upcoming competitions. Yet, observing Lias's current state, she realized that even if they pressed on, It would yield little benefit. Surprisingly, Laius agreed. Continuing to endure would serve no purpose in the subsequent battles, and having already triumphed over the Academy's foremost paladin, Al, she felt her prowess had been sufficiently demonstrated. The outcome of the following matches seemed inconsequential. She had witnessed the boundless potential of her summoned beasts and the seamless synergy between them. Their paths for growth were vast, with Laius's consent. Emil assisted her in making their way toward the exit behind the stands. The exit, they encountered another figure, a woman adorned with a Green Ranger-esque feathered hat, her striking figure standing out amidst the crowd. It was that assistant, if she recalled correctly, named Lucia. She appeared to be waiting for them. Wang Chu also spotted Lucia at the exit. Since the battle was still ongoing, the number of participants had been limited, ensuring their paths would cross eventually. Moreover, Lucia seemed intent on waiting for them. There's something you need, Lucia? Laius, still weak, addressed her directly, a gesture that conferred both respect and acknowledgement among warriors. Lucia shook her head and offered a vial of a darker green elixir. Remarkable, Miss Laius and Little Cam. I just witnessed your battle. It was truly spectacular. I wouldn't have known how to respond, Lucia remarked, relieved she hadn't encountered a similar fate when she first met them. This is a high-grade restorative potion. Keep it for your use. You may find it beneficial for the upcoming battles. Laius gazed at the potion in Lucia's hand, recognizing its pristine hue as indicative of a superior concoction. Such potions were not available for purchase. How had she come by it, and why was she offering it to her? This is far too precious. I cannot accept it, especially since my current condition prevents me from continuing to fight. Laius politely declined the generous gift, which did not surprise her, but Lucia was taken aback that Laius genuinely intended to forego the competition. That's for the best, Lucia said with a smile, beckoning Emil to depart. Upon stepping outside the arena, the sounds of the competition echoed once more. The sisters had initially intended to return directly to their carriage, but at that moment, a soldier approached them. Looking somewhat official, "Are you Miss Lasiphagus?" Laius regarded the soldier, noting that his armor did not resemble that of the guards from Hargill City. There's something you need. I finally found you. General Dracula requests your presence. The sisters exchanged glances. Was this not the very general mentioned by their grandfather the previous day, a leader from the Imperial Army? What could he possibly want with them? Could it be due to the connections between our grandfather and father? Emil whispered, her curiosity piqued. The military typically placed great emphasis on bonds forged with former comrades. In the years leading up to their father's passing, they had received numerous visits from acquaintances. Hadn't their grandfather mentioned that General Dracula was once a colleague of their father? Surely, this connection was the reason for the summons. Very well, I will accompany you, Laius replied, rising to her feet. After consuming a few restorative potions, she felt considerably better, though her strength remained limited. Sister, you should return. She turned to Emil. Miss, you should accompany us as well, the soldier invited. How splendid. I can go too, Emil exclaimed, her face lighting up as she grasped Laius's hand, raising an eyebrow in delight. Laius shot her a disapproving glance, but followed the soldier's lead as they proceeded, the competition within the arena still ongoing. Should there be further matches, they would have to forfeit. However, if they were not slated to compete, perhaps there was still an opportunity. Laius's competitive spirit rekindled as her strength gradually returned. Wang Chu remained perched on Emil's shoulder, bemused at Laius's determination to continue fighting. After such an exhausting battle, she still desired to engage further. Most of the Academy's populace had flocked to the arena, leaving the path nearly devoid of others. Those they did encounter were Academy workers, all exhibiting utmost deference. Laius contemplated the soldier's motives for summoning her, likely tied to her father's connections. As for the competition, despite her competitive nature, she remained realistic. Students simply could not contend with the Imperial Army. Navigating past the mage department and deeper into the grounds led them to the area where the headmaster resided. Mr. Edmund, the headmaster of Hargill Academy, was a renowned archmage who typically resided within the Academy's mage tower, and no one knew what he occupied himself with, though rumors among students suggested that he was on the verge of a significant advancement in rank. Hence his frequent seclusion. Laius suddenly recalled the beast she had encountered that day, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a human in its appearance and behavior. It was rumored that once a summoned beast reached a certain level, it began to mimic human traits, exhibiting behavior that was nearly indistinguishable from that of a person. Given the headmaster's capabilities, Laius surmised he must have reached a level of mastery beyond her comprehension. Isn't this the mage tower where the headmaster resides? Emil recognized the location. Even the most unruly students dared not misbehave near such a tower, as it was said to possess peculiarities. After all, General Dracula is a leader of the Imperial Army. It is only fitting that the headmaster personally receives him. Given Dracula's status far surpassed that of the headmaster, it was hardly surprising to see him arranged in this manner. The soldier guided them closer to the mage tower. Wang Chu had seen many mage towers, but this one appeared particularly strange. From a distance, it seemed to be enveloped in waves of water. Yet people could pass through it without issue. The colorful light that washed over him felt entirely normal. Only upon stepping into the aura did he realize it was the surface of a lake. But outside, it had seemed like a grassy field. How perplexing, he mused. The surface of the lake was dotted with translucent stone slabs, which turned pure white upon contact, were it not for the soldier's guidance. Wang Chu doubted the two girls would have dared to traverse them. Each step taken with utmost caution, that we have arrived. The soldier approached the stone wall beneath the mage tower, which lacked a door. Just as the sisters wondered at this, the soldier traced a few circles on the stone wall with his hand, and suddenly, a blue magical door expanded like a constellation. Such fanciful tricks, Wang Chu grumbled as he followed Laius through the portal. The interior furnishings were unexpectedly simple. Furniture, a fireplace, desks, books, and rows of sculptures displaying armor, all within a spacious living area. Ahead lay a platform open to the sky. Wait, was this not the first floor? The view outside should not have appeared this way. Even Emil beside her felt bewildered. They had clearly entered from the lowest level, and the mage tower's elevation was on par with other academy buildings, not situated atop a high ground. Before them, at a large table crafted from an ancient gnarled tree, sat two individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Laius, you've arrived," one of the older figures exclaimed, turning to greet the sisters with a smile. Headmaster Edmund of Hargel Academy, a man in his 60s with a full head of white hair and a snowy beard, was seen by the two sisters at several significant events, dressed in an ample white mage's robe. His aged face bore a vibrant spirit. Opposite the headmaster sat a middle-aged man clad in iron-ringed armor, the same individual they had previously spotted in the stands. "Come here, Laius. This gentleman is General Dracula from the Imperial capital. I had intended for your grandfather, Urian, to accompany me, but his health has not been well. He is quite uncomfortable in this lofty tower," Edmund remarked with a smile, indirectly addressing Wang Chu's unspoken curiosity. Revealing that they were indeed high above in a tower, Laius was aware that her grandfather and the headmaster hailed from the same era, yet he had suffered many wounds during the early wars, carrying numerous ailments from his brushes with death. Had he not maintained a relatively robust constitution, winters would have been exceedingly harsh for him. Wang Chu noticed a woman at the edge of the stands, seemingly engaged in gathering sun-dried items. Her alluring silhouette bore a resemblance to Luke in terms of curves. "Wasila, please pour tea for these two young ladies. Come, sit down." Edmund beckoned the sisters to take their seats. "Of course, sir," came a melodious voice that Wang Chu had never encountered before, reminiscent of a gentle, soothing song, albeit with an undertone that was almost cloying. As the woman turned around, Wang Chu nearly lost his balance in shock. What manner of creature was this below the neck? She appeared as a voluptuous woman, her skin a pale yellow hue. However, above her neck, a gaping maw consumed half of her face, adorned with two massive pincers resembling those of an insect. And her large eyes hinted at multifaceted vision. What sort of monstrosity was this? Some sort of mantis demon, dragonfly demon, or perhaps a mothman? Her eyes narrowed to mere slits, as if she were smiling at herself. Emil also found the appearance of this peculiar being bizarre, instinctively pulling his sister closer. "She is my summoned beast, named Wasila," the headmaster explained, having perceived the girl's trepidation. "Greetings, Miss Lasificus, that I am Wasila." Her smile, while accompanied by a pleasant voice, lacked any redeeming quality that could assuage their discomfort. Wang Chu scrutinized the woman's body and her strange visage. Truly, the world was a vast tapestry of wonders. It was no surprise that these individuals were not overly astonished by their ability to transform. Having only just met Leas, with such creatures in existence, what else could one dare to imagine? It was said that this old man was over a century old, yet he remained vigorous, having lived alone for decades since his partner's passing, and prospered well. What a perilous thought, I entertain. Wang Chu abruptly chastised himself at that moment. The general from the empire, seated across from them, gazed intently at the two sisters, suddenly exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed! You bear an uncanny resemblance to the old soldier." Ha ha ha! His laughter boomed, the demeanor of a soldier naturally more open and unrestrained. Leas comprehended that he was referring to her father. Many of his old friends had made similar remarks. Ah! How I long for the days of battle. It has truly been an eternity. Dracula's laughter gradually subsided as he turned his gaze toward the sky. Chapter 47. Matters beyond my concern. Dracula's hearty laughter eased the tension among the sisters, eliciting smiles from both. Emile, with a glint in her eye, inquired, "General Dracula, did you share a close bond with my father?" "Close. That old soldier was quite the troublemaker back in the day," he chuckled. "Ahem. The headmaster." Edmund deliberately cleared his throat, interrupting the ensuing conversation, his gaze suggesting, "The children are watching. Must you not be more serious?" Dracula seemed to grasp the underlying message, quieting down with a sheepish grin. The Asta Empire, the largest nation in the West, was surrounded by numerous smaller, impoverished states where skirmishes were a common occurrence. During times of famine, it was not unusual for multiple small nations to declare war in a single day. Thus, soldiers who had survived the brutality of battle formed strong bonds, often having each other's backs. "It's a pity the old chap left us first, otherwise we would still be. Well, let us not dwell on that today. I happened to pass by Harjal Academy and heard that my old friend's children were here, so I took the time to visit," Dracula explained. "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, especially in battle," he remarked, at which point Edmund poured him a cup of fragrant tea. The tea in this world was quite intriguing. It was brewed with a piece of milk cake added, followed by either sugar or salt, resulting in a flavor quite distinct from the pure, rich aftertaste of traditional tea leaves. Let us not revisit events from over a decade ago. Leas is doing splendidly now, and her summoned beast is quite formidable. The topic of summoned beasts seemed to shift the focus entirely onto Wang Chu, as even the mantis-like woman cast a curious glance in his direction, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She had prepared a small plate of dried fruits, offering it to him with a beaming smile. "No, I am not. Please do not look at me. Speaking of which, Leas, how is it that your summoned beast can undergo such transformations?" Edmund, a renowned mage throughout the Empire, had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena over his century-long life, but he had encountered shape-shifting summoned beasts before, yet none had ever completely altered their species. "Truly peculiar. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise for you," he mused. Though despite Edmund's wisdom, he remained unable to comprehend the uniqueness of this summoned beast, resorting to vague compliments instead. The group engaged in light conversation, primarily reminiscing about the sisters' father's exploits, reinforcing their belief that the visitors had indeed come to see the daughter of an old friend. "By the way, Uncle Dracula, do you have business in Harjal City?" Emile suddenly asked, growing more familiar with him, as Dracula insisted that the sisters address him as uncle rather than general. Harjal City was situated far to the west of the empire, a considerable distance from the imperial capital. The military seldom ventured there unless there were pressing matters. Yet no news of any conflict had surfaced recently, and there had been no reports of skirmishes in the west for over a decade. Why, then, would the imperial army be present? A sudden silence enveloped the room as Wang Chu turned his gaze toward the general, who, in his 40s, now bore a rather displeased expression. "Is there something amiss, Uncle Dracula?" Leas seemed to sense the change in atmosphere and ventured to inquire. Dracula glanced at the headmaster, who displayed no discernible expression, seemingly taciturn. The exchange left the sisters feeling increasingly puzzled. "If it is inconvenient, Uncle Dracula, you need not disclose anything," Leas offered, aware that military personnel often had secretive missions that were not meant for public knowledge. "Even if I do not disclose it to you, I suspect old General Urian will inform you," Dracula suggested, having recalled a feasible excuse since he had already communicated the matter to Urian. The sisters, being family, might very well learn of it. Actually, the Imperial Army has received a mission. There have been some disturbances in the border town of Lexus, Dracula stated casually. Yet Leah's could discern that he preferred not to elaborate further, so she refrained from probing deeper. What sort of disturbances, Uncle Dracula? Emile, unable to grasp the situation, pressed on with her inquiry. Dracula did not directly address her question. Instead, he redirected the conversation to Leah's recent battle. The ensuing dialogue consisted of trivial exchanges, and the sisters remained engaged until dusk before departing. Edmund personally escorted them down the tower, utilizing a teleportation portal that transported them directly to the ground below. What a marvel of magic! Wang Chu had witnessed this peculiar magic for the second time, the first being in the Grand Library. Emile, you must be mindful of the occasion. Uncle Dracula clearly did not wish to discuss the mission. And you should not have pressed further. Leah's admonished her sister once they stepped outside the tower. Emile stuck out her tongue. I understand, sister, but don't you want to know what their mission entails? Not particularly, though curiosity lingered. Military missions were typically shrouded in secrecy, and Leah's felt no inclination to pry, especially since she was still a student at the academy. What use would such knowledge serve? Would she accompany them on their endeavors? Listening to the sisters' conversation, Wang Chu mused. Perhaps something truly is amiss at the border, but what concern is it of mine? As long as I am well fed and content, saving the world is the task of a hero. Not mind that I am but a squirrel. After all, he followed Leah's and Emile back home, that AS for the Academy's competition. It did not unfold as perfectly as Leah's had envisioned. She still had to compete on the designated day. Since Leah's failed to attend, she was deemed to have forfeited. Her ranking dropped to the top 8, while the remaining matches continued. However, after witnessing Ayer's match, even those who might have claimed first place would likely hesitate to challenge Leah's. With 2 days remaining in the competition and Leah's now considered a forfeit, she opted to stay at home rather than return to the academy. ASA summoned beast. Wang Chu had no choice but to remain at home as well. And in this devoid of any entertainment, passing the time proved to be quite a challenge. Leah's immersed herself in books and the study of sword techniques, while Wang Chu could only sit idly, feeling the weight of boredom. Having revived nearly all the withered trees in the house, the view outside now resembled a flourishing garden. As the number of plants increased, so too did the animals that accompanied them. As the druid King Chu, he surprisingly possessed the ability to understand their speech, including utterances that one would not expect from rational beings. For instance, he would hear them ponder trivial questions such as whether the fruit on a tree would fall in the next moment or if other fruits would sprout. Rather foolish line of inquiry. There were even squirrels of his own kind inviting him to their homes. Unlike them, King Chu, reclining in his cradle, opened his skill menu to take a look. Chapter 48 certainly brought a smile, as he discovered that after defeating AL, he had acquired several new skills. Among them, he stumbled upon a particularly useful ability. Wildmark, a skill that had been removed from the game, now manifested within him. He examined its effects. Wildmark, upon activation, it enhances strength, agility, and intellect by 5 for a duration of 30 minutes. Remarkably, it was at its optimal state that as an experienced druid, King Chu had always believed that prior to the removal of Wildmark. It was the most practical skill, second only to the Paladin's King buff, that he continued to inspect his skills, noting that the majority were passive rather than active. Each time a new skill appeared, King Chu would contemplate what the next one might be. However, judging by his transformation into a massive bear, it seemed that his skill progression had not deviated from his memories. The bear and the great tree had become his primary transformation states. As he perused his skills, he suddenly discovered several unique abilities. Dash. While in cheetah form, speed increases by 70 for 15 seconds. Passive skill. Wild Instinct. Reduces the chance of enemies detecting you while in stealth. Stealth and Sprint. King Chu eagerly navigated to the specialization interface, and indeed, a blue claw icon lit up. Wild State Cheetah. Utilizes biting and bleeding to inflict substantial damage. Sitting up with excitement, he thought, finally, I can become a physical damage dealer. What is the matter, Cam? Observed Lias, who was engrossed in her reading nearby. The midday sun had been particularly warm over the past few days, and Lias had not ventured outside. However, to King Chu, it seemed she had never been fond of the outdoors. He lifted himself from the cradle and settled onto the books. Did you have a nightmare? She inquired, scratching his fluffy head. It was hardly a nightmare. If anything, it was a dream come true. After a pause, Laius realized her eyes were sore from too much reading. She picked up King Chu and slowly walked to the window, where sunlight streamed in, warming his fur. King Chu had grown accustomed to this leisurely and stable lifestyle. Though Laius hailed from a military family, it was not as tumultuous as he had imagined. The power struggles among the nobility were not as overtly apparent. Perhaps it was due to the passing of Laius's father from the Lysiphurgus family. The motivations for conflict were largely rooted in differing interests, and for a family no longer serving in the military, there was little reason for alliances or enmities, resulting in a relatively calm atmosphere. Laius leaned against the wooden railing by the window, gazing at the fruit trees outside. She tended her own garden, and miraculously, it had sprung back to life over the past few days, with even the long-dormant saplings beginning to sprout new branches. Cam, do you think I should join the military after I graduate from the academy? Laius suddenly asked. King Chu raised his head to look at her. Her profile, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared even more beautiful. She turned to face him, her brows slightly furrowing. You ask me, but whom should I ask in return? King Chu mimicked her gaze toward the fruit trees and plopped down onto the ground. This moment. His only concern was survival, devoid of a human body. All his previous knowledge had been upended. In his past life, he had been a person of faith, believing in karma and reincarnation. Perhaps his death and rebirth constituted a form of cyclical existence. Yet if it was indeed a cycle, why was he burdened with memories of his past life? Had he merely been a squirrel, perhaps he would not have been so troubled. He had acquired formidable abilities, but lost the joy that should have accompanied them, with a lifetime still stretching ahead of him. King Chu wondered if his druid abilities had also brought along an extended lifespan, that if that were the case, even if Laius aged and passed away, he would continue to live on. Thus, for now, he would remain in this state and plan for the future once his powers reached a more formidable level. Laius pursed her lips, realizing that this question seemed to have no answer. Nor did she require one that after all these years of honing her combat skills, what had been the purpose? In her heart, she had already made up her mind. That be why the way, Cam. What do you think Uncle Dracula's mission entails? She suddenly inquired that weren't you initially uninterested in knowing? King Chu shot her a sidelong glance. That, oh, I wish I could undertake such secret missions. Only those who accept the task know about it, and all the local nobles and officials must yield to you. Doesn't that sound incredibly impressive? Laius painted a vivid picture of her dream before him. Yes, quite magnificent, he replied. But such missions were rarely straightforward. He possessed no protagonist's halo, and those ventures were often perilous in nature. Well, it's decided. Laius seemed to have made a significant resolution as she embraced him and returned to her desk. However, this time, she focused solely on her reading, neglecting his presence. King Chu scurried to the window, and she did not stop him as he climbed up the nearest branch to the large fruit tree outside. This place was no longer as it had been when he first arrived, under the lush canopy. Nests and hollows had long taken residence. Hey! King Chu heard someone calling for him. Turning around, he saw the squirrel that often invited him over, quickly scampering toward him upon spotting his presence. Generally, rodents are not known for their high intelligence, lacking the cognitive abilities of a human like King Chu. Their mode of communication primarily relied on scent and sound. Thus, when the squirrel approached, it began sniffing at his tail, gradually working its way up, upon recognizing him as a kindred spirit. It expressed familiarity. The scent of wild animals was overwhelming, and King Chu found the odor emanating from the creature intolerable. Get away! Stay back! He exclaimed, his voice startlingly effective. The squirrel paused momentarily, before seemingly brushing off the incident and resuming its exploration of the other scents left behind by King Chu. Communicating with such a simpleton was truly futile. He mentally scoffed. What do you want? Is there food nearby? From the squirrel's chattering and the aroma it exuded, King Chu was able to glean this information. Due to his earlier scare tactic, the squirrel appeared hesitant to approach him, instead lingering nearby and sniffing around. King Chu, uninterested in the creature, leaped down from the fruit tree. The squirrel hurried after him, watching as he descended, but the ground below was empty. It could no longer see him. Where are you going? It called out to AT that moment. King Chu had transformed into cheetah form, activating his stealth ability. In druid form, the cheetah was akin to an assassin, stealthy, ambushing, bleeding, and escaping, all seamlessly integrated into one agile skill set. Thus, it was exceptionally nimble in combat, capable of both striking and fleeing to end the game, though it lacked the more dubious finesse of other stealth professions. The combination of the sturdy bear form and regenerative skills remained the preferred combat method among all druids. The cheetah's stealth state had no time limit. As long as he did not attack or was not discovered, he could remain hidden indefinitely. King Chu activated his skill and slowly made his way from the courtyard toward the corridor that asked for the numerous versions of the druid skills that had been removed over the years. Any applicable ones could be noted in the reviews. The author had flipped through several versions, but none were entirely comprehensive. Chapter 49. The correct use of stealth. King Chu ambled along the corridor, a space he had seen daily, albeit from the perch of Laius's shoulder. At the end of the corridor, it split in two directions. One led to Laius's room, while the other led to Emil's. King Chu stealthily approached, considering that his footsteps should make no sound in stealth mode. Near the sisters' quarters, there would likely be servants stationed outside, which he had often observed from the window. As he drew closer, he could hear the murmur of conversations, about 3 or 4 individuals, both male and female. King Chu recognized one of the voices as a maid who delivered breakfast to Laius daily, while the other 3 were men, gathered together, engaging in light-hearted banter and laughter. The cheetah's form was not smaller than that of a human. Even when crouched, he was nearly as tall as an average man, and if he stood, he would likely tower over them. His sharp claws were akin to steel blades, capable of effortlessly tearing a person apart. As he crept closer, the conversations became crystal clear. King Chu even positioned himself at their center, sitting down at a height that reached their necks, that he wanted to test the conditions under which he could be discovered. Oh dear, chatting with you all has made me forget that the second young lady asked me to fetch water. I must hurry, the maid suddenly recalled, hastily dispersing. After the 2 men remained, they occasionally glanced at the maid's retreating figure, as if oblivious to King Chu's presence. Indeed, they cannot detect me, he mused, rising to head back toward Laius's room. However, halfway there he paused. Why not check on Emil and see if he could also evade detection? Upon this realization, I turned swiftly and made my way toward Emil's room across the hall. Indeed, Emil's demeanor starkly contrasted with Laius's. As I approached, I was enveloped by the sweet, innocent aura reminiscent of a young girl. The walls were to be painted a vibrant red, and the corridor was adorned with an array of flowers and plants, creating a stark juxtaposition with Laius's simplistic decor. The wooden door was intricately carved with delightful animal motifs, and as I drew nearer, I could hear Emil's laughter echoing from within. This little girl seemed to possess an innate ability to play anywhere. Wang Chu paused near the door, inhaling deeply, pondering the peculiar sensations before him. He noticed, in addition to the ordinary sights, shadows moving beyond the wooden door. Behind it, he perceived crimson silhouettes, akin to human warmth, coalescing into a complete form. Suddenly, it struck him that in the druid's cheetah form, one could indeed track humanoid beings. He distinguished 4 figures within the room, one of which appeared shorter than the others. Likely seated, with a gentle push, the door creaked open, startling the laughter of the 4 girls in a sudden silence. Is someone coming? One voice inquired. Could it be Mary returning? Following this, footsteps approached, drawing nearer. The room was filled with a delightful fragrance, accompanied by wisps of steam. Wang Chu stood motionless, observing as a girl emerged, her body wrapped in a gray towel, a clear indication that she had just bathed. Is someone here? Emil's voice rang out. No! Missed it must be the wind, the girl remarked, glancing out the door and, finding nothing amiss, closed it once more, this time locking it securely. She returned with a laugh, and Wang Chu distinctly perceived her bare form beneath the towel. Not only her, but there was also a large pond adjacent to Emil's room, approximately the size of 2 beds, where all 4 girls were immersed. This stealthy approach proved to be a commendable skill. Indeed, the most valuable one. Emil's physique was unexpectedly impressive. Wang Chu took a moment to describe each girl in detail to himself. That he drew closer, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. The thick humidity in the air seemed to conceal him perfectly. As he advanced further, he reached the water's surface and gently tapped it, causing a splash. Something just fell in. The ripples on the water captured the attention of the four girls. Wang Chu quickly retreated a few steps. Narrowly escaping detection, one girl approached to investigate. "There's nothing here," she declared, her body mere inches from him, allowing Wang Chu to see the droplets cascading down her skin. Swallowing hard, he assured himself that this was entirely unintentional. Suddenly, two more crimson shadows appeared at the corner of his eye. Unlike Lias's room, which faced the courtyard, Emil's was positioned differently, with windows opening into the interior of the Lucifagus family residence. Wang Chu recalled that further down this path lay Julian's quarters. The red shadows drifted away, seemingly uninterested in spying, instead moving deeper into the corridor. The window was ajar, and Wang Chu decided to slip outside. Otherwise, he would have to wait until they finished bathing to continue observing. With a clatter, his swift movements inadvertently knocked a quilt from the table onto the floor. "Is the wind unusually strong today?" one girl questioned. "Impossible. The weather is splendid. How could there be wind?" Emil rose from her seat. "Oh dear. Miss, put on some clothes." The girls clustered around Emil. "How strange. I feel as though someone has been watching us," one remarked. "That's impossible. Mississippi don't frighten us. There can't be any outsiders in our home," the others chimed in. "Could it be a ghost?" A girl playfully pinched Emil's chest, igniting laughter and playful banter amongst them. Outside the window, Wang Chu listened to their conversation, relieved that none seemed particularly perceptive. That he mused that perhaps only someone as astute as Lias could detect his presence against stronger individuals. His stealth might prove futile. As the crimson figure departed, Wang Chu found it curious that it had not remained on his level, but rather descended beneath him. That he hurriedly followed, confirming that the shadow was indeed going deeper. Possibly into a basement. He could not recall Lias mentioning any such place in their home. Driven by curiosity, he pressed on, approaching Julian's residence. Indeed, it was he that if there existed a basement, it was likely known only to him and the two sisters. The door was slightly ajar, and Wang Chu seized this opportunity to dart inside with remarkable speed. The servant who emerged felt a gust of wind pass by and glanced within, seemingly detecting nothing amiss. Shaking his head, he closed the door. With the door shut, the room was enveloped in darkness. Wang Chu had previously seen Julian's quarters from the entrance while accompanying the Lias sisters, but had never truly entered. The room was adorned with armor and various maps, many of which were marked with colorful circles, suggesting that this old general, despite his age, had not relinquished his former profession. The furnishings were quite simple. Directly ahead was Julian's favorite armchair, and a quill still lay upon the table, the ink moist, indicating it had been used that very day. There were 3 small alcoves in the room. Wang Chu observed as the red shadow was nearly lost beneath the left side of the floor. The distance made it difficult for his tracking ability to remain effective. That he hastily entered the left room, which appeared to be a study, strewn with books and discarded armor, clearly neglected. Near the bookcase, he noted a peculiar asymmetry. One side pressed against the wall, while the other jutted out. He instinctively pushed against it, discovering it was movable, akin to a double-sided door. Behind it lay a descending staircase. Indeed, a hidden passage. Chapter 50. The basement of the Lucifagus family. His footsteps made no sound as Wang Chu descended the staircase, the absence of light amplifying the chill in the air. The red shadow ahead was wielding a torch. The oppressive heat above was absent, and as he ventured deeper, a coldness enveloped him. He pondered Julian's whereabouts, observing the shadow slow its pace, seemingly advancing forward. It must have reached level ground. Wang Chu was uncertain of Julian's power level. Thus he refrained from drawing too close, fearing the effectiveness of his stealth might diminish in the presence of such strength. He slowed his steps, trailing behind cautiously. The flickering torchlight illuminated the pitch-black corridor. Wang Chu estimated that it had taken him about 10 minutes to descend. Moving at cheetah speed, he surmised it would take a human over 20 minutes. Especially in this darkness, suggesting the descent was nearly 100 meters deep. The Lucifagus family harbored such a location, the air carrying a faint stench, neither the musty odor of long-secluded spaces nor merely the scent of decay, but rather a foul mix of excrement and sweat, a smell typical of areas inhabited by wild creatures, where urine and bodily fluids serve as primary means of communication. That a low growl echoed through the air. further solidifying Wang Chu's suspicions. What creatures could Julian be keeping here? Be quiet. I'm here to see you and Ira. Look, I brought you food. Julian's voice resonated, but a thud followed, signaling the sound of food being dropped, quickly followed by the rustling of an animal feeding. Wang Chu cautiously peered around the corner as the torchlight brightened, allowing him to glimpse the scene. That he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankful that his stealth did not cast a shadow, he crept closer. He dared not approach too closely. What was this? He gazed in astonishment at the sight before him. In a space of approximately 10 square meters, a towering area had been hollowed out to a height of 3 to 4 meters, divided by iron bars behind which a creature frantically devoured its meal. Its imposing form resembled that of a human, yet it was covered in fur, appearing crimson under the torchlight. Its fur was indeed red. Blood dripped from its neck as it feasted on raw flesh, standing as it consumed, evoking a sense of encountering a primitive being. However, its claws looked sharp and menacing, comparable to those of a wild animal, a werewolf. Wang Chu surmised, conjuring an image of a creature from his imagination. What do you think, Anira? Julian seemed unfazed by the spectacle, observing the creature's meal with keen interest. Once the last morsel had been consumed, the creature finally raised its head. The light illuminated its face, sending a chill racing down Wang Chu's spine. What manner of being was this? It possessed but a single eye, and its wide mouth, when it smiled, nearly consumed half its visage, sharp teeth glistening with blood. The sound of its laughter bore a striking resemblance to human mirth. Wang Chu then noticed that the creature's fur was not fur at all, but rather bloated flesh, its entire form appearing stitched together, with additional eyes and a head protruding from its arms. What kind of creature was this? Could it be that Julian's summoned beast was such a monstrosity? As he pondered, the creature, having satisfied its hunger, turned to roar at the old man. There's nothing left. Today has come to an end. Unfazed by the roar, Urian remained steadfast, torch in hand, while Wang Chu could discern the increasingly grotesque visage of the monster. It bellowed without a care for Urian, gnashing its teeth against the iron gate, seemingly desperate to break free. What manner of creature was this? Before Wang Chu could fully observe, the beast suddenly directed a low growl toward his corner. Urian seemed to sense the commotion behind him. Without hesitation, he dashed upward, the sound of footsteps echoing behind him. Urian was in pursuit. Clearly, the old man had noticed his presence. Indeed, hiding from someone of such high caliber proved futile, though he had anticipated this outcome. He found himself ill-prepared upon being discovered. Urian moved with remarkable speed, and Wang Chu leapt from the study, swiftly navigating through the living room to the door. He realized that the door had just been shut. The cheetah's claws were not particularly useful for manipulation unless he transformed into a bear. Yet, he could already hear Urian's voice approaching. Who's there? Wang Chu quietly concealed himself in a room across the way. Urian emerged, the torch now absent from his grasp, scanning the area but finding no trace of anyone. Odd, he thought. He had distinctly sensed something darting about, a presence that could not have been mere vermin. But he surveyed the surroundings, which appeared much as they had when he had departed, his own room sparsely furnished. If anyone were hiding, they would be easily detected, yet he saw no one else. Casting a glance back at the other two rooms, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Who is it? Urian called out, irritation evident in his voice. The knocking abruptly ceased. Grandfather, it's me. It was Lias. Startled by the earlier commotion, her voice trembled slightly. Lias, come in. Urian's tone softened, transforming back into the kind demeanor of a loving grandfather. He settled into a chair directly across from the door as it creaked open. Lias cautiously peeked in. Grandfather, her curious eyes scanned the room before she stepped inside. Oh, what is it, my dear Lias? Come, sit down, he beckoned her warmly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chu noticed the door ajar and stealthily crept along the wall. After Lias entered, Urian appeared to morph into a different person, reverting to his affectionate grandfather persona. Have you seen my camp? He dashed out through the window, and I've searched high and low for him. Wang Chu halted mid-stride. She had come here looking for him, but he continued on, now facing away from the two, maintaining a respectful distance as the door swung open behind him. Then you should look up in the trees. After all, squirrels are adept climbers, he heard Laius suggest, without pausing for a moment. He made his way toward the room where Laius had entered. All the while, he pondered the earlier scene. The stitched monstrosity, what could it possibly be doing in Lucifagus's home, and how had it been hidden underground? Furthermore, it seemed Urian had been nurturing it for quite some time, visiting it daily. Was it a summoned beast or some other creature? Given that summoned beasts could take various forms beyond mere animals. Wang Chu struggled to comprehend its true nature. Upon reaching Laius's room, he transformed back into a squirrel, leaping onto the desk. Just then, the door opened once more. "Ah, you little rascal, I've been searching for you everywhere. And here you are?" It was Laius, who approached the desk and lifted him, tossing him onto the bed with a playful flourish. "Now, where have you been?" Normally, Wang Chu might have engaged in some playful banter. But after the earlier events, he sensed that this family was far more complex than he had initially perceived. "Sister, your grandfather may be a bit peculiar." Chapter 51. Nightmares. The surroundings morphed into a dreamlike spectacle, and Wang Chu found himself once again within the Emerald Dreamscape. It seemed that entering the Emerald Dream had become increasingly casual for him. It felt as though he could merely still his thoughts to access it. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves overhead, illuminating an expanse of verdant grass, where both flora and fauna grew in ways he had never witnessed before, vines as thick as a man's arm. Moreover, Wang Chu noticed that the number of creatures inhabiting this emerald dream seemed to be on the rise. The sunlight glinted off his fur, feeling pleasantly warm rather than scorching, and after a few steps, he arrived at the lake's edge. Peering down at his reflection, he marveled at the clarity of the water, revealing depths of several hundred meters, where algae and tree roots flourished, while the darker depths remained obscured from view. Observing his own image, a plump, furry face adorned with whiskers, he noticed the water's inky depths. Something appeared to be shifting within that darkness. That as it gradually moved closer, the scene morphed into something grotesque. And Wang Chu felt the shadow beneath the water taking on a human form, revealing the same creature whose eye he had glimpsed during the day. The shadow opened its eyes, fixating on him with an intense gaze. Startled, Wang Chu bolted upright. Everything around him shifted, his vision sharpening, and he found himself still seated in his cradle. That it was merely a dream. Wang Chu exhaled in relief, but he could not fathom why the visions within his dreams evoked such terror within him. His heart raced. And despite considering himself resilient to fright, he had participated in real battles. Yet the silhouette in the dream had overwhelmed him that he couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps it was simply the vividness of the emerald dream that rendered it so real. "Oh, Cam, you're awake." At the table's edge, Laius was busily combing her hair, seeming to rise early each day, relishing her morning practices. Clad in a loose training outfit, she had just returned from outside. Laius faced away from Wang Chu, her reflection visible only through the mirror. Her slender waist bore no excess flesh, and her figure promised to become strikingly beautiful in the future. No, she was already lovely. Laius swiftly tied her hair back and approached him. Always, a peculiar fragrance lingered around her as she lifted him. "Awake now." Are you all right, Cam? Are you sweating?" Laius noted the moisture on Wang Chu's nose, placing her hand on him. "Still unwell? Don't be foolish. An animal's body temperature differs from that of a human's." After scrutinizing him for a while, Laius failed to discern anything amiss. Wang Chu leapt from her grasp, allowing her some time to change clothes, just as breakfast arrived, delivered by the maids. "Eat up. We must head to the academy today." The competition there should have concluded by now, Laius mused. Having spent the past 2 days at home since she had forfeited the competition, she learned about the academy's happenings through Emil. Without a formidable rival like Elvishak, it was only natural that the first place would go to Zyra, the grandson of the academy's headmaster, whose prowess was well known in many people's minds. The final showdown was expected to be between El and Zyra. Although most students would experience a significant leap in strength after summoning beasts, the inherent disparity in their capabilities could not be bridged in just a few days. The two sisters from the Lucifagus family boarded the carriage to the academy, with Emil recounting the competition's events as if she had witnessed the entire affair. Oddly enough, had she not been at home with Laius, how could she know so much? as Emil embellished the tale with fervor. Wang Chu's imagination filled in the gaps of the ongoing competition. The Lycophagus sisters inevitably became the focal point of attention wherever they went. As soon as they alighted from the carriage, all eyes swiftly turned to them. It's the Lycophagus sisters. I heard that General Dracula from the imperial capital met with them privately a few days ago. For some reason, news of Dracula's meeting with the sisters had spread throughout the academy. After all, the Lycophagus family is a military lineage. Many nodded in agreement. Among the notable families in Hadra City, the Lycophagus family stood out. Even if they were in decline, their prestige within the military remained intact. Life in the academy, aside from competition and gossip, seemed to lack any truly intriguing stories. That it was said that a commendation ceremony would be held today to honor the top 3 students, bestowing titles upon them. However, these matters bore no relevance to Lias, who had already forfeited. Learning remained a priority. Observing the students in class from above, Wang Chu realized he had returned to his previous routine after several days. Yet this time, following the competition, especially after witnessing his own transformation, it felt as though all the summoned beasts in the resting area regarded him with trepidation, that he turned to see the shadow creature, usually most disdainful of him, retreating at the mere exchange of glances. Not only that, but it seemed that wherever Wang Chu went, the other summoned beasts instinctively withdrew or bowed their heads, as if acknowledging his dominance in the animal kingdom. Sometimes, animals understood the nuances of power better than humans. His old friends, Liza and Akira, did not shy away from him, yet they spoke with noticeably more caution than before. "Liza," Wang Chu called out. "Ah, my leader. Is there something you need?" "I have long since become the leader among the 3 of us, and the great butterfly remains motionless before me. Have you ever seen a beast with a single eye?" Wang Chu gestures to the 2 creatures, attempting to describe the entity he encountered yesterday, which lingers in his mind like a haunting specter. Even invading his dreams, he is eager to discern the nature of this being that is a newcomer to this world. He can only inquire about these summoned beasts. How could such a terrifying creature exist? Have you seen them? The responses from the 2 beasts are largely uniform, that it seems futile to question them further. However, Wang Chu feels an unsettling sense of living beneath the same roof as such a monster without any knowledge of its presence. "Lisa, take me to the Grand Library." Noting that Leah's class still has a considerable duration left, Wang Chu instructs the great butterfly to escort him to the Grand Library, where he hopes to uncover answers. Lisa dares not disobey his command. She leads Wang Chu towards the Grand Library outside the academy. Upon stepping outside, Wang Chu is struck by how quickly the day has darkened. Ominous thunderclouds roll in, signaling an impending downpour. The surrounding air feels stifling. "Lisa, let us hasten our flight." Chapter 52. The Deluge, the Grand Library. Since his last visit, Wang Chu has found little time to return. Previously, Leah had taken the book on world history home with her, originally intending it for his use. However, as he found it incomprehensible, it remained untouched while Leah engrossed herself in its pages. The rumble of thunder echoes within the gathering storm clouds. Observing the weather, Wang Chu muses that rain could fall at any moment, and he is relieved that the competition has concluded. Battling in the rain would be quite unpleasant. Upon arriving at the Grand Library, Lisa descends gracefully. The number of visitors here is noticeably greater than during his previous visit. Curious glances follow the 2 summoned beasts as they land. The sight of a great butterfly accompanied by a squirrel is indeed peculiar. They appear to know the way, as they swiftly make their way into the library. Perhaps their master is inside. Despite the curiosity, most patrons continue with their own tasks, paying little heed to the 2 creatures. "Leader, when shall we return? What if our master emerges?" Lisa begins to fret as soon as they enter. It's all right. We shall return shortly." The lesson in the other room has only just begun. After so many days, Wang Chu has noted that the class schedules are quite consistent. How is it that these summoned beasts have no sense of time? It was said that animals possess their own biological clocks. Such rumors may well be unfounded. Wang Chu and Lisa ascend to the 2nd floor of the library, where fellow students witness a squirrel and a butterfly racing up the stairs. The squirrel, hardly the height of a book, leaves Wang Chu perplexed at why the tomes in this world are designed to be so large and thick. Is it a bid to conserve paper? Standing at the bookshelf, he cannot even reach the lowest volumes. You've returned, little one. A glowing orb of light suddenly appears before him, due to the abundance of shelves and the enclosed nature of the grand library. The lighting is rather poor. Aside from the high skylights, there are no other sources of illumination, leading to a pervasive glow from the animated light sources. Wang Chu recognizes the voice as that of the library's director. "What kind of wisdom do you seek today?" it inquires. Wang Chu mentally describes the creature he encountered, but it seems his words are not comprehensible to the automated director. Perhaps his description lacks specificity, or perhaps the entity is simply unfamiliar with such a being. Or perhaps you could show me something that resembles a creature with a single eye, Wang Chu suggests. As he has never before seen a creature of that nature, in response, a book swiftly flies from a nearby shelf. Perhaps this tome will provide you with the answers you seek. The cover is adorned with intricate and captivating designs. Yet Wang Chu cannot decipher its contents. It may be time for him to learn the script of this world. After all, he cannot remain illiterate for the next decade and beyond. As he opens the book, a series of bizarre creatures are revealed. This is an ogre, dwelling in the southern desert wilderness. They possess strong bodies and towering stature, preferring solitude. Villages along the southern borders often face disturbances from them. This is a darim jellyfish, residing in the depths of the eastern seas. Few have encountered it, and whether it still exists remains a mystery. The earliest records emerged during a storm, when a lost cargo ship stumbled upon it, measuring nearly 15 meters in length. This is a burrowing worm from the northern insect-infested lands. The library director continues to recount the contents of the book page by page, revealing the multitude of strange creatures that inhabit this world. If the illustrations are accurate, perhaps there is no need for Wang Chu to dwell on the peculiar entity at home. There are far more bizarre creatures here. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. With another rumble of thunder, the sound becomes incessant. Students in the library begin to file out, clearly anticipating the impending downpour. "You must leave, little one. Rain is imminent." The voice advises that it seems even the library urges departure. Should this library be situated outdoors, it would likely be devoid of patrons. Having flipped through several pages without finding a description of the creature, Wang Chu decides to command Lisa to take him home. Perhaps he need not be so concerned, since that creature has been within the Lascivious family for so long without causing harm, and it appears that Julian can keep it in check. Perhaps he has been overly sensitive. Were it not for the dream he had yesterday, he might not have given it so much thought. Upon returning to Leah's classroom, Wang Chu finds that the lesson has concluded earlier than he anticipated. When he arrives at the resting hall for summoned beasts, he notices several students departing with their creatures. Just then, Leah approaches him, exclaiming, "Come, but a storm is brewing. We should return." There was to be a ceremony to honor the competition winners, but it has been canceled due to the rain, and the awards will be presented directly instead. Wang Chu almost forgot about this event. "Ah, I see. That explains the early dismissal." At Haggle Academy, students enjoy a degree of freedom, able to leave whenever there are no classes. Leah carries Wang Chu as they hurry toward the academy's entrance. Passing through a familiar grove, he spots a recognizable figure. Lucia is busy among the flowers, seemingly digging a drainage ditch for the garden in anticipation of the rain. She waves as Leah rushes by. The fine rain begins to fall, chilling against his skin. Leah simply returns the gesture before continuing on. Outside the academy, a significant number of students have already fled into the open. Wang Chu spots Emile calling out from his family's carriage. "Sister, hurry!" The rain descends abruptly. Leah cradles Wang Chu tightly as they sprint. Just as they near the carriage, Emile pulls him aboard. "Get in, sister. This rain is truly relentless." A thunderclap startles Emile. Leah brushes off the water from her clothes and sets Wang Chu aside. "It's all right. Let us go quickly. Otherwise, it will be difficult to move later." The road leading from Haggle Academy is lower in elevation, prone to flooding during rain. They must hurry home, lest the water rise and trap the carriage. Upon arriving home, the water has already accumulated to the level of the threshold. "Miss, please return to your room. We will handle this." Several servants, armed with tools, are busily clearing water from the yard. Wang Chu glances at the architectural layout, which in its pursuit of beauty has sealed off the garden's periphery. No wonder the water has gathered. Sister, perhaps I could join you in your room. I'm quite frightened alone. Emile trails behind Leah. Yes, Leah nods in agreement. It should have been midday, yet the violent rain has cast the entire sky into a dreary gray that I end the room. Leah leaves Wang Chu to sit at the desk while the two sisters engage in animated conversation. This day appears to be entirely consumed by the deluge, and given the current conditions, it seems unlikely to cease anytime soon. Wang Chu spends the afternoon with the two sisters in the room, and after what feels like an eternity, the sky grows dark, and the maids bring in dinner. What is the situation outside? Liao inquires, concerned for the conditions beyond. The water has been cleared. Mississippi, we have dug a drainage ditch in the yard. But the rain continues to fall. We must have someone watch over it tonight, or else the water will gather again. Liao glances out the window and sees several servants still laboring under the glow of lanterns. Prepare some hot tea and send it to them, Liao instructs. Yes. Miss. Suddenly, another thunderous crash resounds, louder than all preceding sounds. The girls in the room jump in fright. Wang Chu rushes to the window to observe the outside, which is shrouded in darkness, with only the yard illuminated. Yet, he notices something red moving in the distance, nearly beyond the limits of visibility. Quick, look at what that is over there. It appears to be fire. The mountains over there are ablaze, remarked one of the girls, as they gathered to witness the spectacle despite the deluge. Chapter 53. The Mission. That night, many inhabitants of Hadra City beheld the flames on the distant mountain. The sheer distance from which they could see the blaze left Wang Chu in disbelief. He could not fathom the extent of the fire. Throughout the night, he heard the commotion outside the walls, but remained oblivious to the activities taking place at by dawn. The torrential rain persisted unabated, yet classes at Hadra Academy were to continue. The two sisters rose each morning, and after breakfast, they boarded the carriage. The roads leading to the academy were inundated with water, prompting Wang Chu to bemoan the city's architectural layout, particularly the pothole-ridden streets. Just wait for the next downpour. The entire city will have to roll up its trousers to wade through. The sisters donned raincoats, the makeshift rain protection of this world, oily on the outside and lined with plush material. Wang Chu, nestled within the coat, found it quite comfortable. Upon arriving in the classroom, the primary topic of discussion was, of course, the fire from the previous night, which had captivated nearly the entire city's attention. Although the flames were no longer visible, a haze of smoke lingered in the distance. I heard that the lord of the city has dispatched troops to the site. It is said that a village over there is ablaze, a student remarked. The rain, coupled with the chill in the air, prompted Liaz to refrain from heading to the beast's summoning lounge, and instead opted to bring her creature to the classroom, where it was relatively warmer. You must be joking. How can there be a fire in this rain? It's so heavy that I could practically raise fish in front of my house. Another girl laughed, unable to contain herself. Even Liaz seemed to tremble with suppressed laughter, leaving Wang Chu perplexed. I heard this from the Adventurers Guild, the boy insisted, still trying to defend his claim. However, after much debate, the cause of the fire remained unclear to the students, who seemed unconcerned, believing that the military and the Mage Association would manage any crises. The discussion ceased only when the instructor entered the room. Wang Chu poked his head out from Liaz's embrace and leaned on the desk. Cam, get down quickly, or we'll be in trouble if the instructor sees you, Liaz whispered, pressing his head down. It's not like I haven't seen her before. What is the big deal? The sound of footsteps echoed, revealing two individuals accompanying the instructor. The students soon realized that one of them was a soldier, discernible even without armor due to his build and soft leather attire. The surrounding students began to murmur. Silence, gentlemen. Allow me to introduce Captain Kunlin from the city's defense forces, the instructor announced. Gesturing to the man beside him, Duddy stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and declared in a booming voice, Today, I have received orders from above that I trust you are all aware of the fire that broke out in the east yesterday. It was the Feld farm that suffered destruction. Due to the breaching of the Western Canal and the excessive flooding in the city, the defense forces are stretched thin. Thus, after discussions with the headmaster of Hadra Academy, it has been decided to dispatch some students alongside hired adventurers to assist at Feld Farm. His words were assertive, clarifying the situation. Yet Wang Chu, still bent over the desk, couldn't help but critique this faulty setup. One heavy rain, and the entire city is submerged, not to mention the overflowing moat. This presents a splendid opportunity, one that the headmaster has secured for us, the instructor added, attempting to bolster the students' spirits that in such weather, with the relentless downpour, embarking on a journey was the last thing anyone wanted to do. But the mountain paths are treacherous, often inhabited by wild beasts, which is why we have selected the most capable students for this mission. Wang Chu distinctly heard a wave of discontent ripple through the crowd. Even the most unmotivated among us has a moment of pride. Now, I will announce the list of students heading to Feld Farm. Leah's Lascivicus. Wang Chu felt that her name was inextricably linked to every undertaking to think that they would have to ascend the mountain in such downpour. Aside from Leah's, 3 others were called, but Wang Chu paid little attention, feeling that the days of enjoying a warm bath would be distant. After a day of classes, the rain showed no signs of relenting. In lower-lying areas, streams of water had already formed. Why did this wretched weather seem never-ending? Just a few days prior, conditions had been quite favorable. Upon returning home, Leah's informed Yuri Yin and her sister about the mission to Feld Farm. Despite the inclement weather, Yuri Yin, being a seasoned soldier, wholeheartedly approved, emphasizing the need for caution while marching in such heavy rain, particularly on mountainous trails prone to mudslides. "Grandpa, we're going to the farm to assist, not to march in haste," Leah stressed. Yuri Yin chuckled lightly. "It's all the same." Emil, somewhat reluctant, interjected, "Sister, it's been raining continuously, the weather is cold, and going up the mountain will be challenging. You might even catch a cold." "Your sister is not so frail," Leah's retorted. Wang Chu perceived that Leah's seemed almost eager for the adventure, reminiscent of a child awaiting a picnic. Indeed, how could the children of the Lascivicus family be so easily daunted by the elements? "Rest assured, if the military requires assistance, I will arrange it for you." Urian's words still held weight in military circles. "Hey Cam, you seem a bit downcast," Leah's remarked. "Happy? How could I be anything but? Can you truly read my expressions?" he replied with a long face. Emil hugged her. "When I'm not around, you must take good care of your sister." Wang Chu secretly wished for his travel form to activate so that he could soar over the mountains like a mighty eagle while they trailed behind. The following morning, Leah's, not waiting for her sister to rise, called for a carriage and hurried to the academy. The rain appeared to have lessened somewhat, having poured continuously for 2 full days and nights with no signs of abating. She recalled last year's rainy season not being nearly as severe. If it continued, the canal would likely struggle to cope. The annual rainy season was always the most troublesome for the canal. For this mission, Leah's had donned light armor, her tool pouch filled with various implements, and she still wore her raincoat. "Cam, the mountain paths are treacherous, filled with dense forest that if you have trouble standing later, you can come into my arms." She opened her coat, revealing a wide pouch tied around her chest, reminiscent of a mother carrying her child, a sight Wang Chu had previously seen on the streets. The designated meeting point was at the academy gate, requiring them to arrive earlier than usual to avoid inconveniencing others. "We have arrived, miss," the servant outside the carriage announced. Leah's cradled Wang Chu in the pouch as she stepped out into a biting cold wind. A group was already waiting ahead, some of whom Wang Chu recognized, clad in bright red raincoats, shadows of armor trailing behind them. The Holy Knight was among them, and even Lucia was part of this contingent. Beside the 3 was a man Wang Chu had never seen before, wrapped tightly in a gray-black raincoat, accompanied by a hound-sized creature. Chapter 54. Feld Farm. 2 consecutive days of heavy rain had rendered the roads nearly unrecognizable. After leaving the city, the surroundings resembled a quagmire, with even the roads transformed into mud. According to the adventurers, given the persistence of the rain, many who had ventured out were now returning home. Hadra City, being the largest transportation hub in the West, had seen an influx of people in the past 2 years, contributing to the current state of the roads. The relentless downpour over the last 2 days had only exacerbated the muddy conditions. As the carriages could not ascend the mountain, the horses, having been seated for too long, were now wetter, prompting the entire party to opt for walking. Wang Chu peeked his head out from Leah's clothing, outside. The rain was chilling, Yet he felt warm inside. That it had been a morning since they departed Hadra Academy. And besides the academy's students, there were also adventurers accompanying them. This was Wang Chu's first encounter with adventurers, who seemed more akin to mercenaries, having accepted a commission from the guild to join the expedition. The remaining members of the party were soldiers. The number of troops that could be drawn from Hadra City was limited. With the defense, riverbanks, and various city affairs already stretched thin, only about 100 personnel were available for this mission. For the students of Hadra Academy, this task was primarily intended to help them adapt to engaging with external parties. Thus, despite the rain, the students exuded confidence. Wang Chu surveyed the muddy pathway ahead, realizing that the journey up the mountain would be far from easy. Fortunately, he was spared the burden of walking, observing the other summoned beasts that had to accompany their masters. The petite creatures certainly had their own advantages. Among the student cohort, Al and another boy clad in a black raincoat took the lead, appearing to be the leaders among the students as they approached the mercenary group. They exchanged casual banter, perhaps assuming that the students would be easier to persuade. Wang Chu noted that wherever Liaz and her companion Chezia went, they managed to spark a debate. "You are called Liath," Wang Chu remarked, observing a burly man beside him, his face adorned with a thick beard and clad in a raincoat that revealed glimpses of animal fur within. He appeared to be a member of the adventurers' team, with robust arms covered in coarse hair, seemingly around 30 years of age. "Indeed, sir," Liath replied, her demeanor exuding politeness. "A name of elegance," the man continued, tilting his head to gaze at the rain-soaked sky, resembling a melancholic poet. This conversational approach was ineffective. The rain was dripping down his face, yet he remained oblivious to the need for a wash. "Ah, thank you," Liath responded, still a young girl, and despite her usual aloofness at the academy. She exhibited a certain youthful shyness when confronted with strangers, especially when unaccustomed to being scrutinized. Yet, it was often this reaction that piqued others' interest. "Seeing you all reminds me of my days as a student when our adventurer team comprised mostly residents of Hadra City." The man engaged Liath in various unrelated topics, though she seemed disinterested, consistently steering the conversation back to their current mission or survival techniques in the wild. "Uncle Walker, do you know why Feld Farm suddenly caught fire?" Liath inquired. "I have merely heard that there was some trouble there. The entire area of Feld Farm is primarily cultivated crops with few other resources. So it frequently attracts merchants, and we adventurers seldom venture there. That I recall the last time I went was over half a year ago," the bearded man pondered, reflecting on his last visit. "Does it not rain there? With such heavy rainfall, how could a fire possibly ignite?" Liath found it incredulous, and some other students nearby approached, likely just as perplexed by the situation. Actually, Feld Farm's geographical position is quite peculiar. To develop agriculture. Much of the surrounding forests have been transformed, resulting in weather conditions that differ from those in Hadra City. Once we cross this hill, the rain will likely cease. He pointed towards the mountain beneath their feet. So that was the case. Liath gazed into the distance, and as she looked back at Hadra City, aside from a few iconic mage towers and the glowing orbs atop them, all that remained was territory no larger than a village. The path up the mountain grew increasingly treacherous, as trees ravaged by the downpour lay scattered along the roadside, necessitating their removal for passage. The soil beneath them became soft and muddy in some areas, waterlogged to knee level. The seemingly short distance took until dusk to traverse a single mountain as the sky darkened. Fortunately, the rain subsided, gradually transforming into a stifling warmth. Wang Chu, unable to remain within his clothing, scampered onto Liath's shoulder. "Is this your pet?" The burly man, who had followed them, began to direct his conversation towards himself. "How bothersome. At your age, why pursue an underage girl when your team is filled with women?" Wang Chu glanced at the adventurer team, noting several women, all with ample curves and not particularly skilled. "It is my summoned beast." As the rain ceased, Liath attempted to remove her raincoat, feeling uncomfortable in the damp fabric. "You'd best keep it on. Otherwise, you might catch a cold," the man advised. Lucia approached as well. "You should put your clothes back on. The temperature here is significantly warmer, and the moisture will dry soon," she reminded Liath. Wang Chu, catching a fleeting glance from her, felt as though she had just looked his way. Indeed, It is strange how the weather has turned warm here. Could the fire have spread this far? One among the group questioned. The atmosphere felt peculiar, carrying the scent of something charred, reminiscent of a processing plant. Yet, even charred vegetation should not emit such a stench. The leading adventurer team halted. What is it? Have you discovered something? The leader, a man appearing to be in his 40s, with a robust physique, was accompanied by a dog akin to the one beside Al. Wang Chu could only refer to it as such, for it indeed resembled a dog. With skin of a vibrant green adorned with spots, and a tail as red as fire. Captain Reno's summoned beast is a hellhound. They possess a keen sense of smell and must have detected something, the burly man explained. The group paused, observing the two hellhounds sniffing the ground as they advanced cautiously. Keep up, the leaders beckoned the trailing group to follow. Was there something peculiar in the scent? Wang Chu inhaled the air but could not discern anything unusual. After following the hellhounds for a while, the ground's color gradually darkened. They discovered that the blackened remnants on the ground were none other than the fruits they often consumed, now reduced to charcoal. Lyeth picked one up, surveying her surroundings, which appeared as flatland, with directional signs along the road, albeit all scorched to carbon, only the base revealing they had been deliberately placed. Come quickly and take a look, several soldiers shouted from ahead. The group rushed towards the voice, and Wang Chu attempted to stand upright on Lyeth's shoulder for a better view. Flames appeared in his line of sight. Ahead lay a low-lying valley. A scene of devastation. Villages, wheat fields, windmills. Everything visible was engulfed in flames, leaving nothing but ash behind. Wang Chu finally realized the acrid scent in the air emanated from the searing stones that it was akin to a hellish purgatory. With the ground rent asunder. Chapter 55. The Mouth of Purgatory. What had transpired to cause this devastation? A member of the adventurer team could no longer contain his anguish and knelt, crying out, "What has happened? What is going on?" Several tried to restrain him, but to no avail. It was then that they learned this man's hometown was Feld Farm, and he had accepted this mission to return home. Lyeth's voice trembled as she stood alongside the paladin and another companion. "What about you, Shala? Have you found anything?" The other shook his head, responding in a hushed tone. "No, the hellhound merely located the direction of the fire. It seems there are no survivors nearby." He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the inferno below. Wang Chu felt an uncanny resemblance in his demeanor to someone he knew. He was none other than the grandson of the headmaster of Hadjar Academy, the sorcerer Shala. This sorcerer, born into a prestigious family of mages, was quite renowned in the academy and had emerged as the final victor of this competition. Wang Chu noted the eerie emerald glow of Shala's eyes beneath his hood, though it flickered back to normal in an instant. "Such a young lad has mastered this kind of magic," the burly man beside him remarked. "Uncle Walker, what kind of magic is this?" Lyeth inquired, her understanding of magic types limited to conventional spells, leaving her ignorant of the more peculiar forms. Demonic knowledge. It is the only spell that enables humans to communicate with summoned beasts. Hellhounds are semi-demonized creatures, making them the most accessible to converse with. Wang Chu glanced at the other, who seemed to notice him too, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "Everyone, quiet down and stand up. Since we are here, we must ascertain what has transpired," the leading adventurer captain bellowed suddenly. "Now, troops in front, students behind. Ice mages, follow me. We shall extinguish the flames first," he commanded, leading the mages of the adventurer team to the forefront. Lyeth and the other students were assigned to the rear. As they ascended the slope, the stench of charred remains permeated the air. The farm, once abundant with livestock and grains, now lay in ruins. This is truly cruel. They encountered countless charred corpses along the way, their flesh blackened, encasing unbreakable bones that a kick reduced the bones to ash. Lucia covered her nose, unable to bear the sight before them. Ice magic spread outward, with Ael's summoned beast, the female demon, assisting. The ground was rent wide, deepening into a fiery abyss. "Tell them to cover more ground with frost to prevent the underground fire from resurfacing," Captain Reno instructed, for the flames were too strange. He had sent a fire mage to investigate, and it was determined that the fire elements were excessively potent, responding readily to magical intervention. This abundance of fire elements has never been encountered unless in a realm of searing flames, the mage explained. Lyeth glanced at the fire mage, Sesha Jamoni, who attempted to cast a spell. Upon conjuring a fireball in her hand, it fell onto the frosted ground, exploding and revealing that the frost merely coated the surface, failing to extinguish the fire beneath. This fire cannot even be quelled by ice magic, she gasped. Could there be a fire mage in the vicinity? Those remaining should search for clues. We may yet uncover something. Noticing his summoned beast returning alongside another hellhound, Reno bent down as if in communion. Does Captain Reno also wield the magic of demonic knowledge? Several students peered curiously. Not necessarily. Through prolonged interaction, one naturally learns to comprehend what a summoned beast seeks to convey. Shila too received word from his hellhound. Have you found anything? Al inquired. It tells me that all the inhabitants here are dead. There are no survivors. Shila relayed the message from the hellhound. He truly possesses the ability to comprehend the language of summoned beasts. Naturally, Wang Chu, who stands upon Lia's shoulder, can also understand their speech. Soon, those dispatched to investigate the surroundings returned, and the reports were uniformly grim. Every person had perished. Even those who had sought refuge in their homes or hidden within water tanks. Their bodies cooked beyond recognition as the water evaporated. Were there no other discoveries? None, that we extinguished the flames on the ground. And those in the crevices have gradually subsided. This was indeed peculiar. The adventurers exchanged glances, pondering the situation. Many among them had often traversed the world and witnessed various phenomena, yet they had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Perhaps we should return and inform the lord of the city, suggested one soldier. I cannot allow that. The events of today must not be disclosed. Otherwise, chaos will ensue throughout the city. Just as the Imperial Army departed, such calamity befell us. It would only sow fear among the citizens. Even the students must remain silent about today's occurrences, he stated. Glancing at the group of students, several leaders nodded in agreement. What about our report upon returning? Let us delay for a time, that we should have the military secure the mountain routes at this juncture. We can only request the intervention of the Mage Association and the Cathedral. What was initially thought to be a mere firefighting effort had now transformed into a perplexing mystery, one that exceeded the capabilities of the adventuring team, necessitating the involvement of the Mage Association and the Cathedral. Then we must not delay. I shall compose a letter to the Mage Association at once, declared one of the mages, retrieving a parchment scroll from his satchel. It was said that magical scrolls appeared in such a form, and Wang Chu beheld one for the first time. The mage hastily inscribed a few sigils, then summoned a hawk-like beast to carry the scroll in the direction from whence they had come. Wang Chu gazed towards the distant mountains. The charred fields of wheat bore no signs of life, and despite the frost, the surrounding air remained oppressively warm. Suddenly, he noticed something moving along a similarly fractured mountainside. What is it, Cam? Liaz felt the stir on her shoulder and turned to see what Wang Chu was observing. What do you see over there? Liaz too discerned the unusual movement within the mountain. The group turned their attention, spotting a red figure slipping into the crevice of the mountain. What is that, a living being? Could it be a survivor? Let us investigate. Onward. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a person, rekindling the spirits of many disheartened team members. How could such a vast farm with so many inhabitants yield not a single survivor? Over 100 individuals advanced towards the mountainside in unison. Liaz and her companions brought up the rear, and Wang Chu heard the crackling sound beside him. He turned to find that the frost covering the area was gradually melting away. As they approached the mountains, the heat became increasingly unbearable, and the ice spells cast by the ice mages dissipated within mere seconds. That moment, the heavy raincoats they wore became intolerable, prompting Liaz to remove her outer garments. The central fissure in the mountainside resembled a bottomless tunnel leading into the depths. The red shadow re-emerged. The foremost members of the group finally discerned its true form. Not a human, but rather a being composed entirely of living flames. Chapter 56. Shall we proceed? Count me in. I excel in damage output. Feld Farm, situated near the city of Hargel, was the largest agricultural estate in the vicinity. Although it lay atop a mountain, a vast plain had been cultivated at the junction of two hills. where the grains and crops flourished and the succulent mountain goat meat had become a staple in Hargel City. The farm housed approximately 100 families, all local peasants. However, for the past half-year, rumors had circulated in this peaceful place, claiming that the farm's residents had discovered a gold mine in the mountains. Yet this assertion was met with skepticism. Feld Farm had no known veins of ore. Otherwise, it would not have been established in such a location. Moreover, if a gold mine truly existed, the peasants could hardly protect it, and bandits would have already descended upon the place. Nevertheless, some insisted it was true, asserting that the farm's inhabitants had been secretly excavating this gold mine. Members of the adventuring team recalled tales overheard in taverns, initially dismissed as drunken ramblings, but now perhaps not without merit. "Eliminate it," commanded Renaud decisively. As the walking flame turned to face them, indeed, it possessed a head formed entirely of fire, its body composed of flickering flames, now charging towards the group with scorching intensity. "Do not let it approach. Obstruct its advance." Under the captain's orders, the mages initiated their assault, while the ranged hunters readied their bows to shoot at the fiery entity, just as Wang Chu believed that physical attacks would prove ineffective against such a creature. He observed an arrow piercing through the flame's form, extracting a portion of it, and revealing a small void. Following this, a barrage of spells struck it, particularly ice magic, which evidently slowed its movements. It appeared that elemental weaknesses could indeed be exploited. The fiery being could not even reach the adventurers before its form disintegrated, as if a gust of wind had extinguished its existence, leaving only residual warmth behind, as though nothing had transpired. "Captain, what manner of creature is this?" inquired one member of the team. Most adventurers lacked formal education. Many had become part of the Adventurers Guild the moment they could wield weapons, possessing merely experiential knowledge of the world. Renaud turned to the nearby mages, who merely shook their heads, while the soldiers remained equally perplexed at awe, and the students, these bright minds from Hargel City, might possess some insight. "It burns with pure flames, yet bears a human semblance. This must be an intelligent elemental," spoke Sesha, a fellow fire mage who sensed the anomaly upon entering the fissure. "The magic we typically wield is derived from the elements present in the air." She conjured a small fireball in her palm, only to extinguish it moments later. Thus, the elements are alive. Some advanced spells include incantations to summon elements. This explanation seemed to resonate with the majority of the mages present, who nodded in agreement, though none among them had yet mastered control over such beings. "Indeed, I have also heard that high-level magi can summon elemental beings," added the warlock, Shala. "What were merely a few fire elementals? Was it truly necessary to envelop this in such mystery? Were they simply too weak, or was it that I, a frequent savior of worlds, was too powerful? So, Captain, do we continue downwards? There may be more of these elemental creatures ahead," inquired a member of the team. Renaud surveyed the path before them. The surroundings bore the marks of excavation, with even the pathway they trod being artificially carved. The sudden emergence of strange flames at Feld Farm must surely be connected to this place. And since it had been excavated, others must have descended before them. "We shall proceed deeper. Maintain formation. We may encounter more creatures like this one. Keep your weapons at the ready and your eyes peeled," he instructed. The group continued further into the depths. Indeed, the signs of human excavation were evident, with torches providing illumination along the way to avoid consuming oxygen in the dark passages. These lights were specially crafted magical tools, costly items typically acquired for the purpose of mining underground. As they traversed the narrow path, the adventurers noticed the ground appeared to widen. "Ms. Leas, do you not find this pathway somewhat peculiar?" asked Lucia, who had drawn closer as the students, being positioned at the rear, began to converse. "It does seem a bit strange," though Leas could not pinpoint why. Aside from the widening of the path, there seemed to be no other discernible differences. Wang Chu also observed his surroundings, noticing the walls gradually separating further, adorned with intricate carvings, as though finely sculpted. How intriguing! These individuals not only excavate, but also indulge in artistry, he mused. No miner would be foolish enough to engage in such frivolities without having unearthed anything significant, unless this place had always been thus. "Come and see," called out one of the lead team members. The group rushed over, finding that the path ahead terminated, or rather, continued downward that a long, unsupported ladder stretched into the void, extending several hundred meters to a platform obscured by darkness. The surrounding space felt vast and empty, akin to being inside a grand chamber. One adventurer deliberately tossed a torch into the abyss, and in that momentary flash of flame, they discovered that this was not the only ladder. Numerous platforms of varying heights were interconnected by similar floating ladders, leading into the depths where even the torch's light could not reach. How marvelous! This place resembled a fortress. Who could have constructed it? Could the rumors hold truth that the residents of the farm had indeed unearthed a hidden trove of gold? Everyone, exercise caution. We cannot ascertain the stability of this ladder. I shall go first, and you will remain here, Renaud declared, stepping onto the floating ladder and testing its sturdiness. Though it wobbled slightly, it held firm. You few come across first, followed by the students. The rest should proceed in an orderly fashion, avoiding overcrowding, Renaud instructed, ensuring that the students and the team moved separately, thus preventing any panic-induced blockages should danger arise. The team approached slowly in pairs, while Renaud stood alone on the platform, observing. The stone dais was a natural formation, presumably in its primordial state within the mountains. It was merely the steps and carvings behind that were hewn by human hands. Was this once a stronghold of some ancient kingdom? Renaud, well-versed in history, had encountered various ancient relics before. Nearby, a fire mage ignited a large fireball, casting it into the air to illuminate the entire space. A sizzling sound of flames engulfing the air resonated, causing those still in motion to abruptly halt. This moment, Wang Chu and Lia's had just reached the platform that he looked up towards the source of the sounds, where pairs of glowing red eyes fixated on the crowd, at least dozens of them, illuminating the surrounding darkness with their fiery forms. They were fire beings, and their numbers had simultaneously revealed the presence of the onlookers. Quickly, retreat towards the entrance of the dark passage, Renaud shouted urgently. However, a sudden tremor reverberated throughout the mountain, causing rocks to cascade from the floating bridge. This is bad. The bridge is about to collapse. Everyone hurry. The individuals on the platform gathered together. Yet it was still too slow. The bridge fractured in the middle, severing the group into two parts. The majority remained on the opposite side of the dark passage, while only about 20 to 25 individuals remained on the platform.